I thought about the TF2 bubble. When
Yeah.
it's like very obvious that I'm trying to say like, no, this isn't a real thing. It's like a thing that like is made up in the minds of YouTubers. Like it's like a mental battle. It's not an actual like issue. And I want to use funk like issue.
I can hear myself again.
Use funk like issue.
I can hear myself again.
Funk like no, get it away. I'm so sorry.
Get it away. Bad.
That was
Bad
awful.
noise.
I need
By the way.
after 26 episodes
Bad
of
noise.
this, you think I'd like not do that.
Here, I'll ping my Discord as well.
Nice. But yeah, no, I'm excited to talk about the TF2 bubble stuff to be like, because Funk's interesting because I don't want to give too much away, but Funk is like he didn't battle the TF2 bubble at all. Like it wasn't even a factor. He never once acknowledges like, oh yeah, I'm switching my content. He never he never like has to say it because he kind of just stopped making TF2 videos. He just started making like Funk videos.
Wasn't there? Didn't he have like a really big gap when he just kind of went away for a while and then suddenly came back and started doing something completely different?
It's kind of like there's a really large gap.
Because I haven't kept up with Funk in years, so I don't exactly recall what like how he like just suddenly started doing new shit.
Well, there was a gap between like there's like eras of Funk where I'm gonna go like over this in the video, so I don't want to like say too much. But there's like eras of Funk where there's a moment where he makes a video about TF2's learning curve. And that marks like a cutoff point where he just stops making videos. Like that video's about TF2, but it's the important thing to take away from that video is it's the first video where he is making like it's not like the TF2ber style of video, if you know what I mean. Like like when you watch all these videos we cover on this show, right? We watch these videos and they're all formatted very similarly. Like they'll have the gameplay that cuts away to a bit that cuts back to the gameplay that cuts away to something else that's relevant that cuts back to the gameplay ad nauseum. And that's what Funk was doing for a while. He was doing that like Star/Uncle Dane kind of like mixture of like light editing, but it's mostly just talking over gameplay, right?
Yeah.
And then that moment is when he stopped making TF2 videos and started making like Funk videos. And I think the Funk videos are just about TF2. And it's like that's why I say that he was never in the TF2 bubble in the first place, is because he was there's a point where he just stops. There's like a cutoff point altogether.
Good morning, gentlemen. Is this everyone who's going to be on the panel today?
Yes.
Seems that way.
Hi, PurpleColonel.
How's
Sadly,
everybody
hello.
doing? How's everybody doing? Zesty, how are you? Lucid, how are you? Purple, Furniture
I'm
Set.
okay.
It's good to see you all, you guys. This
Yeah.
wonderful Tuesday morning.
I'm right now. I'm actually beyond enraged because I got fucked over on my gotcha pulls this morning, so my entire day is ruined.
What
It's
got you?
unfortunate
can't
that,
be doing
that
that.
Casual TF2 couldn't be here. I think that's a little sad.
I agree. I wish that he could have made it.
I did.
well.
I did the best I could to class up this podcast.
I'm glad. PurpleColonel. I forgot that you asked to be on, in all honesty, so I didn't include you in any of the promotional materials, so
That's okay.
Yes,
It's
I
okay.
had
It's
to
it's a
spark
happy surprise
for Hina.
for the
I had
viewers.
to spark. Fuck!
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
it's out of my system now.
I'm glad your gotcha pulls went horribly.
No, why are you glad?
What's
It's
the
a
dress?
sick
This
fuck.
is
why
like
why
a
do you
video game?
wish ill will upon me?
Maybe you shouldn't
Blue
play
Archive.
gotcha games.
I like this game.
What gods did you play?
It's Blue Archive.
Oh yeah, right, of course.
Yeah,
What do you mean? Of
It's
course.
not good.
of course.
No, I don't know. It's...
Yeah. Anyways,
It's a good game. Funny characters.
Richter, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I been playing video games with friends all morning, waiting for this podcast. So
That's good. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're having a good day.
likewise.
We were just talking about when you guys joined. I was talking about Funk and why I think he's the TF2ber goat.
I think it's really hard to say it's anyone other than Germa.
I think Germa's second. I think Funk's. It's hard because I it's kind of like I can understand why you'd say Germa, but I feel like my thing with Funk is that he like his content is more like respectable to me. That's not to say Germa's like not respectable, but the amount of effort that goes into each one of his uploads is is like it's like genuinely something that very few other YouTubers can compare to.
If you value like it being a production, then yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's just him. It's not there's not like anyone else who does the things with him. It's just him, and that's like really really impressive to me. But Germ is definitely second for me. I think Germ is incredible.
I think Germ has had the most incredible impact on the game. I think he's definitely the greatest. Like I think when you think of a TF2 YouTuber, if there's anyone that you want to, if you had to meet one TF2 YouTuber, it'd be Jarma. He's like definitely the biggest.
My only
No, I want to meet Milkgate.
Who doesn't?
I want to meet 2 fort twerkers personally.
I've met 2 fort twerkers. It's not that interesting.
Oh no!
No.
What happened? You flew out to Japan?
No, he asked to be on UFR, and I said no.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to 2 fort twerkers.
Shout out.
But yeah, hi, hello everyone in chat. Glad that you guys.
It's a bit of an awkward start to these podcasts. I feel like normally they're a little less, a little less floaty.
It's not usually. It's usually pretty awkward. Usually, I'm just talking about things.
We're just getting the ball where we gotta get warmed
mad.
up.
We'll all get mad soon. We'll all get invigorated with anger.
Well, yeah, we got to.
PurpleColonel's here. PurpleColonel's here expressly because he wants to argue with me and Zesty. So
that's true.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun
the
because
reason.
he wants us to just like not be angry about how TF2 is treated because it's been a thing.
No,
for
I
so long.
I do have a positive position actually that Team Fortress 2 is in a better state than it was at any random, whichever random. I'm gonna have to nail you to a certain like time period for argument purposes, but
You're gonna nail them?
yeah.
I mean, I
Yes.
feel like I've been pretty like forthcoming about the fact that I think that like 2009 to 2010 was the best era of the game.
Okay.
Like for me, anything pre
20
meet your match is like just everything is fine. Anything pre meet your match is fine. Like I can
agree with that. I
concede
think
on
that was
shitty
a,
cosmetics. I can concede on skins. I don't care. The game was playable. The game was fun. But anything pre meet your match is fine. Anything post meet your match is awful.
I agree with that, but I do have a distinct era I think was the peak.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm excited to get into all of it. But first, we have things to announce. We have one very big announcement, but I'm going to push that off for a little bit while more and more people get in here to talk about a much smaller thing. Someone made a UFR bingo card that I will be checking off throughout the stream independently, and we'll see how well we do by the end of it. I want to make sure I get the name of the person correct. Hold on. Because this was a really, really cool thing someone made. They also stylized it. Oren Lane in the Discord made this.
It's my friend.
Yeah, shout out to Oren Lane. Oren Lane's awesome for making this. I want to throw this up on screen. So yeah, this has some wonderful stream UFR memes on it. I like that. My favorites are I like Wholesome Chungus. That's a good one. We can already cross off surprise guest because no one expected PurpleColonel to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are already crossed that one.
Why? Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, we have
Wait, what is Richter speaks at 600 words per minute? What does that mean?
Sometimes
You talk fast.
Sometimes you just
Do
talk.
I
really
actually?
fast. Yeah.
Yeah, you talk really fast
I
sometimes.
feel like you speak very pointedly and slowly sometimes, honestly.
That's what I mean. I don't think I feel like I'm kind of stupid and I talk slow.
Well, no, you have like two
think
two
you-
states of being. Like right now, where you were like, I just say things and I talk slow and I'm kind of stupid. It's like
You have
sometimes
two gears.
Yeah, sometimes you talk like that, and then sometimes you're like, and this is why TF2 was the best in 2009, between 2009 and 2010, and I really, really liked it in that time. And I think that you guys should all shut the fuck up. And sometimes
I think if I get pissed off, maybe I start trying to speak really
You're like,
fast.
how many hours do you have in the game? How many hours do you have in the game? Tell me right now, like that.
You guys get me fired up. What can I say?
Yeah, and then like. that was a great moment. That's in like the Richter Hall of Fame. Was that moment?
Wait, what moment? What are we talking about?
When you asked Weezy, the What, and Shork how many hours they had in the game, and they all had more than you. That was.
They were all lying. They all bought their accounts. Let's not
was
kid ourselves.
incredible.
Let's not kid ourselves.
That's an unfortunate situation to be in.
That was.
Oh, also we
beautiful.
can already cross off video is just gameplay with talking. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, that's that. We can
Yeah,
cross that
that
off
can
at the
just
beginning
go.
of like every single episode, I think. Yeah, no, this is good though. I also like What Does Alan Think and Alan Falls Asleep. Those are both top tier.
Always
I
crucial.
think those are just free spaces. Yeah.
I was gonna ask, are you currently asleep? But I'm
no,
glad
but I'm
you're
feeling
with
it.
us.
He's feeling.
I want you to know that pre-game, pre the stream, me and Purple had an argument about the nature of art.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I was trying to bring a philosopher on here.
PurpleColonel has some bad art opinions. Are you aware of this, Richter?
Am
Do
I
I?
aware? Am I aware?
I think he is now.
Am I aware that
I want to know what
Purple has
Lucid's
bad
referring
art
to.
opinions?
I have genuinely no idea.
No, I think you're I like pointed out like an actual issue with WandaVision. You were like, this is your Maulerisms coming through, and I was like, it affects the entire fucking
Hey, that's
show.
that's the problem with art criticism. Okay, this is entirely separate and unrelated.
So it has nothing to do with this is a separate thing then.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. What's the issue, Richter? What's the issue that you have with PurpleColonel's state of art?
Well, I don't even really remember what we were arguing about,
Well-
but I put forward the idea that art was pain, and he just totally rejected that. And I was like, well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
especially
brought in.
because
I brought
you.
in. He keeps saying that he wanted to bring in like a philosopher guy to come in here. That's actually just my accountant friend who wanted to come in here and argue about it. But I don't know why he wanted him to come on because he agrees with me. He said that existence
he
is
did
pain,
not,
and
but, you know,
therefore
we can
art
pretend he
is
did,
part of
I
existence,
guess.
and the expression of art is pain. I'm not a philosopher. I have no fucking interest in any of this. We were just arguing. I feel like I hear that art is. I hear art is suffering like everywhere. I thought everyone just kind of agreed with that, but maybe that's like actually more contentious than I realized.
What does the point actually mean? Can you explain the essence of art is suffering, please, and what that actually
was actually
means?
also
Because I never
curious.
got this explained to me.
I'm not like I couldn't tell you where it comes from. I tried to like look it up, and apparently it's just been around for like a couple hundred years. But the way I interpret it, at least, is that like in order to make something beautiful, in order to make art and something that's expressive, you have to toil away to create it. Like I think that like a piece of art is the combination of the toil that went into it and like the circumstance, if that makes any sense. That's how I view it.
I see. I
Only
have-
because you asked. I don't actually care.
Oh, okay. Well, not, yeah. We won't, I was just gonna say I have a very broad definition of art that like everyone in this call would disagree with. I think I've already talked about it, but I think that usually art, especially art that I'd consider to be of high quality, does require some level of suffering. Yeah. So if that I probably agree.
PurpleColonel says that's not accurate. He says that art is what was your definition?
I think art is it's just another way that humans like express themselves and communicate with each other.
Oh yeah, he said art is a form of communication, which to me is I don't know.
It just is.
I feel like
though.
Incidentally it can be like often it can be, but I don't think that's.
I think you can communicate something through art, but that does not make art a form of communication.
What do we like make art for then? Why did the cavemen make like cave paintings and stuff?
We're trying to communicate something like expression and communication are synonyms. Like it's kind of, you're kind of splitting hairs to try and say art expresses something but doesn't communicate things necessarily. It's kind of weird.
Well, I think art perhaps communicates or expresses things that we cannot convey through normal means of communication.
I agree.
Words, writing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just think that
Because like you can't. There's a lot of things about the human condition that words cannot eloquently describe unless you just happen to be very articulate. And even then, it can never fully encapsulate or grasp something that someone at least at an individual level is feeling. And that's why they express themselves through art via music or painting or sculpture, what have you.
Yeah.
Because it encapsulates what the individual person is feeling.
even anime and muscle girls. Am I right, Zesty? Even that's art, right?
yes.
Yes, that's why I pay money for it.
Okay, well, I wasn't gonna go that far. But yeah, no, I generally I agree though.
Also, AI is not art because there is no human element to it.
There's no toil to it.
Wait, Zesty,
Yeah, it doesn't work for any definition.
when you say AI, I believe someone building an AI is art.
So there's a difference between coding the convolutional neural network that's used to actually make the images, but from someone just entering a prompt, that is not art.
Well, yes, I agree. Or at least so my definition of art is because I've been thinking about this a while. My definition of art is any activity that can be improved upon or the product of said activity. And yes, that does include jerking off before anyone says it, because for some reason...
Why? Why would you go there?
Because it is... You can ask Alan. You can ask Alan. It is a weirdly consistent follow-up question that gets posed when I bring this up. And I will be consistent with this definition, because I do believe that there is an aspect of expression in every single activity a human does that can be improved upon in some way. And that would include...
Booming is an art form.
I am gonna be so out of my depth on this fucking podcast if this turns into like art philosophy. I'm like fucked. I know nothing about any of that.
Yeah, me too. I'm a fucking geologist. I don't talk about art. I talk about rocks.
Well, that's my thing. Like, I think geology is also a form of art. This is why the reason why this.
It's really funny that Zesty has like a caveman job. Like, I like to play with rocks is what I do. Actually, I don't really know what art is.
We just get banging rocks. I hate that shit because people always water it down like, oh, you just play with rocks all day. You just look at my little cubey, look at some funny piece of quartz. It's so shiny. Fuck you.
Minecraft YouTubers and Zesty,
I would kill to get paid $30 an hour just to look at rocks.
Yeah, what was the last time you even like touched a rock as part of your job?
When was the last time I touched a rock as part of my job? Last April.
Okay, so it's been a minute.
April.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The geologists don't like ever touch rocks.
Well, okay, so it depends on what you do. So for me, I do geophysics, so I'm mostly looking at data that's been collected remotely, either from sensors that have been installed in the ground, so I'm not actually touching the rocks, I'm just looking at data coming from the rocks. But then you have guys who are like, I don't know, they're called mud loggers. These are guys that are out in the oil field, and whenever they're drilling into a new formation, they're looking at the rock chips that come up so they can see where they are in the formation and what type of rock they're looking at. So they know, like, okay, how much deeper are we? Are we at the oil yet? Are we in a water trap? What have you? Mm-hmm. So some people do it every day. Some people do it never.
Chat, this doesn't count as Zesty getting heated because he's talking about geology passionately. What the fuck?
Well,
Zesty's not.
I will
angry.
say having a career to talk about is probably a boomer moment. To be honest, having like
a real job,
having a career you can talk to a bunch of younger people about. I think that's a boomer moment. To be honest, so
how is that a boomer? I have a job.
Yeah,
only boomers
being
have
employed
jobs.
is such a boomer.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
No, but yeah, no, yeah. I think geology is an art.
Yeah.
We could talk about our philosophy a different time though. We gotta get into this other announcement because I think enough people are here.
I'm like Lucid before.
He's bottom
job.
out.
We're fucked. We're like if younger generations think like, oh, you're a fucking old fucker if you have a job. What does that even mean? How do you support yourself?
I mean, I don't
play
think
video games all day.
I don't think it's.
What do you do?
I don't think it's actually a thing that that like younger people think that having a job is a boomer trait. I don't think that's actually a thing. I think it's more of like it's seen as like an adult thing, not necessarily like a boomer thing.
But like Zoomers are in their 20s. Does that not count as adult?
But I know. I'm saying I don't think it's a boomer moment. I think that Richter was memeing.
Like, listen, I'm officially the only guy who comes on this show on a regular basis. It's in his 30s. All right, so I do have seniority over all people here.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I forgot you turned 30, man. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Listen, they say your 30s and 40s are your best years.
Who says that?
And then, I don't know, my mom. Just my mom. I think she's trying to comfort me in the fact that I keep getting older.
And you've definitely hit the boomer moment mark now.
Yeah,
I think
that's that. Okay, talking to your mom is such a boomer thing.
How?
I must be a boomer. I talked to my mom yesterday.
Life starts at 66.
They're like 60. It doesn't work.
Guys, your 70s are your best years. Make sure you savor them.
Joe Biden's living at peak right now. This is the best. This is his like golden
best years of his life.
Best years of his life. Yeah. Anyway,
I just wish he could be there to see it.
Oh my god. Oh fuck me.
Anyways, we have an announcement to make. It's a big one. Since starting this show, I've wanted to do like something more than just the show, you know, because you know the show you get more YouTubers together to do things that are other than just talking about videos and whatnot. So we are going to try our hand at the first ever UFR event or side thing that isn't just the show. We are going to do an SMP. And a survival multiplayer, a multiplayer world on Minecraft. It's going to be a live event that takes place starting on August 16th between a ton of YouTubers and also Alan. And
also Alan.
Some of these people you'll know, of course. Some of them you won't. But it's going to be a very fun experience that I'm very excited about. All these people have agreed to be there. For some amount of time. The whole premise is that for those who were around when SMP Live happened, this is just that. So you don't even need to really listen to me because this is basically the TF2 version of that. Basically, how this works, everyone that you see will be streaming live on this SMP server. And the entire server will be played on live. No part of the server will not be recorded. You will have to be live if you play on the server. The server will be held in beta 1.7.3 because that was the agreed upon version, and every version after that is just worse.
I didn't know about
Yes,
that.
objectively. No, just objectively.
Yeah.
Everything after 1.7.3 worse.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that.
Anyways, the important part is it'll be on 1.7.3, and the chat will be able to. And I don't think I've told PurpleColonel, or I don't know if I've told PurpleColonel or Zesty about this. It'll be news to them. Every streamer will be required to set what's called a hit price, which means that a person in chat can donate an amount of money established by said streamer and tell them to put out a hit on another person on the server. That hit can be a prank, or it could just be going and killing them. But this will add to the the conflict between various members of the server. And
you do realize that that's just going to ensure that I'm going to die every 20 minutes, right?
Well, no, but you see, it balances out.
I think that ensures that you're going to be on the hunt at all times.
I was gonna say.
Pretty much.
I've seen your chat. I don't get that many donos.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So that's gonna be in play at all times. It's gonna be very fun, very cool. I thought I wanted to do this both because I thought it would be fun for all of you guys, but also because a lot of the people in the TF2 community and also just a bunch of these guys have shown interest in wanting to stream and also wanting to diversify their content. And I thought this would be.
I told Lucid I wouldn't come on unless it was Infiniminer instead.
He did not say that.
I'm scared of Infiniminer.
I wish Richter would. I wish Richter would join.
I played it back in the day, Richter. I get you.
I did a video about it. But no, So a bunch of people I know have been wanting to do diversify their content, and I thought this would be a good way for bigger people to talk to smaller people, and community have like a cool little event that happens pretty regularly. So yeah, that's what this is. It's going to be starting on the 16th. It will go on until we get bored of it, which could be one day or 4 months. It could be anywhere in time. It's all up to us and how interested we are in continuing it. So yeah. It won't just feature. Oh, sorry. It won't just feature these people. I also wanted to say that it will not just feature these people. More people will likely be added. There are other people who aren't on the poster who will be there. There will be a lot of streams. I'm trying to get as many of these people to stream on the day that we start it as possible, so that we can have a big like collection of streams all going at the same time and make it a huge event. So, yeah. I hope you guys are excited. It's going to be a good time. Weezy will be coming on to flatten his mountains. He has no choice. Yeah.
You gotta leave the mountains. That's the whole point. Is you build a house in the mountains and then you quit playing the game after you build the house.
Yeah,
in the mountain.
That's how it works.
That's how I play Minecraft.
No, there are no beacons in 1.7.3.
Yeah, Weezy, you're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Build a big stick.
Build a big stick. There is TNT though, but no, I guess he doesn't like TNT. Weezy doesn't like TNT.
What?
Yeah.
That's a core part of the experience.
Yeah. I'm going to try and convince Weezy to do it at least once. I need to
guys.
Weezy to join at least one time.
No, chat. We're talking about beta 1.7.3.
Yeah. We're talking about we are not talking about the 1.7.
2011.
Yeah.
Did this one have ocelots in it?
No, I don't think
No,
so.
it has
Oh my
nothing.
god. Oh no.
For the record,
That's
chat,
going
the
back.
reason why we're playing on 1.7.3 is there's a lot of them, but one of the main ones is the game was slower, and you couldn't get things as fast. So it makes it where, like, people don't, like, give up immediately because they, kill the Ender Dragon within the first day and everything's done. Also,
There is no Ender Dragon.
there
also.
is no Ender Dragon. So it'll be a more create your own adventure thing rather than us all trying to shoot for the same thing. So yeah, that's cool. Expect that. That'll be on the 16th, hopefully. 16th seems to be the date that works for everyone, so I'm excited about that. Yeah. Cool
Sweet.
announcement. We have made it to 25 minutes before starting the actual video. Pog.
Is that on the bingo?
Who all here has
Yes.
actually seen this video? This video inspired both me and Zesty, I think.
I have not seen this video. I did not know who
I feel
CasualTF2 was aside from the
This is an important video to me, at least. If you haven't seen it, it's like it's like starts out as a critique of TF2 video essays, but it sort of eventually becomes a statement about like how important the art style is, and then finally it sort of devolves into this series of thoughts about the dwindling capacity of our society to create meaningful art. And it's like it gets really, I don't know, maybe I'm like dumb, but to me I found this video absolutely beautiful. It really inspired all my like second channel videos that I've been doing were inspired by this guy's video here. So
Nice.
to me it's special. To me it has a lot of meaning. I know that Zesty's seen it. Zesty's a fan, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good video. There's not much else to say about it. It speaks for itself, and we'll get into the nitty gritty once we start.
Yeah, this one goes out to all the people who ask us to cover good videos on the channel.
I tried to have Casual on. He said he was a little bit too busy, but he gave us our blessing to talk.
Yes.
He gave us his blessing to talk about it, so...
Yes. God,
I thought it'd be interesting to
bless.
see if he had anything to add on. I actually was hoping he could come on, but...
I was also hoping you could come on, but, it's all good. Anyways,
What can you do?
were you
Do you have
ready?
a watch together link or whatever?
It should be in the Discord.
Oh shit, sorry. Let me join that.
There we go.
This is admittedly it's an auditory experience, so...
Yeah, no, we are going. We have slapped the bingo card with the gameplay footage.
Do you have the Subway Surfers pulled up, by the way?
No, I do. No.
They
Although
get
you-
some
don't-
or like some slime video or something,
There's got to be like a plugin that just puts Subway Surfers on your screen
or just have like a random Mr. Beast video playing the lower left side or something like that
in like 3 times speed. Yeah.
at 3 times speed. Yeah,
Yeah.
5 times
Oh,
speed.
sorry. Whoops. You guys ready? We good?
I think so. I believe so.
Let's go.
We are now living in the age of meta content, where you can spend 20 hours of your life watching video essays about your favorite game, Team Fortress 2. It will be saying, hey, remember TF2? This game? Oh, it's so good. Did you remember that this game is so good? Did you know how good it is? It's so good. And the video is going to have expensive video editing with nice transitions. And if it's not so insightful, the video essay will basically just tell you all of the basic attributes of the game you already know.
I explicitly waited for 30 seconds because I think that one's on the bingo card. But he brings up a very good point in that this is effectively what I would say 99% of TF2 video content is now, is just people regurgitating the same things over and over again with their own little spin on it, either in terms of their editing style or their own person in terms of how they compose themselves or like a character they put on or something. But
We
for
have
me,
reached we reached a point where it's sort of hard to create new content out of Team Fortress 2 that isn't directly aligning itself with it, if that makes any sense.
No, yeah, exactly. Because it's all been done. Like, as someone who's been playing the game for fucking 15 years, it's like you can't tell me something I don't already know. or something.
This video injured my ego a little bit because I left a comment under it a couple months ago, just saying like this video radicalized me trying to be funny because obviously it's a special video to me. But I got a comment, like a reply, and somebody said when he's talking about meta content, he's talking about you, and I had to sit back and I was like, damn, you're not entirely wrong. But not like literally, because I've talked to Casual and we're cool. But it is interesting about like if you're trying to make TF2 content that gets any sort of pull in the algorithm or that people actually want to click on, it is a bit hard to not fall into like that slop whatever. Zesty, you're one of the people who I think doesn't do that. So
well, I used to. I mean, I used to do video essays about game balance and weapons and what have you. So yeah, I used to do that, and that was like my main bread and butter. And then I got bored with it because it's like, okay, I've made the handful of things that I personally took interest in, and now I already know everything else there is to know about the gameplay mechanics, and I feel like saying anything about them would just be saying what 1,000 others have already said, and that's boring. And to change one thing, when it comes to his point on meta content, it's there is kind of a dividing line because there is still content to be made about the game, like discussing you could say the art style, game design, philosophy behind it. You can get into more intellectual conversations about the game. But the things that most people find easy are the things that they themselves experience, which is the gameplay. And so that's why you get most content about the gameplay, because it's easy to do. It resonates with the most amount of people. And well, really just because it's easy. I'll just say that it's easy to do. You record yourself playing, you talk about how you played it, and that's why you can have El Maxo make a 5-hour-long video about playing Sniper without really giving anything insightful or interesting. The editing is good. But beyond that, it's like, what did we learn? What new things did we get out of this? Effectively nothing, unless you're a brand new player.
My takeaway from what he just said is like, I immediately thought of, because like the weapon review like shtick, it has like a format to it at this point. It's like it's formulaic, where it's like, explain the weapon, say what weapon you're talking about, give the stereotype behind how the weapon is viewed, go over the stats, and explain how what you think about it, and then how you would change it if you would. That's like the format for most weapon reviews, like across the board. And if you want to break away from that, you have to put some serious thought into it, because that is the most logical way to go about a weapon review. And if you want to flip that on its head, you have to really put some time and effort into creating something special or new. And I think that there is some truth to the idea that like the obvious things that people would do with TF2 have been done to death. It's and we were talking about this kind of before stream, but TF2 has on YouTube has progressed in a very natural way, more naturally than a lot of other games that have come out since, which were kind of geared, like Fortnite was kind of geared to an extent for YouTube videos to be made about it. Games like TF2 and Minecraft, that just kind of happened. So the progression of how TF2 went from live commentaries to live commentaries with some editing to commentaries about things that are in the game to now video essays about the weapons specifically and various aspects of the game, and that's like where we are now. And every time the version of that content has to be done to death before people think of anything new and move on to the next thing. It's a very natural progression of things, which is kind of what Casual's identifying here.
Damn, Lucid, you're good at talking for a long time, and I'm impressed that you don't have notes for all of that you just said. I
thank you.
That might sound like I'm being an asshole. I'm saying like genuinely, I was about to ask if you had notes, because there was a lot of talking. Impressively so.
It's kind of on the brain, because I did a lot of research for it today while script writing. But it's like Minecraft. You kind of
because of the funk video. I guess it's related.
Minecraft is kind of the same way though, where you have like there's a really good video. It's like 3 hours long about the evolution of Minecraft on YouTube, and I think a video will come out about TF2 with the same thing from somebody. But where like you went from just gameplay footage and let's plays to people doing specific challenges, and then like server content was really popular between like 2012 and 2016, and then you got like kind of the Dream SMP Live SMP reaction stuff happening after 2018, and now like they're finally kind of getting to where TF2's been for a while, where they're talking about specific parts of the game in like video essay format. And that progression with TF2 and Minecraft is much more natural than with a lot of other games where like they were very clearly geared in a certain direction for content creation when they were designed.
If I had to say anything, I'd say that it's like hard for YouTubers to like meaningfully engage with the essence of TF2 in a way that hasn't already been done.
Mm-hmm.
And it's partly because, and maybe this is going to sound a little whatever, but the essence of the game itself is like not what it used to be. It's like under attack in a sense. So that sort of when people don't feel necessarily connected to what the game might have been however many years ago, they can only engage with what they have now, which is a lot more nebulous. Like, what is TF2 in 2024 is a more complicated question in terms of like what does the game stand for than it was in like 2007. So
well, yeah, the game we have now and the game we had or the game that was had in 2009, right? Those are two entirely separate experiences. They're not at all the same. You could argue they're even two different games. They're probably more different from each other than Overwatch 1 and 2 are. Like they're like that far apart. Yeah, like they're that far apart.
You've got like 14 years of content stacked onto this game. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. And I wonder if we would still be saying like, oh, there's nothing more to talk to if TF2 were in like a Minecraft position where you could go back and you could play older versions. Which obviously that isn't how TF2 works. But if it were that way, I wonder if we'd view it the same way. If all of us people who prefer those older versions, we could go back and play them. If we would still be saying like, oh, there's nothing more to talk about.
I suspect that we would, mainly because the primary main currently available version is the one that most people engage with, and it's like older versions are viewed as a novelty and not like the mainstay game.
Yeah, but if we could like play them, I think that perception.
Well, we can, right? We can.
Me and PurpleColonel played a old pirated copy of TF2 from 2011 with like a item system or item server like emulator. It was really a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like I'm talking about if they were like readily available, like in a version history loader, like if
like
anyone
officially
could play
integrated into Steam in the way that the Minecraft launcher does it.
Yeah.
Sure.
What were you saying, Zesty?
But about the point that I was going to make is like we have full access to all previous iterations of the game via custom servers, right? We can make any version of the game we want, even one that closely adheres to TF2 on launch, but no one does that. So it's like the interest really isn't there. Perhaps accessibility problems, right? Because it's not easy to do. It's not just you have to like download a mod pack or you have to download a different version of the game, what have you. But it's the options are there.
The idea of like hosting a special server is almost like antiquated in the TF2 community now. Like you're very directly waved toward the casual matchmaking queue more than you used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. No. It's. I don't think that there's nothing more to talk about. I just think that all of the obvious things have been taken, and that will lead to something happening later down the line. That becomes like the next thing.
The thing is, like, for me, it would have already happened because the game has been in the same state for 8 years. And so for me, like, if TF2 content creators were really going to take this next step and blossom into this new, I don't know, I guess you can say, paradigm? I'll just say call it a sphere. Yeah, whatever. It's new paradigm, this new sphere of content. Like, it would have already happened. But for some reason, well, not for some reason, just because it's easy. You have people just making the same videos over and over again.
Well, but Zesty, like, surely, like obviously people weren't saying this when live commentaries were a thing, because the game was more recent then, right? But, like, people could have been saying the same thing then. Like, oh, you just talk over the gameplay footage. You do light editing. What more is there to do?
I think it might be worth like pointing out the type of content that that CasualTF2 himself like makes when he says something like this. It's very different from like what Zesty said with like El Max or anything. He makes like very sort of esoteric and like schizo videos that are kind of gesturing towards some artful essence to TF2 and combining it with other influences.
Yeah.
He does these streams of he calls them TF2 sets. I tuned into one the other day where they take like weird funky music and they make weird audio visual experiences out of TF2 footage. It's really strange, like stuff melting together, like these weird edits, and I think it's obvious to see how like somebody coming from that perspective who makes content like that might have the outsider sort of perspective on the TF2 meta content creation sphere, and that is why I think this video is so potent.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of that made sense.
No, yeah, I understood. I think that, yeah, I think this video is an indication probably that there is more to say. I kind of push back against the notion that anything is really, there's nothing more to say, or there won't ever be some bigger thing to do, especially with TF2, because I feel like TF2 is kind of the frontier for YouTube content in a lot of ways, where I don't know if you guys, from the outside looking in before I got into TF2 content creation myself, TF2 is kind of regarded by a lot of people as like, that's like where all of the quality content is, which might seem weird to you guys, but like I know I've heard like people talk about the TF2 YouTube scene as like, that's there, it is the standard is much higher in that community than like most other games.
Well, yeah, but the standard is so much higher because there's only so many ways you can serve a pizza. You got to make it, and now the box has got to be gilded with gold and delivered on a silver platter, otherwise people aren't going to eat it.
Yeah,
and ultimately it's all the same ingredients. It's the same pepperoni, it's the same cheese, the same bread. It's the same classes, the same mechanics, the same gameplay. But you gotta spice it up.
Yeah,
Put that on the bingo.
I will. I'll
fuck, food analogy.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know at the end what all spaces are filled.
No, and I think and for me that's what I've seen. It's like that's the path that TF2 has gone down, and it's all about the editing and how you can make the editing and the delivery new and creative rather than delivering something insightful or unique or what have you.
Yeah,
that's partially a trend of just the platform in general, though. Like we've seen it sort of shift from making like a lot of videos being what's meta on YouTube to like you have to do a really high production value video, or your video has to reflect like a monumentous amount of work, like a big 5-hour long video. Like that's what's rewarded nowadays. So some of that isn't necessarily related to TF2, I don't think, but
yeah, no, it's also definitely emblematic of trends on YouTube. I agree. We can continue, I think.
Continue?
Yeah.
But just by focusing on the fact that TF2 exists, decidedly, it'll be enough to satisfy you. Your brain's going to light up with all kinds of feeling good and cozy juices as they tell you all your favorite things. They're going to be saying, there's 9 classes, and they're all so unique. And did you know how lovable their personalities are? And look at this, you can wear hats in this game. Oh, and by the way,
somebody pointed out to me that almost every like TF2 video essay you can watch will start with a guy going, TF2.
What?
Just that?
Just like exclaiming like TF2 is one of the things that I've noticed the most, even in one of my own videos, is starting with TF2 is old. There's like 100 videos that start like that. So it is interesting to see those. Motives
well, I mean, again, it's the same phenomenon of like. It's like this. How do I describe this? It's like, I don't know. It's like the kid coming across the toy that everyone's already played with. Hey guys, look at this cool toy. Look. And everyone's like, oh yeah, I remember that, and that's why it's so engaging.
Yeah,
that's pretty true.
Like I think that the interesting thing for me, right, is like every time I write a script, I try to avoid mentioning TF2. Like in my most recent video, I mentioned TF2bers immediately, but I didn't talk about the game TF2 until much later in the video, because I feel like people opening with TF2 alienates a huge portion of people who might be interested in the video for a separate reason. And that bothers me.
I think it just sort of it serves as like a crutch for some people, because you can kind of get away with piddling like not that amazing content in the TF2 community and still get a pretty good following. Well, like, the game is just so desperate for creators.
Well, yeah,
No, yeah, and this kind of goes back to the point of like why you have to have such high production value, because people will eat anything up.
Yeah.
But if it's that same fucking pizza that they've had a million times over, it's not given to them in a different way, they're not going to touch it.
Yeah.
But it's still just as easy as microwaving a frozen pizza.
True. That's why I think I've like shied away from doing TF2 content a little bit, because I don't know that I have like what it takes to like break some new ground in that scene, or do something meaningful without it just being like slop. Because I've definitely made like some TF2 slop videos, and I don't particularly feel good about them. So.
Yeah, and I I don't with TF2 I like juxtaposing it with other things, because I feel like TF2 is especially interesting when put in contrast with the rest of the gaming industry because it's so unique. And people say that TF2 is unique a lot, but people rarely, compare it to other things to explain why it's unique, or like what the alternative is, Yeah. And I think I avoid starting videos. I think the hardest part, I want to ask you guys if you agree or disagree. I think the hardest part of script writing is the beginning and the end. And I think that people use the TF2 is old or TF2 has 9 classes. I think people use that as like their way to get their foot in the door, so they don't have to think about like an actual way to open a script.
Yeah, in other words, when you don't have
agree.
when you don't have something meaningful to open with, you can just use all reliable, and that's why I now that I notice it, I see it everywhere. I see every video starting with TF2. TF2 is like TF2. It's like nobody has anything new to bring to the table. It sometimes feels like.
I can't tell you how many, like I'm on like my third or fourth script that I've written in the past month that I've scrapped out entirely because I can't find an interesting way to start it, because it ultimately boils down to thing in TF2, which is extremely frustrating. And it's like, I don't want to make that kind of content because to me it's boring. And if it's boring to me, that's going to be boring to everyone else. Or maybe it won't be, but it's going to be, I won't be happy with it. Yeah. And for me, it's like, I need to, I've learned when it comes to my writing that I just write and figure out the beginning and the end later. But, yeah, starting a video that's explicitly about TF2 while avoiding TF2 is tricky.
Yeah,
I think it's good. I think you should try to do it. I think it'll make you write a more interesting opener.
Agreed.
And I like when it comes to the next big video I'm working on, I have a very good way to start it because it doesn't have to be explicitly about TF2 because it just
Also, part of it is that the game is like some people get mad when you suggest this, but it's kind of inactive. I mean, obviously there's the 2 people left working on it doing maintenance on it, but it's hard to do anything with this game that doesn't involve like a layer of reflection. So a lot of the ways when you start it is going to be like, well, TF2 is this game, you might remember it from this. Like that's mostly what you can do, because it's not like I can comment on some, culturally like omnipresent thing that everyone will know about TF2 from the last like year. There really isn't much of anything. So you have to start with appealing to the past or whatever. Somebody might have already said that, but
well, yeah, it's also like you ever think about like videos that you could make like how many videos PurpleColonel, how many videos do you how many video essays do you think you could make about Super Mario Galaxy? Like you
I don't really like that game, so I'm not sure, but me specifically.
Yeah. Let's say, imagine that you do like it.
Sorry?
Imagine that you do like it. How many video essays do you think you could make?
I could make one on every level, probably. If I got really desperate, I could do one in each individual like star in it. There is like a finite amount, but I think you could make like a lot. They wouldn't be good.
Yeah. So
but, you probably could.
Well, okay. So let's imagine like you're really passionate about Super Mario Galaxy, right? And you make all those because there's 120. We'll not count all of the Luigi stars separately. There's 121 stars in that game. You make 121 videos, right? But imagine, but like all those videos could be an individual video on a Nintendo YouTuber's channel, right? Because there are YouTubers that are Nintendo YouTubers or who make videos about like a bunch of different games in that, right? So you make 121 videos about Super Mario Galaxy, and then and that's like TF2 in the sense that imagine if there were a bunch of people all trying to make the same 121 videos, and they did it for like 5 years. Like you would think
I'm aware. I've been watching this stuff for years and stuff. Yeah,
it's like it's like if you watched 100 like all those 121 videos, they were made and then people kept making them, and it's like with another game, with Super Mario Galaxy, if like once in a while, a fucking random ass Nintendo
The
YouTuber,
Backburner's dark secret.
yeah, if a random ass Nintendo YouTuber makes a video about Honey Hive Galaxy, that'll be like one in like every dozen videos they make, and the content well for Super Mario Galaxy will last much longer. It's gonna be active probably 20 years from now. There'll be things that we haven't talked about yet about that game because people aren't mining it for content in the same way that there are TF2, which is a game that similarly isn't getting any updates and people are talking about to death. It's like it's like the content well for this game is going to dry up faster than anything else because of how little it's being updated combined with how many people are making videos about it.
I think that's true, yeah. And I think it's in a very similar position that I see the Star Wars franchise in, where it's basically what's new is for Star Wars someone would say there's too much rather than too little, but there's it's not very good. So what you can get is either you get like meta content that endlessly like looks back and is talking about how good things were before, even when it's not necessarily the case, and you have like people who are perpetually like unhappy with the state of the new stuff, which is like fair because it is like crap. But there's like a certain point where it becomes useless to like fixate on it for your whole life and for your career, and it's not good.
I just came back and heard an incorrect statement.
There's digging at you, Zesty. PurpleColonel's after you.
I'm talking about Star Wars. I'm talking about I'm once again talking about Mahler actually, but it's Star Wars.
We are not getting into this again.
Thing is, for me, I personally don't understand that sentiment where it's like, oh, thing has been in such a bad state for X amount of time, therefore why worry about it? Don't get twisted up about it. Just forget it and move on. No, you happen to be passionate about something. You hate how it's getting treated. You want to point out that the way it's getting treated is fucked up, and you want things to get better. If you're quiet about it, then that removes any and all chance of that thing improving. And I don't understand this defeatist mentality of like, fuck it, leave it as it is. I don't understand it.
I also don't understand.
I think I'm not trying to even give it like a quality judgment really that hard yet. I just think it's like it will end up being like this. It's not like enjoyable stuff that people like. No one's happy that like, oh, the new case is bad and there's like a video about how bad it is and stuff. No one's happy to watch like, oh, Acolyte episode 6 was stupid in this new way. Like no one's happy about that. No one's enjoying it. I think
people are really enjoying shitting on the new Star Wars show. I don't know about you, man.
I don't think they're enjoying it. I think shitting on it. Whenever I see those people, they're like the most miserable fucking people I've seen in my whole life.
Me?
They're like genuinely.
I don't know where you're seeing this, man. I'm seeing people shitting on like my sister's fiance is a diehard fan of Star Wars, and he's ribs on that shit. And it's hilarious, but he's also doing it because he's pissed off as to the direction the franchise has been taken in recent years.
Yeah.
Whenever I see someone, there's like a whole like industry of these people on YouTube. Like there's like Nerdrotic and like Critical Drinker and like just people like this who are. I don't think they're adding anything positive to the world through like being unhappy with Star Wars perpetually.
I completely disagree.
I don't know.
They are pointing out the absolutely horrific flaws in where these things are being taken.
Yeah,
and they're broadcasting to a wider audience.
I don't know jack shit about Star Wars, but I think there's also value in like pointing people toward where you see value, rather than like allowing this thing that's beloved to be remembered for what actually made it good, rather than like the dog shit it's become.
Yeah, and also like I could speak for Mahler because he said this. Mahler,
and there's value. There's value in projecting that and like blowing that up and telling people, hey, look at this. Look at what this used to be like, and then like how it's gone. It's sad. Like there's value in that. I think.
Well, like I was just gonna say, like Mahler specifically, he said that the main reason why he does it is because he doesn't want to see it done to other things. And the more of a stink he can make about it, the less likely it is that other companies will see this and go, "Oh, we should do that too." Like,
yeah, thank you. Or preventing the thing you care about from getting into a worse state.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's perfectly valuable.
It's not working though. Like these things are all, and I think really what it comes down to is just we have like a huge dearth of like new stuff being made. We're like trapped fucking playing with like 40-year-olds toys forever. And it's just it's not a good place for like entertainment in general to be in.
Yeah,
I think things are slowly turning around in that from like I would say 2014 to 2021, 2022 is when franchises and game companies and what have you really started going down the slop trough and just started cranking out the most insufferably bad games, shows, movies, ruining franchises for reasons inappropriate for the podcast and what have you. And people were just accepting it and not saying anything. And just doing nothing about it, and so things just kept getting worse and worse and worse. But then eventually it hit a boiling point across many franchises where it's like, okay, we're fed up, we're done with what's happening here. We're going to start complaining about it. We're going to start criticizing these things for what they are and what they're doing. And now things are beginning to turn around. And now no longer people are afraid to speak about these things. Now people are very open and critical about whatever's happening to their favorite franchise or game or what have you. It's like people are more comfortable in criticizing things instead of just rolling over and exposing their belly to the world and saying, "I'm sorry, please, I'll self-flagellate, I'll consume whatever is given to me."
Yeah,
right?
I don't think I don't think that's true at all. I think they're finding like their own like pet niche shitty issues to like latch on to every single one of these things and complain about instead of like the actual like real issue with these things, and it's not helping anything.
But why can't
I disagree completely.
PurpleColonel, why can't all of them be things worth complaining about?
Well, for one, I think a lot of the, I don't want, for reasons maybe not appropriate for the podcast, there are things that people complain about from all these shows and all these things that I think are
yes, I agree. I will agree with what you're
terrible.
alluding to, yes.
But,
yes. But I'm excluding those things, yes.
Yeah, I mean, people will go, "Oh yeah, the new Star Wars is a badly written show and stuff," but like they've been saying that since fucking the prequels came out. The prequels haven't gotten better. Like, Star Wars as a whole has not gotten better. When it gestures desperately to the past, like Force Awakens, it's still crap. When it tries to do something new, they get, like, terrible people to do it, and it's just still crap. Like, it's not... there's no improvement on this front whatsoever, I think, for the last, like,
it's not the same,
40 fucking years.
That's not the case with, like, TF2 in particular, though. Like, the cases have gotten better since Zesty started doing his little raid.
Like, Star Wars is a weird example because... Also, for the record, Andor came out, and that's the best thing that's happened to Star Wars since fucking Empire, so... I'm not even sure.
I feel like that's a bit of a fluke. I don't know.
It might, well, maybe, but I think it might. It's hard to say. But my point is, I agree with Richter. I think that like in other situations that aren't Star Wars, you can see direct correlation between people criticize the thing and whine about it, and it gets better as a result.
Yeah. So, for example, you had the recent debacle with, and this is of course a very specific example. But like, let's say you have shitty business practices taking place inside of your favorite game, right? So, for example, a thing that was recently happening with Tarkov, with that bullshit they tried to pull not too long ago. People said, no, we don't want this to happen. Fuck you. Give us what we paid for, right? So, whenever we're fed up with with how something we love is being handled, are we just supposed to roll over and take it? We're just not supposed to criticize these things?
There's going to be a difference, right? Because, like, I don't know what happened with Tarkov. I'm going to assume, is it like a Helldiver situation where they, like, fuck the game in some...
Well, so, if memory serves, what they did is you had, like, this legacy package you could buy, and then they tried to push content that was supposed to be included with it for like, an extra surcharge on people who had already technically purchased it, and it really pissed off a lot of people. Yeah, and so they eventually walked it back after people really gave them hell.
I think the difference with that is that's like an inarguable, like, terrible, horrible thing to do, right? Like, no one's going to disagree on that. But when you have something like TF2 and, like, the quality of the cases and stuff like this, there is, like, a large area on the other side of the issue as well who, like, are happy with how it is and all these things. So it's like...
Thing is, here's the problem, man. A lot of people in the Tarkov area also didn't care. And you had a lot of people who were just, like, apathetic towards it. Didn't give a fuck. They just kept playing the game anyways, right? The only people that were impacted with
that, right? Like, no one was pro, like, random people getting charged more. Like, maybe they didn't care, but, like, you know.
Well, but here's that this is still a problem, though, where you have the people who are really invested in the thing that they care about. They're the ones that are going to speak up and complain. Whereas the ones that are just, like, apathetic or even aggressive towards those that care about this thing and, like, get mad at people who care about the thing they enjoy, who are the ones that for some reason people think we should listen to. Like, oh, look, they're ambivalent or don't give a fuck, so why don't you not care?
Well, like, do we want to talk about the tuxedo item and, like, the people saying, like Squim Jim going on Twitter and saying, like, hey, this thing doesn't actually matter. Like, who gives a shit? like with like the whole massive paint region and issue with team recognition.
No, yeah, and it's like
that's an example.
He brings
Of,
this
that's
up.
an example
It's
of like
something
an
you should
obvious.
not care.
That's an example of someone seeing something that's clearly bad, but like people. But it's like, oh no, it's fine though. Who cares? Like. I'm sorry. I'm going to show the image on screen real quick.
No, yeah, this is a very good example where you have people who are like taking something that is an objective, egregious violation on like one of the core fundamental gameplay things for TF2, which is team recognition. He throws this up and says, "Oh, this is fine."
Yeah, like
Listen,
and people and like you have people agreeing with this. Like, are you insane?
Yeah.
And then, like, this is my point. Like, this is the shit that I want to fight against, right? Like, if I can prevent something like this from being added, my God, it's worth doing.
I mean, I think that's part of the issue, though, is that like people are arguing on the other side. Like, there are people who genuinely do play this game, and for whatever crazy reason, they prefer like, oh, the ability to like paint this thing fucking lime green than they do to like team recognition and stuff. And there's like, I think a pretty significant number of people who do believe that.
And that's the unfortunate thing, right? And these people hold this belief that is actually detrimental to the gameplay. And still, the overwhelming majority of people, if my video is of any indication, agree that cosmetics like this are a problem. Mm-hmm. Right? And it's like you have to reinforce and draw the line in the sand of like, this is not okay. And here is very clearly as to why. Like, if that can be done for your game or for your franchise, like, this should not be done for X, Y obvious reason, then it's very much worth doing. And it should be done.
And on top of that, you also have to take into account, like, you could have people watching, you know, Zesty's videos or some unnamed YouTuber criticizing the Star Wars movies videos, and they could go on to be a game developer or a movie director, and they could remember that Zesty said that, and then that has, like, ripple effects into the future. Unironically, and I know that's, like, a kind of cringe argument in a way, because it's, like, arguing on the future, the potential future, but Zesty or someone else could have an influence on someone that might be in the industry one day who might think about these things, and then their game is better as a result. So I don't see any issue in bringing that up if it could have that potential positive outcome.
No, yeah, and something else as well. It's like, think about this for a minute. And I every time I talk about myself, people get angry. But if I didn't say what I said in 2020 and 2021 about how terrible the cosmetics were, and popularized the notion of, oh, maybe it's okay to say we don't like something being added to TF2 instead of just kind of hand waving it away and moving on. Like, if that hadn't happened, then we wouldn't have started getting at least somewhat better content, or at least people not afraid to say this sucks, right? And demand for some better changes and ask for improvements.
Zesty, you just got to realize that you know, TF2 is not important to PurpleColonel. Like, relative to what he's interested in, TF2 is like, well, why do I?
No,
care
of course
about
not. He's not going to understand because he's not invested in it like we are.
Well,
and if you don't care about something, it's hard to understand why someone else would be so invested in it.
What I'm seeing is just there's like you can't pretend that there's like not huge pushback to like whenever you make any video about anything. And I think it's like it is like evidence that there is like another side to this.
Me specifically.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, me specifically, there's huge pushback because people think I'm like this screaming, raging, racist, bigot, transphobe, you know, murderer of homosexuals. I go and, you know, whatever the fuck people call me, right? That's why there's like already inherent pushback to anything I say. So there's that angle.
Yeah, saying that there's
But then,
sorry. I'll let you.
And then there's also the angle of you have a small minority of people, largely on Twitter and largely on Reddit, where their voices get amplified, but they by no means represent the majority of people who play the game, right? Like, the people who are like saying that spy cosmetic is okay reflect a very, very small portion of the player base, and largely the people who are agreeing with it don't even play the game.
I genuinely don't know that many people would really care that much if you were to like show them that.
My video contradicts that entirely.
Well, your video is like playing to your specific audience, though, which is not like every person who plays TF2
the thing is,
either, though.
PurpleColonel is the TF2 has cultivated an audience that doesn't care about it.
Yeah, I kind of venture to agree. It's kind of,
I think,
like, you can be
people.
Sorry, I'll let you go.
Oh, no, people don't play fucking TF2 these days because they like enjoy it as like a regular video game. I think genuinely, like, most people Like they play it because it's like this community thing, and you have like the meta content angle to it and everything. Like it's more so like something that people want to like study and stuff more than actually just enjoy as like a regular video game. It's getting to it's like that point in age and stuff. Like it's not like ever going to be like an active thing where people are really super interested in the way that the actual game gets affected, because the actual games like Glory Days are very far behind it.
Thing is, I disagree, because I come across people who've only recently started playing the game within the past couple of years that very much care about the core game and its design and how it's played and everything that goes into it. So I think you're just wrong. But I also agree. I do agree.
The person in chat is right. You just don't enjoy the game anymore, PurpleColonel, and you're just like, why don't you guys move on?
And
some degree, I can't say entirely.
What?
Oh, yeah, can you
like
repeat that?
crazy,
Sorry,
bro.
you cut out.
Alan's here.
I don't know. I can't say that's entirely untrue. I have not enjoyed this game for ages, and it's like I just it's like at some point it has to be like over.
Wait! But PurpleColonel, like a good 40 or 50 minutes ago, before the last pause, you said that the game right now is in a better state than it's ever been in. So what's up with that?
I
Let's
mean,
talk
yeah,
about that.
I think that's also true.
Wait,
If it's better now, then why are you not playing it now? But you were playing
because
it
I'm
back then?
I was like 16 back then, and I'm 21 now, and I play different
I'm
shit.
very, very
Mostly.
curious why you think the game is in a better state now. Why do you think that is?
Well, Richter's generally been arguing like 2010, which I think is an untenable position. But it's like the game is so much more fluid. There's so much like shit that just was broken and not fun in the
Like
old
what?
stuff. Like just I don't know. You can find videos where like they like bumped all the movement speed at some point, and that's just made like going back to 2010 TF2.
They
it felt, like,
bumped
slow and
Spy's
terrible.
movement speed.
I thought they bumped global movement speed at some point.
No, they bumped weapon switching speed.
Okay, well, I mean, there's things that is still a thing, right? Like it does make the game feel better.
So we're talking about balance in terms of the actual gameplay itself here. Is that why you think the game's in a better state now than it was?
I think there's more like fun weapons to use and stuff. Like people hate some of the Jungle Inferno stuff. Some of it's pretty good.
So I will agree that in terms of the changes in balancing that have happened over the years, there's been a lot of good, but also a lot of really, really bad, especially in recent years. But to say, in my opinion, that the game's in a better state now than it was, say, 2015,
You
2014.
just said the game's glory days are behind us, PurpleColonel. I don't know.
Well, that's because barely anyone's playing it anymore, and all people can talk about is how shitty the fucking skins are.
If the game was
and how
funner than
fucking
ever, then there would be more people
over.
playing it than ever.
Yeah,
That's how that works.
your statement contradicts itself.
Isn't that literally true though? Like, isn't that actually like the player count has continued to rise? and
No.
stuff?
No, it
It's
hasn't. The
stagnated.
game. So the player count was okay. So I have to yank this out of my memory. So player counts were effectively stagnant and stable all the way up until the game went free to play. As soon as the game went free to play, that's when you had a massive influx of bots, but also humans. And the number of humans largely remained level and increased slightly through 2015. But then when Meet Your Match came out in 2016, a lot of people left the game because that was like the definitive the game is fucked moment for so many people. And then shitloads of people left. And unfortunately, I don't have the data to back this up entirely. But after Valve stopped giving a shit after 2018, that's when the game hit its lowest player counts since the game went free to play. It was around 2018. Then player counts started just linearly increasing continuously all the way up until today. And that's largely because bots started flooding back into the game because Valve had stopped banning them. So TF2's player count has largely remained stable in terms of the number of humans, probably since the game went into Meet Your Match.
Okay.
So since 2016, TF2's likely seen around 30 to 35,000 peak players a day. Not unique players. People confuse that. Not unique number of players, but peak total player counts, peak concurrent player counts, probably around 30 to 35,000 a day.
PurpleColonel, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you say TF2 is better now than it has ever been, do you mean what part of TF2 do you mean? Do you mean its game design, its overall quality, its art style?
I think
community?
game design and like playability and all these things, especially like I mean, if we're gonna count like bots getting taken out, that's probably pretty good.
You're pretty
Whoa.
wrong there though. There's a lot of
you're
ways
just
that
wrong.
this game is a lot less fun and just generally like worse from a gameplay perspective.
So what
like
do you mean by playability?
The matchmaking system for one is way worse than the system that was in place prior to it.
Yeah,
Like,
matchmaking is just objectively horrible compared to quick play. Quick play was infinitely better than the matchmaking system we have now. It's all around a horrible experience, and it breaks my heart that the majority of people playing the game today were not around to experience.
We'll never know the beauty of quick play.
No, they'll never know the beauty of quick
We've
play.
had matchmaking for twice as long as we ever had quick play. Isn't that crazy?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Quick play was around for 4 years. We've had matchmaking for 8.
Add that one word to the Allen word count for those who are keeping track. That's like 10 words.
It's also really sad, and this kind of goes back to a point that I was having a hard time making earlier, but I'm going to try to make it again. Where we have a lot of people playing the game right now that never experienced the way the game was, either in terms of matchmaking or in terms of like the overall quality of content being added. So they had no idea how good things were back then. And so their only point of reference is the fucked up cosmetics and the really shitty, terrible maps and the game's matchmaking system being functional. And just because it's functional, therefore it's okay to these people. They didn't realize how good it could be and how good it was. So whenever you pose these ideas of something being inherently low quality or inherently bad, and your point of reference is to how things were 8 years ago, of course it's not going to resonate with people, and they're going to look at you like you grew a second head because they weren't there to experience it. They look at like the fucking hot pink banana hat or like a pair of clown shoes and like, I don't know, a rainbow unicorn dildo hat. I don't fucking know. And they'll think, yeah, this is great because this is all I know. And that's
Let's
also
not
like a
forget
really
like
frustrating
the
part.
more direct ways that the game has just been like defunified with like nerfs to fun weapons like the Caber and the Ambassador that have just made the game less fun.
Caber,
There's
Ambassador,
a
base
lot of
jumper,
direct
gloves
ways.
running urgently,
A lot of
eviction
direct
notice.
ways that the game has just been made less fun than it used to be, very directly.
Like the only thing I could see you arguing would be from like 2010, from what I understand, would be weapon switch speed and the weapon switch speed improvements and the pyro flame particle improvements that were made with Jungle Inferno.
Like sure, there's some
From, like,
things that might be
2010,
better
like,
now,
half
but like
the
look at
weapons
the
in the
trade.
game
Look at the
and stuff
trade.
like
Look at the
that.
trade-off of like, oh, the flamethrower, like the flamethrower works a little better now, but half the fucking weapons are unusable and garbage. Oh, we can switch weapons a little faster, but everybody has fucking giant green dildos on their head. Like, these are ridiculous compromises to make. It's ridiculous you would say that the game is better than it's ever been to me.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I think there could be an argument to be made that weapon switch speed and just like the base game with like stock weapons being more fun would actually be like, more important than some of these things. But I think it's overall.
I
like,
think that this might be controversial. Actually, I think Casual talks about this a little bit. The essence of what made TF2 good has a lot less to do with the gameplay than people think. I think that's obviously still, that's part of it. But I think if everything was just about how mechanically good this game is and how much you can squeeze out of learning these new technical whatevers, if everything was about rocket jumping and doing like crazy cool explosive jumping, why the fuck did they bother spending 10 years building this art style? And why are people still not just playing TFC and fucking conch jumping? Like nobody, because that sucks. That sucks on its own. There needs to be something like spiritual and personal and heartfelt that you can tap into, which is what TF2's art provided. And without it, you just kind of have this generic trimping game, which, like, that's cool if you just think the best part of TF2 is fucking trimping. To me, it's not. To me, it's, like, literally anything else except trimping and, like, edge bugs. So
I think that
people get tired of the mechanics and they stick around for things that have soul.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
If
Exactly.
TF2 looked like Call of Duty, people would not still be playing it. I don't.
You are exactly right. Oh fuck. No, you're wrong. People keep playing it because you have people who like grinding battle passes.
No.
I was raised on the philosophy that gameplay is simply more important than the graphics. And I
well,
think
it's not
that
really-
There's a
Graphics are
difference.
separate.
No. There is a very strong
Yeah.
difference between graphics and
art
soul.
style. No, I was gonna say
Yeah.
art
All
style.
the PurpleColonel, I just demonstrated there's ways that the gameplay is just less fun now. Like, just straight up.
Yeah, I don't know
Like,
how.
or
You
do you
That was
think
like
the
20
game- do you
minutes
think
ago
the- do you
before
think
you
the
went on
gamer-
your like weird soul rant. So I don't remember.
I didn't
any
say
of that.
anything about Soul. That was Alan. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
that was me. Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever you're on
I don't
about.
know.
I think that this is the
Now you're
longest
just getting
we
now
have
you're just
been
getting snippy
stuck
and
at the first minute
snarky.
mark.
You're getting snippy and snarky because you are wrong about TF2. And let it be known. Let it be known. Me and PurpleColonel already argued about this, and we decided to settle it in the game of chess, or not chess, but Scrabble.
You don't even remember
Which
the
I-
game. You're not allowed to
which
talk
I
about it.
dominated
Sorry,
him,
you're simply
which
not.
I
You're
dominated
simply
him
not.
in. I dominated PurpleColonel in Scrabble. I played Sirloin on his ass, and he was
Holy
fucked.
shit.
I have an
Sirloin?
8-minute long recording. Lucid, I have an 8-minute long recording that I'm going to send you
Lucid,
right now.
Can you please put an image up for me real quick
Yes.
of the Scrabble scoreboard as it stands?
That's not as it stands.
Or at
That's
least
not as it
it
stands.
did stand until recently. I guess we can add your 1 W versus my 4. Don't mind.
I just sent you. I
don't
just
mind
sent
my
you
other
the
friend in the
8-minute
middle
video.
there.
I just sent you the 8-minute video of me demolishing PurpleColonel in Scrabble. For the name of Team Fortress 2's
No one's
original
playing
art
that
style.
8-minute video. No one's playing
I'm
that.
just.
You gotta
I'm
have an
sending
image.
Lucid. I'm sending Lucid
I've
so
got
that
an
he
image.
can
You don't
watch
have
it.
an
He
image.
can. He can
Folks,
watch it himself. He can skip to
He
the end
wants
and
us
see
to
my
watch an
victory.
8-minute video, folks.
He wants-
I've got an image. Who are you gonna choose?
His image is falsified and not accurate. Is what's going on in this image.
I don't know.
Falsified.
I think that it speaks for itself. I think
Congratulations that you beat me weeks prior. That has nothing to do with this. We were
it
arguing
was like
about
the day
TF2.
before.
I told you that I'm going to have to kill
that?
you in Scrabble. I was going to have to defeat you in Scrabble in the name of TF2, and I demolished you. And that is the only battle that matters, and you lost because God was on my side. God
When
was
driven
on
by
my side.
spite, you
willed
can
it.
accomplish much. This is true. I will admit that.
Man,
Anyway, let's
When
get back
driven
to
by
this fucking
spite and
video.
rage and against
Oh, yeah,
my
the video.
lack of sleep.
at this rate, this will be the longest UFR to ever happen. We are not even at the 1 minute mark.
Great.
Amazing.
I hope everyone
We
is
got 30
ready.
seconds, right?
No, we're at 54 seconds.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You seen all the great memes that TF2 has created? Now that's the sign of a real great timeless game.
Okay, wait. Okay,
I've
Wait.
completely lost the
wait.
context.
No, I know because I remember what we were talking about. He's making fun of like YouTubers and community figures talking about TF2 and kind of talking about shit that isn't really relevant to why it's cool. And I just want to say, because I'm gonna actually make this point in my funk video to an extent. Now I'm not gonna say that TF2's memes are why it's great, but I think they are an indication of the way which the game was designed. Like, I think the fact that TF2's memes exist, that is an indication that the game is inherently humorous. Not goofy or wacky. I think that those words should be thrown out the window. I think TF2 is inherently funny. Like, there are parts about it that, like, parts about the way it's designed, the way it looks, the way the characters interact with one another, that inspires people to create content that is usually humorous. And that's why there are so many memes about it.
There's humor
That's
woven
true. I'd
into
say
the
that's,
characters.
like,
there's
self-evident.
there's humor woven into the characters.
Yeah, there's
But with
humor,
TF2, what
there's-
TF2 has never been outside of, I guess, the last like 10 years. But what it wasn't when it
Most
was
of its
created.
existence.
What it was, okay, wait, listen. TF2 is a lot of things now. TF2 is a lot of things now. Sorry. Listen, what TF2 was not on launch was a lol-so random game. That is not what it was on launch.
It inspired people to create content that was lol so random, because I think TF2 is a very like individual experience and kind of always has been, which is the point that I'm going to make in a funk video. But
It's got the soul.
It's got the soul. Alan, so I love it when people use that word and they just mean something.
No, yeah, I mean, you have to. TF2 is inherently humorous. It has humor baked into the dialogue. It is, its characters are based off of caricatures and stereotypes. It's all of these things are baked in, and you have the style of the game, the characters themselves. Why Valve steered themselves away from a realistic shooter and more towards its unique cartoony style is because that's more warm. It's more welcoming. It's less. Well, I mean, it's less serious, right? And because, like you said, the game was designed to. What's the word I'm looking for? Enhance the individual experience, and people can do, they have their own experience with it, and they can make a shitload of memes and what have you.
Yeah, no.
When was the last time you saw a Call of Duty meme that's not no Russian?
Somebody in the chat
That's a
brought
good
up
question.
the fact that it's kind of Gmod humor a little bit more than TF2 humor to some extent,
I
which
d-
is sort of true.
I don't think that's true. I think that's wrong.
I think to some extent Gmod was like a massive player.
I agree. Yeah, Gary's mod was
historic-
definitely like the catalyst for like all of the really crazy. Because once you figured out you could fuck with like Heavy's face, then it's kind of all over.
No. I agree, but I don't think you can take that away from TF2. I think it's both. You can't have one.
I think
without the
Gmod
other.
was a massive influence on the ridiculousness. I think if they didn't have Gmod and like you didn't have that sort of expression tool,
or source film.
by the time that SFM came around, I don't think it would have. I think people would have still maybe had more reverence for the game.
No, yeah, because a lot of people
earlier
conflate.
I was told before the stream that TF2 is a very serious game, despite the fact that there were comics about throwing piss at each other back in like 2009. But
Nobody ever said TF2 was a serious game.
No one is making the argument that TF2 is a serious game. TF2
I think
very
it was
much
a more serious and more believable game. I think that's
no. I wouldn't even call it like a serious and believable game. TF2 just had very grounded thematic and stylistic and tonal rules that it abided by, which allowed for it to have, allows for it to be, to an extent even today, to be such a unique experience that people are so enthralled by. And it's because of these very meticulously chosen rules that TF2 is just so iconic.
I agree.
Also, I was gonna say, so because when I talk about this in the Funk video, and I swear I'll stop mentioning it, but the word I use is spontaneous, because I think that TF2 is a very spontaneous game in a lot of ways. I wouldn't call it random. I wouldn't call it goofy, wacky, what have you. I call it spontaneous, because I think that TF2's nature, both artistically, like the visual design of it, as well as the game design with things like even random crits or just the nature of rocket jumping as a concept, they invite like the brain to just come up with things on the spot, because it's almost like a Rorschach painting. Like walking into a TF2 lobby is literally because there isn't a necessarily a direction. There's an objective, but often the objective's just a suggestion, because you'll have people just dancing in the corner. If you're on a 2-fort server especially, then you'll have like anything but the objective happening. Oftentimes, TF2 is a very spontaneous game that's created by the people in the lobby rather than something that the game creates for the people in the lobby. And I think that's also gives way to a lot of humor that isn't present in a lot of other games.
No, yeah, it's open ended, right? And this goes back to me.
The dancing
and
was
why.
2010. That makes it bad though.
It was what?
What?
Have you considered that if these things were added past like 2010, they're just like flat out bad though? That's just what people.
That's not
people
what
seem to
Richter
say.
said.
I think that seems to be the.
What are you
I don't
wait,
know.
Colonel? What are you trying to say that I'm saying? What are you saying is my position?
Just
on what?
generally anything after like 2010 is just like bad, and they like fucked the whole style and fucked everything because they made it too silly and stuff. That's what I
think
was
there
hearing
are
off
good-
stream. I suppose you can change it now, but
I never said everything past 2010 is bad. I just said that's the peak.
Okay.
I think after
It's
2010,
been an
we saw a lot of,
exponential decay after 2010, in my opinion. After 2010 is when things just started getting worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, like
Now,
Like, it wasn't
now
like this
Zesty, now
hard
Zesty likes
hard
2010.
cutoff.
Zesty used to like 2012. You changed your opinion.
Whoa, I didn't change my mind. I still prefer the era of 2000.
Where do you go? What the fuck? Okay.
what? PurpleColonel, for the record, I think that what Richter and Zesty are trying to say is that like there are good things that were added after
Discord.
Zesty just got shot in the ear, guys.
Fucking Discord. I hate whoever works on. Listen, anyway, if you happen to work at Discord, you work there right now. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No,
You have somehow managed to craft the most miserable user experience imaginable on the fucking planet. I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Like, even just sitting at your desk and doing nothing couldn't make. You have to intentionally make a terrible experience like this.
So anyway,
What is wrong with people that
so-
work at
Zesty,
Discord?
what
Don't
were you
be
about to
mean.
say? Was
Wait.
your what was you were about to
Wumpus
say
did an
your
oopsie
ideal
whoopsie.
period?
Wampus
So
oops.
for me, my ideal period is like 2011 to 2015. That's like my golden era for TF2. Mainly because that's what's in my memory the most. Like if I remembered more from 2007 to 2010, that would probably lean more in that direction. But like the most of my playtime, the most of my positive experiences were from 2011 to 2015 because that's when I was really hammering it when I was in college.
That's also when I probably remember most of my experiences. But like I've gone back and like looked over the item catalog and like the update catalog, and I've realized that like a huge amount of the content that I particularly resonated with the game was from like May 2009 to like June 2010. So I've come to settle on that as my like peak TF2 period.
Like for me, I started raising an eyebrow when they put skins in the game. I still like the skins if they look good and are, you know, tonally appropriate. But I raised an eyebrow when they put skins in the game. I'm like, ah, that's where they're going with this one. They're trying to make this into Counter-Strike. And then they did, and then they failed. But really anything before Meet Your Match for me is like, that's fine. I generalize anything that came before Meet Your Match as fine.
I don't know. I think it's just the fact that all of our like
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
You know, the
It's
internet.
Discord. It's fucking Discord.
Wumpus is
It's
taking
Discord.
down our stream.
That's fine. It's just this is like a consistent thing that people's favorite period of TF2 where they attach all the meaning to and everything is just it's the specific spot that they like played the most time and they had like the most free time to spend on the game and stuff, and that's
No. I just
Like,
said
no,
the exact opposite.
I just said
the
all your
exact
like best
opposite.
memories with it are like
I said the
2009,
exact
2000.
opposite.
It's like what
I
you
said
just
I had the same. How did you misunderstand me? Quit displaying your
You ramble a
imbecility,
lot,
PurpleColonel.
Mr. fucking Rick Ellie.
I just
okay?
said.
You ramble. You're a motor mouth. It's not good.
I specifically just said that I had the pretty much the same era that Zesty says. That was my like golden years of when I played the most that I remember. Was what 2011 to 2015.
And so, like, also you have to think about, like, you have 2011 to 2015 is when you had the most amount of people playing the game. This is when you had the most soul, all the people really getting up behind it, having a good time. It felt like TF2 was at its most tight-knit after the game went free to play. I know that's controversial. I know people will fucking have my head, like my neck, on with a rope around my neck for that one, because a lot of people got mad the game went free to play. And it was, you know, you would argue like, oh, the TF2 is much more community oriented and driven when it was only
Like who?
community.
That's like a 38-year-old man who's gonna get mad at you for that. People don't even fucking remember that.
Well, I think I would say like 0.01% of active players would probably be in that mental camp. But I think once the game was really solidified as like this really fun, casual game that you could just dive in and dive out of whenever you wanted in that quick play era, that's when the game was just objectively at its most fun and objectively at its most enjoyable. And I will always remember that specific time period as like the best time. Because before, from 2007 to 2000, like from 2007 to 2009, TF2 was still going through its growing pains. It was still hammering out some major balancing issues. It was still trying to figure out, like, okay, do we want to have our only community servers? Do we get Valve servers in there? What have you? And then once Valve figured out, like, okay, we're going to push this into live service, which largely had negative consequences in the long run. But once they pushed out this going into live service, and then it kind of opened up the doors for greater accessibility and ease of being able to play the game while keeping the fun, casual nature of come in, come out as you please, then it really like just blossomed.
Yeah,
into a
I
great
just
game.
rationalize it towards like when the art team and when the people who were really working on TF2 sort of stepped away from it to work on like other projects, which I think the last time it had their, you know, full attention being very decisive and deliberate with what they were doing with the game. I think they mostly stepped away somewhere around 2011 or 2012. Like Moby and Debiang, and I don't know if that's how you say his name, but that's how I keep reading in my head. And like Robin, like all of those people had by like 2012 or 2013 already moved to work on like Dota and CS:GO. And I think with that change, you see a very direct reflection of the game receiving lower quality attention, lower quality items and stuff. So that's how I rationalize my time period. Is I think that's the time that the people who were core to the development of TF2 were still like paying attention to it. Like the people who made the core art for TF2 were still doing art for TF2 into like 2010 and 2011. So it's not like you can take like an 07 purist position if you're a fan of those, or like you have to necessarily take an 07 purist position if you like the original vision of the game, because the people who made the original vision were still working on it in the ensuing years. But fucking.
But also like at a certain point.
I'm so sorry for that tangent. That was fucking stupid. But
also at a certain point, you have to understand that like once the art is done, that's it, right? So it's only kind of natural that they would move on to other things, willfully or otherwise. Because like once the painting is painted, what else can you do, right? You can add stuff to it, but at a certain point, they just didn't want to bother with it. And ultimately, if you don't have people with the same vision they had at the helm in determining what content gets added and what not, that's why you get to where we are today.
I think I've got to be autistic.
Is that just unrelated or?
No, it's very related.
All right.
Oh, I think everyone, no one's normal. No one's normal. Everyone's got a touch of the tism in one way or another.
Normal is a fallacy. There you go.
Listen, we got to watch this fucking video. It's really good, guys. I promise.
Okay.
You can really tell that.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Seal Zebra super chatted $10 to say, I think a lot of the game's humor is not on purpose from Valve, but more of TF2 being made like older shooters and the community making in-jokes. A lot of older multiplayer games were like this. Yeah, but I don't think
Also true.
I agree, but I
That's
don't think
true.
it has the same. They've had the same staying power of
Well,
TF2, which kind of
PurpleColonel
that's
brought
kind
up to me earlier, like how silly the like spy fucking Scout's mom is, but that's clearly like a joke that like Quake players would make. Like it just is. Like, oh, I fucked your mom. Like, that's the entire joke.
Yeah, if they're putting like meta shit to like the point where, oh, this is like what a Quake player in the 90s would be saying, and it's not like a serious grounded depiction of the 1960s America or whatever. Like it's just
because it's an alternate reality, and they have fun with the stylization and everything. The stylization gives them room to create more fantastical scenarios. That's very deliberate.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
The problem, in my opinion, is when you reach outside of that stylization, which like so much of the content does. But anyway,
yeah, I think I think things like the the pocket medic cosmetic is fine. If we're talking like self-referential humor that makes sense in universe, I think that's okay. I don't know how Zesty feels about the pocket medic cosmetic, but I think it's cool.
I think it's garbage.
Really?
I think all
It's like
all
slightly
pocket-
fun and slightly whimsical, so it's bad and has to go.
So like
That's what it comes down to.
So no, I hate it. I hate it because what it's become. Because like when it was just the pocket medic, cute, but now it's been
somebody's having fun.
But Zesty,
But now it's been turned into like now we have to have a pocket everything, like a teddy bear and like all the Halloween bosses, and now there's Miss Calling, and now there's Santa.
It did open the floodgates for a bunch of dog shit.
Yeah, but that
I'll
doesn't-
say that.
They're
that doesn't
trash, but like they
retroactively
don't
make-
even make like if you have like a pocket cosmetic on you.
You
why is
keep
why is
cutting out,
Discord
dude.
You know,
why
like
is
her-
Discord silencing?
Kind of shitty. I don't get it.
You keep cutting out really
Am I
bad, man.
fucking-
We didn't hear a single word you just
This
said.
sucks. This sucks. Okay, is it back now?
Yeah, you're
Yes.
Okay. I feel like with the pocket cosmetics, like they are lame. It is true that they're lame, and it's probably bad that Valve like pays these people like large amounts of money to fucking endlessly shovel that shit into the game. But it's also like it's not making the game considerably worse in any like real way. I don't think. Like they're like
strongly disagree in that bad
they're not making the
cosmetics
game like
have
harder to
absolute-
play. There's no like,
That's
bad
just
recognition.
well. So there are
design for
so
pocket on.
not at a wide scale, but it's just objectively false where you have cosmetics in the game that do negatively impact gameplay. I made a video about it. Like just because just because you can have you can have one instance.
Well,
right?
he's talking specifically about pocket cosmetics, which I don't think you'd argue that they negative.
No, so I will say specifically pocket cosmetics are garbage and they shouldn't have been added beyond the medic one.
Okay, well at least I got.
I used the one for the spy. I used the one for the spy that's Scout's mom, and I think that's cute, and I think that should be allowed.
Richter likes the Scout.
Well, I think you're wrong and you're dumb.
Richter has like something with the Scout's mom.
I've got nothing with the Scout's mom character. I have nothing to say about Scout's mom character. We need to move on.
You've said quite a lot about her in
we need to move on from the Scout's mom character. There's no.
Are you attracted to Scout's mom?
There's nothing to say about Richter Overtime and Scout's mom. We should really just drop it and move on.
He's
to
cucked
another
by
topic.
Spy, unfortunately.
Rocker
Who's
slopper
cucked by
time.
Spy?
You.
No, that's not possible.
Okay.
He got her and you didn't.
No, that's not accurate.
How'd you get cucked
TF2
by Spy? Isn't he like 50 years old? Damn.
I don't even know what you people are talking about.
Oh, and by the way, have you seen all the great memes that TF2 has created? Now that's the sign of a real great timeless
memes.
game. You can really tell that TF2 is so good because everyone still plays it, and it's 16 years old. By the way, did you know that Team Fortress 2 is 16 years old? Wow, that's so crazy, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm watching this. Okay, yeah, that's great. But I want to know why it's good. When the video essay describes to me its longevity and how much they like playing the game, they're really just telling me the effects of it being a good thing without addressing why it's a good thing.
This is
So
just
true.
this is
So
something we
true.
talk about all the time on UFR. Like regularly when we talk about that was a criticism I think we made a Fish's video way back when. We did not know it would get worse, but it would get like as much worse as it did. But we did criticize.
TF2's a
Fish's
good
video
game
for that.
because we play it a lot. We've played it for 10 years. It's a good game because we played it.
Oh no, we didn't.
He's
it
making a
wasn't-
great point.
It wasn't Fish's video. We criticized the what's TF2 is changing video, ironically. But we criticized that video for the same thing.
This goes out to the What Show. This is my new diss rap against you, the What Show. You the what?
I like
You the what? It's more like the butt.
I-
I'm gonna put you down like a stupid ass mutt. That's my rap against the What Show.
If you replace the word mutt with slut, it would be much better.
Oh, you might be right. Wait. Can you rap it then?
No,
Its longevity
Wait, you need to
and
rap.
how
You need
much
to rap it with
they
the new
like
part,
playing
'cause
the game.
You ghostwrote it. We need to hear your version.
I did not ghostwrite it. I just wrote
You
it.
just ghostwrote. You
It's not
just ghostwrote. We
ghostwriting.
need to hear
It's
it.
public.
We have to hear your part. We have to hear the original version, like the leaked demo.
The what? You're a stupid ass slut. There you go.
There you go. Clip that. Send that
Clip
to the What Show. He's fucking miserable. He's shaking.
He's shaking. He's shaking.
Anyway, let's
the slut show.
Really just telling me the effects of it being a good thing without addressing why it's a good thing. However, there are some video essays that are sort of better in this world of TF2 video essay worship. And they're better because they do try to explain what makes TF2 good, but it usually does so just by describing the gameplay mechanics. And these points are true. Like, you can go watch Lazy Purple, TF2 is a timeless masterpiece, or any of the other 500 videos that have come out since that kind of do the same thing, where, they explain the nitty-gritty of the weapons and the movement, and it's true. But the issue is that I seriously don't fucking care.
He's playing on the furry pound.
Yeah, because what other community servers run vanilla?
No, I know. I just thought I'd point it out since he's setting up a point, and I don't like just sitting here listening to the video. Just wanted to point out that he's playing on the furry pound.
Stuff.
Also, submissive and beatable, and got a kill with the 9-iron.
Usually does so just by describing the gameplay mechanics. And these points are true. Like, you can go watch Lazy Purple, TF2 is a timeless masterpiece, or any of the other 500 videos that have come out since that kind of do the same thing, where, they explain the nitty-gritty of the weapons and the movement, and it's true. But the issue is that I seriously don't fucking care because I'm not a gamer. And because
What?
Hear him out. Hear him out.
Okay.
You did let him
Okay.
finish.
All right. I'm so okay. I'm just. That's okay.
This is a video where you really have to listen for a little bit.
Oh,
It's
all right.
not one where it's not like your normal Zoomer editing where they make one point every 2 seconds and just keep hopscotching around. So
All right. I'll hear him out.
And because I'm not a gamer is exactly why I'm able to think about this in a somewhat different way. I didn't grow up playing any games. I didn't own a mouse when I started playing TF2. I'm really as close to an outsider of gaming that you can be. And despite all that, TF2 seduced me. Now, of course, it is great that TF2, has good gameplay. That's wonderful. That's excellent. But it's not like I would have been able to notice when I started playing. Because when I was a beginner, I was just, blacked out, hugging the payload cart for 100.
So I know I'm going to let him finish. This point confuses me because I get he's talking about his own personal experience, right? But this people who talk about Team Fortress 2's gameplay mechanics, they are not appealing to people who don't care about Team Fortress 2's gameplay mechanics. Like, that's not their audience.
No, that he's using that as the way to build towards this point he's going to make, which is not related to any of that, and makes a case for TF2's value that's totally separate from that.
Okay.
That's what he's
All right.
doing.
Okay. I'll let him go.
it's a very slow burn.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Wonderful. That's excellent. But it's not like
You
I would
said
have
you're
been able to
edging his
notice
point. You're
when I
edging
started
his
playing.
point.
I'm just okay, like, he's setting this point up very strangely, and I'm just okay.
Because when I was a beginner, I was just, blacked out, hugging the payload cart for 100 hours, having no idea how anything worked. I didn't even understand what the words on the scoreboard meant. However, if you have gamer brain, you might be more inclined to think that TF2 is good because, oh, it's just so fucking dope to move around and you can rocket jump. And whoa, did you see the Jerf edge bug? Self-drop resub I just pulled off? And this is where I got to be nuanced, and I will...
I should point out he's totally lying. He has like a long history with making like videos about the competitive scene, so that's very funny for him to say. He definitely is interested in the game on a technical standpoint, or at least eventually became that way. But it's funny.
I think the larger point he's trying to prove here is like he's trying to kind of set up the point of like why this game is so appealing to people who are generally not gamers, right?
Yep.
not explicitly himself.
Yeah, no, I understand. Because I was gonna say like, because he's not saying it. He didn't set it up like a hypothetical, which is why I'm confused, because he's making a lot of like really broad statements. But I know, because you guys have told me, that he's saying this kind of as a hypothetical, not like as what he actually thinks. So I'm trying to like withhold my criticism, which is that the TF2 is one of the reasons TF2 is good is absolutely because of its mechanics and its depth and its mechanical depth.
But if it was just mechanical depth, then we'd be playing chess. We'd be doing chess videos and chess piece reviews.
No. I know. TF2 appeals to us individually for very specific reasons. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, like, you can't disregard that. Like, you can't just throw it out the window.
He's saying that's what every video is already fucking about. So let's talk about something else, is what he's getting at.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just... The way he has said that, I might have said it differently, because it doesn't sound... Yeah. And it probably just could have been reworded so it sounds a little less harsh, but I understand. That's all.
Bug, self-drop resub I just pulled off. And this is where I got to be nuanced, and I will reassure you.
Wait, okay, someone in chat said, what the fuck is this guy talking about? How is TF2's mechanics similar to chess? What Richter means is TF2 has mechanical depth. Chess doesn't have mechanical depth because it's just moving pieces, but chess has strategical depth. If we only cared about depth as people, we'd be playing chess, because it does indeed have more depth than TF2. That is what Richter is saying. Thank you for coming to my TED
maybe
Talk.
not necessarily that. I was just using like as an example. Like if all the people cared about in a video game was the gameplay mechanics and depth.
Chess is not a deep game,
then nobody would bother making art for games at all. They'd just be fucking
Yeah.
EXEs. They'd be fucking DOS games.
Yeah, so strip away everything and leave TF2 just as bounding boxes, hit scan hitboxes, and textureless maps.
Yeah,
Would you still be playing the game?
maybe.
I probably would not. I'd probably look at it and be like, man, this looks like dog shit. Fuck this.
If it were like wireframes.
Like when I was a kid, I definitely would not have. I definitely would not have played it as a kid if it was like that.
Like if every merc was just a differently scaled Lego man, would you play the game?
I mean, I probably would, but that's literally because I'm a weird person who does care about... Like, I like analyzing the game's art style.
I mean, to be
but
fair,
when it comes to
Zesty, you're just describing how comp players already play the game.
That's
so.
also true.
No, I know, yeah, and those are the people who only care about the mechanical depth and nothing else.
Also, of
True.
course, the high-level chess players say chess is simple. What the fuck? It's simple to them. They've been playing it for years.
Is there like someone in chat stuck on the fact that I use chess as like an example I pulled out of my ass?
Psychorus in chat said chess is not a deep game compared to TF2, and I don't know what metric you could say that.
There are like,
I
like
don't
5
even care
pieces
if
in chess
it's
and like
related.
fucking 9 classes.
And
And like 50 million weapons and stuff. I don't know.
Depth.
And there's like
depth isn't quantity.
8x8 spaces, and there's like infinite spaces
Or like
and
Tetris,
3D
fine,
3D
Tetris.
space,
If we
whatever.
cared about
Depth
how
isn't
mechanically
options.
in depth the thing can be, then we'd be playing fucking Tetris. Is that a better example? I don't know.
I don't think it's an issue with your example. I just people saying chess isn't a deep game is kind of wild to me. But like I guess that's not we have to have a very long conversation about what depth is, so it's all good.
Oh man.
I just pulled off. And this is where I got to be nuanced, and I will reassure you and say that I do understand the gameplay is good. I agree. I'm not saying it's bad. It's a good game to play. I just don't want to focus on that here, because that's what everyone else has already told you, and they already told you it 1,000 times better than I could, because they are students of the art of gaming, unlike me. So if I ban myself from talking about gameplay, what else can I talk about? It's got to be art style, you'd think. But really, a lot of the important stuff there has also already been said. You can watch a lot of video essays talking about how TF2 was initially designed.
I think this is less true.
It's less true. There's a lot more you can still say about TF2's art.
Yeah,
I think
people have only scratched the surface and largely have only analyzed things like developer commentary and not like very deliberate decisions. You know, there's a lot more.
You're telling me, Zesty. You're telling me, Zesty.
Because I was going to, I said something. I said this, but like in my font video, I say that people talk about the art style, but only in broad terms. And I show these two videos and Zesty's team recognition.
He's right
video.
that there's the popular talking points though, like, oh, the silhouettes are so good, and the fucking guys have different faces, and you can tell them apart in the map.
Well, that's because that's like the first thing you see with a Google search: TF2 art style. Boom, you see silhouettes.
What he's saying is there's already people who have kind of worn out that subject in some sense as well. It's already sort of been scraped on.
Yeah, but
that's at a very surface level.
Not in depth, obviously,
Yeah.
in the way that they have with the gameplay, but
yeah, like I think this is a worse point to make about the art style because I think there are 3 videos that have any sort of notoriety, and then there are 2 on screen, and the one that Zesty made about team recognition. Those are the 3 videos I know of that have really gone in depth about why the art style is good, and in depth is kind of like the video Shonik made is 7 minutes long. The video below it is almost 10 minutes long. Obviously, Zesty's is, I think, a little over 20.
And I only talk about one small facet of the game's overall design, and that is color on the fucking characters. It's the only thing I talk about.
Yeah, and I talk about fucking fonts, which is a part of the art style. I don't really frame it that way, but I talk about the font design for almost for 10 minutes. But like you could do it more to death. I think that I don't think it has been done to death. I honestly think this is probably one of the more untapped things that people have talked about with TF2.
It is.
Okay,
but
cool.
he's just making the case that like a lot of the stuff with TF2's he's more so talking about the way that the art design interacts with the gameplay is something that people have talked about.
Seal Zebra super chatted $5.
At least that's how I interpret it.
No, I agree. I don't see people making videos about how the game's original environment art style is taken from real places in eastern Washington and New Mexico.
Thing is, the game has shifted away from that. Now it's about the Mercs visit Greece, or the Mercs go to Brazil. It's like it's not about the original settings and design elements anymore. Now it's all about whatever the fucking workshoppers can throw in there and make the game whatever the fuck they want it to be.
Effectively, every single facet of TF2's art design has been subverted or subverted at some point, I think. Almost all.
Well, I was actually going to make a case that because, like, the TF2, because you guys are talking about like how TF2's identity has fundamentally changed, right? I think the fact that it changed inverse proportionally to like YouTube going well, like people, the YouTube like scene progressed while TF2 in a lot of ways regressed. Therefore, a lot of the stuff that TF2 can be praised for, you kind of have to dig for it. It's not as apparent anymore if you actually play the game. Because you actually have to look for, like, oh, the developers were saying this, right?
Isn't that a shocking correlation? And it's one that's not, it's not just a correlation either, that, like, the downfall of TF2 is correlated with the rising up of YouTube and also streaming. And largely not a point that's pertinent to this video, but one that I think it's worth making is, and other people have noticed this as well, as gaming shifted away from creating a fun and unique experience to capture and engage an audience, it shifted from that to creating something marketable, something that can be easily streamed or had YouTube videos made out of, things that'll engage people at a marketing front and not like a fun front, an engaging front. And TF2 or Valve tried to force TF2 down that same slide by trying to warp it into compy esports slop. And it fucking killed the game as a result, or almost killed the game as a result. And so I think those two things very much go hand in hand, as Valve was leaning more into that, because they had their golden goose that was Counter-Strike, right? And that was already, and still remains, like one of the biggest esports in the world. And then Dota, of course.
I see people in the chat asking why Casual isn't here. I asked him, but he said he's probably sleeping right now. He said he'd probably be asleep right now because he lives some funky place, I think.
Alan, is that
Yeah.
earthquake? Yeah. Okay.
Someone says this is doomer, cynical, boomer brain rot. I can tell you're at least
Absolutely,
I can.
That's
I can
very
tell
true.
you're at least 15 years old. Like, there's no way that you
I mean,
experience.
I'm at
TF2
least
before.
15 years old.
What is
Like,
at least 15?
So you're at most 15 years old.
Okay,
There's
there we
no way.
I think this video is like genuinely really like miserable of a
You
watch.
started
so far,
playing the
honestly.
game in 2023. Of course, you lack the perspective and understanding of where this game used to be. All you know is fucking soldiers' forearms being thicker than his torso and the mercs flying around Brazil. You didn't experience the game back then.
I want to hear what he had to say. I want to hear him finish. I'm sorry. PurpleColonel. Yeah, because you didn't finish your thought.
I think this video so far has been kind of like miserable. I don't know if his goal is like to convince people, but if you want to like log on, make the video, and it's like front load it with like endless derision toward like stuff that people enjoy because they like care about the game's gameplay and stuff, as if that's like oh edge bug, as if it's like insane to like be interested in how a video game plays or something. I think it's just not the right strategy if you want to convince like sane normal people that this is like worth considering whatever point
I'm
he's
sorry to
planning
say
get
this,
to,
PurpleColonel,
hopefully
but
within the
art
fucking
is
next
suffering.
week.
Art is suffering. You're going to suffer through this video.
It's not, and until you're able to explain what that means to me, I'm not even gonna fucking debate you on it, okay?
Well, it's very self-evident, so frankly, you're just demonstrating your imbecility and not being able to understand it, which means it's not my job
Mr.
to educate
Rickelli,
you, PurpleColonel.
you're
It's not my job to educate you, PurpleColonel.
You're running a clown show, and you're the fucking main attraction.
What did I
okay?
do?
Well, PurpleColonel, this is a guy who knows the world of TF2, and you don't, so you should listen to what he has to say, I think.
Genuinely, PurpleColonel, I think that my take on this is I don't think CasualTF2 is making this video for people who play TF2. And what I mean by that is I don't think he's making it for the actual like audience of TF2, like the people who play I think he's making this for people like Zesty and Richter.
Pretty much.
I think that he's making this video for people who are very like ultra invested in the history and the state of this game. He is not
the growing like opposite side of the fucking TF2 culture war is the target audience, and that's
he's basically
this video. Wait, PurpleColonel. This video predates the TF2 culture war. This video is like one of the first.
If it's like inventing it, that's not any better.
If it created it. No, I think
it sort of did. It sort of did create the culture war in some sense. Like it had rippling effects for sure.
I think
absolutely not any better.
I think that it is not. I'm trying to be as because I think it is a problem with the video, like objectively speaking, that it is fucking phrased the way that it is. That I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt because I know that its audience is not like people who want to be engaged with the YouTube video. So I'm trying to like take it very critically and very like, or I'm trying to take it with a massive grain of salt because like
it's a series of thoughts. It's a conscience video.
It reads like a diary. It doesn't read like a YouTube video, and I'm trying to grasp that rather than actively criticize it for it because it's like
we haven't even let him make his first point yet. He's been explaining the points he's not going to make in the video, which is very funny. We're already mad. He hasn't explained what the video is going to be about yet.
PurpleColonel, if this is what you think Mahler sounds like, I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to say it. I did not want to say it because I love you, Lucid. I didn't want to say it.
This is not what Mahler sounds like, but if this is what he sounds like to you, I get it.
I remember at one point going in, and you remember in The Last Jedi, there's those fucking ships, right? And they drop the bombs out of the
Star
thing,
Wars.
right?
It's fucking Star Wars. I don't fucking care about Star Wars.
I remember the full...
Someone
went 6 minutes on that
PurpleColonel
wall.
doesn't want to fucking talk about TF2. He doesn't care about TF2. He wants to talk about fucking Star Wars. That's what he wants. That's what he came on here to talk about.
Someone brings up a really good point in the chat that I would like to acknowledge before we talk about Star Wars again.
Yeah, Zesty.
Someone said that caring about something and wishing for it to return to a better state is far more than just a culture war. And I also completely agree. I hate that people water it down into people like having to fucking fight each other and beat the shit out of each other. We just want the game to be treated better. We're not trying to incite violence against each other. We're just trying to demand for at least a modicum of fucking quality and just some care being put towards the game like it used to.
I'd say.
And respect, yes.
When you're like directly antagonistic, though, it becomes like a culture war, whether you like mean for it to be or not. And like God knows there's like endless amount of people on the other side who are happy to make it as antagonistic as possible as well. But
I'm
like,
gonna calm down a minute. PurpleColonel, what are you defining as the TF2 culture war? What is the culture war?
It's become like, oh, it's like Zesty and people who agree with Zesty and like fucking r/TF2 on the other side. Like that's just the case.
Well, RTF2 agrees with Zesty on a lot of shit, though. Like, his videos like regularly reach like the front page.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you actually even agree, though, for there to be a culture war. They can just be a shit fest anyway.
So the culture war, actually, Lucid, you did a video on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear Lucid. He needs to.
I wouldn't call it a culture war. I think that's a little bit hyperbolic. I think that it's like people associating politics with Zesty and whatever. I think that's like a separate thing. I think that there are two sides to the whole art style debate. I call them progressivists and traditionalists. Progressivists obviously being people who say the art style should evolve, the art style should change, it shouldn't have to adhere to what came before, it should be able to adapt. And obviously I don't think that's anyone on this panel who's at least on that end of the spectrum. But then there's traditionalists who are people like Zesty and Richter who were like the art style and whatever gets added to the game should strictly adhere to what came before, as closely
I don't
as
believe
possible.
that. I don't believe that, to be fair. I think the game is sort of a lost cause in that regard, and I think it's kind of silly.
I mean, like, you believe that it would be best if that had happened all the time, constantly.
Yeah, that's more accurate. I think the game would be in a better state if more respect was given to its original.
Yeah,
villain.
that's
no, I also completely agree, and not even like I don't even want to use the word strictly. I want just things to loosely adhere to how things were, like those deliberate rules with tone and theme and stylization, right? I just want at least some loose adherence to that.
Listen, can you run like a poll of the TF2 culture war so we can see who's winning? Can we see in chat?
I'll run a poll that asking about this is entirely a biased poll. It's a bad poll.
TF2 traditionalists and TF2. What was your language?
Progressivists. While you're making this poll, I want to point out you stated that fucking The Last Jedi is a 1 out of 10. Now, The Last Jedi is clearly it's a 4 out of 10 movie, but when it's good, it's like a 9 out of 10 for the like 30% that is good in that film. I think that's simply
Lucid. This poll just reads like it's a normal political poll. This reads like, who are you voting for, Trump or Kamala? That's like what that reads as. I'm not
okay,
gonna lie.
if someone's listening to a word we just said, it would be obvious what this is in reference to.
Somebody's gonna join and just vote for.
Someone took issue in my Discord. With the fact that I called them progressivists because they said progressive sounds too positive, and they're like soulless pieces of shit who don't care about the art style, so I shouldn't have called them that. And I thought that was kind of silly but really funny, and I wanted to say that.
I think progressivist is the right word because just because you're moving forward doesn't mean you're moving in the right direction.
Necessarily good. Also, damn.
You just had a bunch of donos.
Yeah, that was just kind of random. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Zesty 2032.
Yeah, I agree. Zesty should run for president, but all of his platforming positions.
Listen, and me is VP, and me is VP.
Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, they should only talk about Team Fortress.
Like part of me wishes that I was 10 years younger and like a half lobotomized, drug-addled, like soup brain Zoomer making these videos, just so like I had no emotion and no soul, so people didn't conflate anything I say with politics. It's so fucking annoying.
Zesty, would you let me be your VP? Could I be your VP when we run TF2?
Yeah, sure.
Run for president at Valve.
You heard it here, folks. We're announcing our campaign. We're going to hashtag bring back quick play. And
you'd make a better VP than several options that are in the real world even at this point. So
that's great. Sandy Panquake donated a 10 and said, "I just want a balance of new and old with a set of agreeable rules and morals to keep the game afloat. Don't we all?"
Lucid, I think your poll is a little.
And what's funny is like that's what I argue for. Like that's like the main thing I argue for is like just loose adherence. Like it doesn't have to be strictly 2007. Like just some standards.
Standards,
and that's it. But like even that is too much for people. And
Lucid, actually, I have a better way for you to run this poll that will be more polarizing and will result in less of it being skewed towards Zesty. Ask your chat if they would rather play 2024 TF2 or 2007 TF2.
I'm not asking.
No one was here.
It's gonna be.
No one was here. You can't.
Yeah, that's a much
this
worse
question.
poll.
I think that's the real question, though, and I think
that is the real question.
That is.
Thank you. That is the real question.
The thing is, here's the problem. So
please, Lucid, I'll cash out. I'll send you cash out money.
Okay, you can do that anyways. You can do ! donate, and you can just give me money. I don't really care. I'll do the poll though.
2007 is a weird place to put it because that's when like, oh, you can fucking turn invisible and still backstab a guy if you got him in the next like 5 seconds or whatever.
That cannot be true.
That was in one of these like shooting videos. Or something
PurpleColonel was wrong. Has been wrong about so much of old TF2. He said something the other day that was just totally wrong. He wasn't there, folks. He wasn't there. But I want to see that because that makes someone choose between the old whatever version of TF2 where they might not have their favorite hat or whatever, or the current one with all the bloat. And that's a more direct, it's polarizing. It'll force people.
I'm doing 2010 to 2014 TF2.
No Dragon's Fury versus has Dragon's Fury
versus 20. I don't know, fucking 2019 to now.
I feel like
every
that's already really.
But the Conga versus
actually
just the Conga.
2024 TF2. 3024 is
you completely
our year.
Changed it.
Oh god, 3024 is our year.
It's not going to be as accurate anymore.
Okay, first of all, I asked what you said, and you just kind of like. Whatever, it's fine.
I said 2007 or 2024.
I'm not. Why would I? No one was here.
No one.
Also, I thought you said 2017.
No, maybe I did. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah. See, everyone. This is a bad poll for similar reasons.
You just have to be lying to your what fucking weapons were added in like 2015. It's
not really
an untenable position that everyone should
pretty
know.
much everything that people use in the game right now is probably already in the game by 2014. That's why this is really not fair.
Yeah, there was the Love and War weapons, and then we had Jungle Inferno, and that was it.
Invasion had some neat shit. You can't play TF2 without the capper.
I missed a donation. Sorry, Seal Zebra super chatted $5. Thank you very much, and said there's always been culture wars in the TF2 community. 07 it was new fans versus classic fans. In 09 it was casual players versus bronies. In 2011 it was pay to play versus free to play, etc. I don't think those would count as culture wars
because they're all playing the same game, right?
Yeah, I agree.
They're all coming and agreeing upon enjoying and having the same experience.
Yeah, no,
that's not true with the TFC and TF2 guys, but the TFC guys just got left behind. So
yeah, I talked to them in that one video that I made. That was good. Anyways,
where'd you find them?
On the U.S. military base in Okinawa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. Unironically, I was shocked. I talked to so many fucking people there, and like three of the 13 people I interviewed were like, "Yeah, I played TF Classic. Didn't play the TF2, but TF Classic was
that
cool."
one's layman for babies because of its shitty art style. I remember that was like a prevailing opinion among large numbers of people back in the day. I feel like the appreciation it's gotten is almost more recent on like a larger scale. I think
if Half-Life looked like TF2, it'd be a better game.
I think if Half-Life looked like literally anything else, it would be trash.
I think we've reached beyond the area of reasonable discourse. We should continue this video.
For the record, I was joking. PurpleColonel.
I know.
I was really trying to keep a straight face.
I'm
I could
aware.
not do it. It was really hard.
Yeah.
TFC players in old Quake forums. Weird.
And anyone who voted for 2024 TF2 did not experience 2010 to 2014.
Yeah, but anyone who voted for 2010 to 2014 TF2 also didn't experience.
I already know that it doesn't matter. I already know it for a fact that anyone who voted 2024 did not play TF2 in 2010 to 2014. I just know that for a fact.
I agree with that for the most part. I think that's probably the case, but unless it's like somebody who got an item in the game. If I go back to 2010, I can't have my item in the game that I have.
Let it be known, we are almost 4 minutes in, at the 2-hour mark. God bless America.
It is known.
You know what? I thought having PurpleColonel on here was going to ruin it, but it's actually great to have the dissenting voice. Thank you, PurpleColonel. Salute to
Yes,
This
you.
is
walk in the
democracy in
background.
action.
You can like crawl.
All right, let's watch the video.
Guys, press one in
I'm
chat.
very
if,
cohesive.
Wait, no. Press one in chat if
I'm actually probably going to need to go for a bit. I might try to come back if I can.
This is
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Bye bye. I hope you
Yeah.
can return. Your
Yeah.
discourse
Damn, I
is
just
good.
praised him, but
Bye.
I just praised him. Now he leaves.
Okay.
It's over.
Is he gone? Is he leaving?
Nah, we'll see.
Oh, is he getting up and leaving? Oh, okay.
He muted.
All right.
Already been said. You can watch a lot of video essays talking about how TF2 was initially designed very cohesively and attentively. And that's true, but let's put a key emphasis on initially designed that way. Because the quality control has definitely totally just been fucked up and went crazy. And this was made clear in a nice funk video, which, oh my god, it came out 6 years ago. Can you believe that?
It's a good video. It's kind of sad that he said nuh-uh, but it's a good video.
Yeah, it's sad that he walked it back, and this goes back to like the point that Richter was trying to make earlier of like you used to have fun with this game, but now that you don't care, it doesn't matter to you anymore. And that's exactly what happened to Funk. He just stopped caring.
Yeah, I really like that video. That video and his video about specialists to a lesser extent are both so.
Oh, it's a compy video. Oh, I hate it.
I wasn't gonna say like I agree with it because that's not really my reason why I like funk, but I those videos are so well constructed and make like such points, like they're like compelling points that they are both of those videos bring up things that are discussed to this very day, and they were kind of first really they were first really popularized by Funk, and I think he deserves credit for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo.
I got nothing to add about Funk. God bless him and his family, but I don't know that man.
All right.
And then, let's say after the funk video, you watch that and you're like, oh, look at this. This is a good point. The art style is pretty important, and they're not really taking care of it anymore. Then you can go watch Spiky Mikey's new video. But he basically pushes back, saying that the art style is supposed to be.
Wait, have we watched? What?
That's one that we should watch because I like being angry at it.
I like how it sounds like he had a rant about Spiky Mikey's video there that he just cut out.
He just
That's
stopped,
what
he
it
just
sounds
cut
like.
it out. No, we might need to add that to the list of like controversial videos that we do on like episode 50 or whatever. I really want to do that like Richter, are you aware of this, like this idea that we've had for episode 50 where we go through all of the most controversial TF2 videos?
That'd be funny.
Like we just talk about like a bunch of the silly things that people have said that have gotten people all riled up.
No, you haven't told me about it before, but it sounds funny.
It would be good. I want to get like 10 people on. It'd be funny. We could all laugh.
Be relaxed, right?
We could all laugh at Uncle Dane saying that one thing that he said. It'd be great. Can't wait.
Supposed to be goofy, because that's in the DNA of TF2. And this brings me to two very important ideas. One, which is that if you're a person who is not viscerally disturbed by the desecration of TF2's art style, you're like that because if TF2 didn't exist...
Why did he say you're like that? Like, you have like a disease? It was just funny. Sorry.
Ideas.
Dramatic pause.
One, which is that if you're a person who is not viscerally disturbed by the desecration of TF2's art style, you're like that because if TF2 didn't exist, you'd just be playing Fortnite or Valorant or Overwatch or some other modern game that looks even goofier.
I agree.
Yes.
Two,
That point.
100%.
the whole reason the foundation of TF2 was any good in the first place is because it was created with immense discernment to the way it's designed. So when there's approval from the community about what does or doesn't look okay in the game, that's meaningless because the people don't know what's best for them. The people don't know. The original Valve devs know what's best for the people. That's the people.
Who left in 2013, who are all gone by 2013. I agree with them so much. Fucking Debbie Ang and Robin Walker and fucking Moby Frankie all were fucking out of the door in terms of TF2 by 2013, I'm pretty sure. So they were all, they all either left the company or went to other places, and that is why that's what I crack everything up to is, or I try to scale everything to is like, what would the original art team have thought about this based on what was in the game from 2007 to 2010 or maybe up until 12.
Thing is, if it was still the original guys, and then no cosmetics would have been added anyways, but they were looking to monetize the game, and then it was all over from that point moving forward.
I think that's not necessarily true. They had cosmetics in the time that those people were still actively working on the game, but I don't think it would have gotten as bad as it did.
Thing is, I think they had to because they were probably getting pressure from higher ups, like, okay, we want to monetize this game further. And so let's start putting in microtransactions, but they still gave them the freedom to, like, okay, only put things in the game that match your original vision. And then, like, as you said, as they left, then things just started going downhill because there was no longer anyone there to vet what was and was no longer appropriate. And I also disagree.
Are probably in their 50s and even fucking 60s, so they have to stop at some point and let a new generation take over. Well, that's one of the worst chat messages I've ever read on your stream. Listen,
I'm sorry.
They should. TF2's creators are too old to be able to dictate what TF2 should be. They need to be dead.
Isn't Moby Frankie like 40?
I actually don't know how old he is, but
he's a
I
younger
think that's
guy.
Also,
I think that's insane to be like, Lucid, you're 60, you can't control your channel anymore.
No, I think it's dumb for a different reason, actually, entirely. I think it is possible that, like, you could grow out of touch with what you made 4 years ago or whatever, right? I don't think TF2's reached that point, but hey, who knows, right? That doesn't change, though. That doesn't change the fact that, like, things should adhere to the original art style. All you have to do is read. If you are a creator who makes something and then passes it on to new people, it is probably your responsibility to make a universe Bible. And, like, people like Tolkien has done it. I think J.R.R. Martin has done it with his stuff. A lot of people have done it. It's very important because when you give your universe, George Lucas did it. Didn't make a fucking difference. Don't know why Star Wars keeps coming up. If you want people to respect the vision that you had, it is important that you explain to them what that vision is in your terms. And if that existed and was publicly available to the community for TF2, we might be in a slightly different place. Maybe. Just a little bit.
Maybe.
Or if it was something that the people who put the cosmetics had to adhere to, you know? Like, if these were things that if this was a thing that was in place, that would change the age requirement, the imaginary age requirement.
I really love the language that Casual used here. TF2 is designed with what was the word he said? It was immense discernment as to the way that it's designed.
Yeah.
And that is just not the case with 90% of the content added to this game since like 2015.
Yeah.
And something else, and one point that I think one of only one or 2 points I disagree with Casual in here is that I think people can very easily understand and see when something does not fit TF2's original style.
Yeah.
I think most people can look at, like, the teddy bear on the shoulder, or like the giant, or like the fucking Jack in the Box hat for Soldier, and then juxtapose that against, say, I don't know, what's like I don't know, like the backbiter's billycock, right? You put those two things together, right? And very clearly one of these things belongs and one doesn't. You may not be able to fully articulate as to why, but to use a food analogy, you can very easily tell when your steak is burnt or overcooked, right? You know when something should not be there, even though you can't articulate it like the person who made it can.
Yeah, I think that the community itself could probably come up with if there was an effort made by a group of people who give a shit. I think that the community could make a set of commandments that would make that cosmetic creators could follow in order to have, in order to make a cosmetic that fit TF2's original art style. I think that would probably be beneficial, although I know that Richter would be like, oh, it's too little, too late, yada yada yada. I think that there's some value in that. I also disagree. I was going to mention that that's why I started to say because I was also going to say, like, I don't think that the TF2 creators are the only people who could ever add something to the game in a way that made it accurate.
I don't think that's the only reason, but or that's the only way that can be done. But I think that you have to be trying to emulate their level of discernment.
And you can, and I think people can.
I think
you can, but has that been what's happened? Has that been
Oh, absolutely not, because no
not.
one at Valve has cared to even a remotely close degree since 2016, really.
I mean, they let loose the standards themselves a little bit.
Ultimately, they had to, right? Because they had to find some kind of middle ground within Valve to like, okay, we want to monetize this game further, but we want to retain what makes TF2 so special. They found that middle ground with like the first waves of loot boxes, and then as things got more loosey goosey. The original people who worked on TF2 moved on, so there wasn't anyone there to vet what is and is not appropriate. You had some people still there, likely around, going like, yeah, this is probably okay, this is probably not, but things just got worse and worse and worse as time went on. And they leaned harder into the monetization and not the preservation, and yeah.
There's a clip of the art director saying that he hopes that when they add hats to this game, it actually helps the team recognition.
Oof. Yikes.
Shame.
I actually could send you that, Lucid, but
do you know how like insane, this is kind of tangentially related, you know how like wild the TF2 community would get if Zesty said like, hey, if like in Zesty's team recognition video he said, hey, if your colors have this amount of saturation, because you can like quantify that, then they shouldn't be in the game under any circumstances. Like, do you know how everyone would lose their mind more than like most things that Zesty says? Like that would go crazy.
Even though that's something that should be objectively true. Like, you should not have hyper-saturated lime green and pink inside of TF2. Like, there's very clear design reasons why you don't have saturated colors.
People, especially artists, don't like rules. And like
no,
in general,
you're exactly right.
And well, I was gonna say in general, in art where, in like general art, right? That's like fine. Like if you're making your own painting, you know, whatever, that's cool. That's all good and well. But like if once you start getting more specific than that, like if you start making like hyper realistic anatomical drawings of frogs, they should probably look like frogs. Like
the thing is with what you say, like artists don't like boundaries, but they should try to endure the same boundaries that this isn't a case where someone is making a new piece.
Well, no, that's
They're
what I'm
adding on
saying.
to a piece that already exists.
That's what I was leading to.
I'm sorry then, Lucid.
No, it's all good. I was just saying like the TF2, like, you know, the anatomy of frogs is a thing that has a predetermined way it should be. And just because it's a video game,
that's an interesting analogy.
Well, because I was just saying, like, if you're gonna go
that's the point he's making. Yeah,
if you're gonna go in and say, oh, I'm gonna draw hyper realistic, you know, anatomical drawings of frogs, you need to they need to look like frogs and they need to be accurate anatomically to real life. In the same way, TF2 is something that has a pre-established like set of rules for how it should be done, and if that isn't adhered to, that is bad. There's no if and buts about it.
No, yeah, and this goes to like a point that I've made in multiple videos is like when you're making content for TF2, if you're not adhering to the specific tones and themes and stylization that TF2 went through, you're going to make something that doesn't fit in and sticks out like a sore thumb and is ugly and doesn't look correct in the context of the game. And so this is I've now lost the point that I wanted to make because I waited too long, but for some reason I thought that was worth saying. I don't remember why.
I'm glad. Shall we continue?
Yes.
Also, whoever in chat said that me saying that artists having boundaries, they like that's something.
Right. That's what I want to say. You reminded me, right? And the whole idea of like artists don't like rules, and that's why I personally get a lot of kickback, because the people who are making content for the game, they used to adhere to those stylistic themes and rules because they had Daddy Valve only accepting things that fit within those rules. But then as they started loosening their control and loosening, then they started adhering to whatever Valve was picking, which was, you know, in my opinion, mostly nonsense, garbage, and slop. And so when those rules were lifted, they now have the liberties to make whatever the fuck they want. And then here I swoop in and say, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be adhering to these limitations, and limitations breed creativity. It doesn't stifle it. That's why they get really mad at me. And also it hinders their money-making abilities, because if I say I don't like something, then it's like they freak out and think they're not going to get a paycheck, but that's a different issue entirely.
In other words, what Casual just said, which is that sometime in the last few years, the art style definitely got all fucked up and reared, and quality control fell off a cliff. Whatever
it went completely out the window after Meet Your Match, or really after Jungle Inferno, I should say at Jungle Inferno is when it got probably like when things just went completely out the window.
Nice.
I think they were already working on loosening it for a while before then.
Someone in chat just called me a demon. I'm not really a messiah. I'm apparently to this kid, I'm a demon that tells, shows, and otherwise communicates why TF2 is messed up and what can save it.
I don't know.
Apparently,
what
that's a new one. Apparently, I'm a demon.
I don't even think
Jesus.
I don't even think that person means it negatively.
It's a little odd, yeah. It's like he's a demon who gives you blowjobs. Like, well, it's kind of awesome. I don't know what you mean. That sounds like a good thing.
I have been called many things, but a demon is a new one.
I think that you are cool.
Okay.
I think you're cool
Because
too.
the people don't know what's best for them. The people don't know. The original Valve devs know what's best for the people. That's why they're the ones who make the games. And that's why they made a really beautiful game called Team Fortress 2. And so my point is that if you take Super Kenny TF2 or some other Zoomer YouTuber who tolerates all the disrespect
Is that a real person?
No, it's a joke.
Okay.
that has been done to the original art style, if you put them in charge of making something beautiful, they're going to lack that critical discernment that's necessary to actually do it.
Yeah, the rules.
Yeah.
The restrictions by which breed creativity.
Yeah. I agree.
Yes, the restrictions that breed creativity, to give a more grammatically correct statement, because I fucked up my words.
I also agree with Sandy Panquake's donation. That is all.
Because if you just make a game comprised of what the people want and what the people ask for, you just whore out for cash, you're going to end up with games looking exactly like how they look now, which is cluttered with goofy transactionable items that have no theme.
I agree.
And there are a lot of people that are totally fine with this. In fact, I would say nowadays, a majority, I don't know how large of a majority, but a majority of people who play online multiplayer games with microtransactions think that this type of just incoherent mess for style and what have you, they think this is totally okay.
Yeah, no.
And to me, it's and for me, it's like one of the biggest turnoffs with modern games. Is like that's why I don't touch modern multiplayer games with a 1,000-foot pole, is because it's just this big blob of commercial garbage.
Someone in chat says Richter should make more videos about old school TF2. Do you really think I should do that? I want to do it, but I feel like nobody will watch them.
Richter, I think you should make videos about whatever you think is good.
Well, yeah, that's probably true. I do need to make videos about stuff that can make money, though, because I'm a YouTuber now.
Well, no, I feel that. It's just like you should also make videos that you like want to make, you know.
Yeah, I've been doing that on the second channel. Anyway, I didn't mean to make that about me. I was just very flattered that someone was like,
guys, Richter's a
specifically
narcissist.
saying they wanted to work from me. I'm not. No, that's not real.
I walked in and
Richter
said,
over
"Wow,
time
what
is the biggest narcissist, and we call him Narcissist Richter, Anarchy Richter.
Zesty,
You know him, you love
can
him.
you do
I walked
an
in, I said,
appraisal of
"What a good
character about me?
narcissist."
Can you do an appraisal of character about me to dispel these disgusting rumors? Well, how would you characterize me? You've known me for a couple of years now.
I think you're just a nice guy that really likes video games, and that really shows in your content. I mean, just to put it as simply as possible, I think Richter, people people demonize Richter in a way that's just not deserved at all. It's silly.
This reminds me of the image of Obama putting the medal on himself.
What's that? What do you mean? He said that about me. I would say the same thing about Zesty, to be fair.
I know.
Thank you,
No,
Zesty. That's very
I know,
nice. You
that's
could have
why-
just been like, yeah, Richter, he's fucking rapes people in Gmod. You could have done that, but you didn't. So thanks. I appreciate that.
That's good. Grifter Slopper time is on the street.
I saw that in
Grifter
chat
slopper
earlier,
time.
and I just was looking at it. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? Somebody really hates me.
No, people.
like a very
I have heard
mean thing to call
multiple
someone.
people call you that, like, unironically, or at least I think it's unironic.
How am I? It doesn't like grifting involve like a deceit. Like, what am I deceiving people about? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Richter.
Grifter.
So Richter, grifting implies that you're intentionally saying something in order to get people to believe it and give you money.
Yeah.
Regardless if you yourself believe it or not.
Yeah.
So like, okay, whatever. I don't know. They're gonna call me Grifter Overtime. It's over, but it's actually not the worst thing I've been called. Someone called me Rectum Overweight, and that was way more. That was way more destructive. So if you want to piss me off, don't call me Grifter because I don't really care. But
Call me
Rectum Overweight, I was
Rectum
just fucking
Overweight.
owned. I
That's
was
good.
really owned from that. So
That's really.
that's my
really
new
good.
kryptonite. I just gave that up for free. I probably shouldn't have, but
Oh, that's
Rectum
funny.
Overweight is crazy. Sphincter Overwatch.
This is gross.
Sphincter Overwatch.
We are children laughing at this shit.
Sphincter Overwatch
Oh
is great.
god.
I might change your name in the Discord to Sphincter Overwatch.
Oh god.
If you were to put an image of like TF2 concept art and an image of a sexy anime babe side by side to each other and show this to Zoomers and you say, hey, pick one of these, 9 out of 10 times they're probably going to pick the anime babe. That's what the gamer Zoomer wants.
This is exactly what has happened with the game's quality control. This is exactly what has happened to the game's
Yes.
fucking cosmetic.
It's a really good analogy because, like, you put, say, like, I don't know, the skull cap on the soldier, and you juxtapose that against the fucking banana hat dyed hot pink. A lot of people are going to pick the fucking hot pink hat.
What are they going to be excited for more? Like a pop culture reference, like the MF Doom hat, or just like another coat for medic? Like, which of those are they going to be more excited by? Which are they more likely to thumbs up on? And then whoever's fucking managing the game just mindlessly throws it in. That's exactly what's happening with TF2's content. I don't think that's even what he's talking about, though.
And an image of a sexy anime babe side by side to each other and show this to Zoomers and you say, hey, pick one of these. 9 out of 10 times they're probably going to pick the anime babe. That's what the gamer Zoomer wants, right? And that's why games don't look like this anymore, and they look like this now. Because we're listening to what the people want, okay?
That was a bad example from Overwatch. You could have picked so many other examples that are much
You
better.
just show the clip of Nicki Minaj running through fucking Call of Duty.
Zesty,
Just show that.
You just said, oh, Mercy's hot, though. As if that doesn't prove exactly what he's saying, that you people...
Yeah, but I don't play Overwatch, so it's okay.
You're one of the people... Oh, yeah, but you like jerk off to the
Hey,
anime.
hold on. I'm going to find an image that's better. Because
Just
any
of the promo art. Get like the shitty cat guns. What were like the awful cat guns you were dying about not too
I can
long
find
ago?
no, I'm talking about like an image of Overwatch that's better because like
Or like Fortnite, I don't know, something.
Like hold on, this is a good image.
Like get a screenshot from Fortnite where it's Keanu Reeves standing next to Goku, standing next to Optimus Prime, standing next to Naruto, all holding different hammers and sickles and whatever the fuck other shit they put in that game. I don't know.
This isn't even as bad as it could be, but this is like fucking screen vomit. Like if you don't know what any of the things on screen mean, this is fucking disgusting to look at. And this is without the outlines that the characters have. I don't even know where those are. This might be beta footage, but there's normally outlines on these characters, which makes them stand out even more. And it's fucking gross. I hate the way Overwatch looks.
Yeah, go play Valve's new game, Deadlock, and you'll have an even worse experience with the visuals.
See, the fact that people are saying it doesn't look that bad might be part of the problem a little bit.
This shot does not look that bad.
It looks a little awful. Why do they put PNGs of up arrows to represent the fact that you're being damage boosted, Alan? Why is that there?
So
Why'd they do
this
that?
is so potent. This image on the screen, this frame. I don't know if it changed for you guys, but
No,
just
it's here.
the scout grayed out and like, oh, the cute anime. That's like 90% of the internet thinks this way, and they'll just like never admit it.
Chat, I'm saying outlines are bad. What the fuck?
Did you put the video back on the stream?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the gamer Zoomer wants, right? And that's why games don't look like this anymore, and they look like this now.
Are you sure?
Because we're listening.
What do you mean? Oh,
Are
fuck.
you sure?
No, sorry, my bad.
Did you do this thing?
I was looking at it on the transition. I'm sorry, my bad.
To what the people want, okay? So a big part of the reason why a complete noob like me was drawn into this game when I first played was because it had a tone like this. Now, of course, you can still find this same thing nowadays if you load up the game, but it's not quite as likely, right? There's also a chance that you're going to boot up TF2 for the first time, that same equivalent noob mindset that I had, but then they're going to get an experience like this.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm hearing all the conjectures and people saying, oh, well, casual, TF2 was always crazy. It was always silly. What about modded servers and Gmod videos that existed from the beginning?
I hate that so much. I hate when people
Let him
use
say what he has to say
justify
about it.
silliness. I hate it.
No, but you don't
Let him say what he has to
understand.
say.
People, wait, can we talk about it a little bit? Can we have a conversation about the difference between like goofy, wacky, XD random and like natural comedy? Like slapstick humor. Like slapstick humor isn't XD random. I don't understand where this conflation comes from.
Well, just look at the like there was nuance to how the characters in TF2 were written to like comically interact with each other. That's a lot different than like I'm a banana. Duh!
Well, like it's the same. Like there's natural humor to be found in like teabagging someone in a video game or watching someone get teabagged. Like, but that you wouldn't say, oh, a game's Call of Duty's wacky and silly. Like it's just like there's sometimes there are games that lend themselves more to things being funny.
Like, people call TF2 wacky and silly only because of the shit that's been put in the game to make it look wacky and silly, when it's just all been garbage, it's been layered on top, and it's not the inherent
they love
quality
to
of the
bring
game.
up the comic series the mainline comic series that started like
It's not
7
even
years after
relevant.
the game came out.
It's not
They
relevant.
love to bring out what happened in that and all the retcons, and it's like, man, you don't.
It's
get
not
it.
even. Well, no, it's not even relevant.
Like people can't comprehend a world where TF2 was more grounded. It's like insane.
Well, like you can say like. The fact that fucking the anime cat girl gun is in Modern Warfare 3 doesn't retroactively make the original version of Modern Warfare 3 less grounded by comparison.
Yeah, and it's
But
so-
that's the arguments people make, which is ridiculous
No, I
for
know.
TF2.
It's
People genuinely
bad.
think this. Like, they think because you can have a banana on your head that, oh, they've always had bananas on their head.
and that's the insane
All
thing
right.
is just like,
Okay.
oh, what's up?
I need to address, because I think we have new people. Chat. People in chat telling us to play the video. If you want to watch the video, go watch the video. You don't have to be here. We are going to pause the video to talk about when the guy says things. That is the way this show works. If you don't like the format, that's fine. This is not the show for you. We are going to yap. We are going to tangent. This is the way in which the show works. We are not going to sit here like this and not say anything for 30 minutes and then talk about the video. Fuck all of you who are telling us to do that. You're wanting us to steal this person's video just for your entertainment. Go watch the video yourself. It's right there in the top in this part of the screen. You can watch CasualTF2's video yourself. Okay?
You should. Good video.
And you should probably.
Give me my Hassan stream.
One of these days, I'm just gonna pull up to EFAP with a fucking Zesty Jesus video. I'm just gonna sit here like this.
I give you permission just to do that.
Be like, hey guys, we're gonna watch this video. And at the end, I'm just gonna go, it was really cool, and then I'm gonna like go play fucking Minecraft or some shit.
Or don't even say that. Just say something completely unrelated, like I'm gonna go get pizza. And just leave.
Just leave. Anyways, I just wanted to address that because we have more people here. Anyways, there we go. That's how I feel.
And, you
Yeah.
know, I'm hearing all the conjectures and people saying, oh, well, casual. TF2 was always crazy. It was always silly. What about...
Oh, that was what I was going to say before Lucid interrupted me. It's so weird to me when I hear like a retort to like, oh, I wish that this was designed a little bit more intelligently or like more in line with how it was. People always sound off with like, you mean the game with the bananas and bonus ducks? Do you really think that game is not silly, dude? And it's like, it's insane to me that that's TF2's identity to you, is the game about fucking bananas. Like, that's like depressing, because those people genuinely do believe that's what makes the game special, is that it has nonsense about like wizards and like bananas and shit. That's insane to me. You think
No,
that's
I know,
what made the
and-
game
and-
successful?
Well, that infuriates me as well, because they think that is the game. They never experience the game without these things, and that's like they lack that perspective.
Did you know that TF2 on launch didn't have fucking bananas and bonus ducks? Did you know that? Did you know it didn't have wizards? It didn't even have women in it outside of the announcer. Did you know that?
No bonus ducks?
No bonus ducks?
And I guess the idea is just like I guess the idea is that version of the game just sucked to those people. They never get to play it. They have no reverence for it. They don't. It's like whatever. The game.
Well,
I
this goes back to Casual's point, where like they don't care. Like if TF2 didn't exist, these would be the same people that would just be playing Overwatch or would just be playing Fortnite or something, or Call of Duty with all of its cosmetics and shit. They don't actually care about the game.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it does sort of
servers
lend
and-
itself to like a bitterness though, because I found myself like looking back on old updates that I liked mindlessly as a child, and now I kind of have to look at them cynically, which is the unfortunate thing of like having to look back. Somebody on Twitter or Reddit or something, I remember a while back, said that it's sort of the equivalent of like not noticing over the course of like 7 years that you've gained 200 pounds, and then you look at and see an old photo, and like, oh fuck, I guess I gained 200 pounds over the last like 10
Yeah,
years.
I feel the
didn't
exact
notice.
same way.
I didn't realize it was this bad, and now you have to go back and like even think about how when you were a little kid you were eating chocolate cake and how you shouldn't have been doing that, even though that was like a happy moment in your life back then. It's sort of depressing to do that, but I think it is necessary to be real about it. You know?
No, I completely agree. And like, you don't really notice it until you go back and look at these things and go, oh fuck, right? Because like that's something people get after me for, is like, oh well, you were enjoying all these updates back then. It's like, yeah, because I really wasn't paying attention, and only in recent years when things have gotten so bad.
Also, because back then it seemed like there was someone back then. It seemed like there was somebody already working to ensure the art style was going to stick around, and that's obviously not here anymore. So it's like back then it wasn't my job. I didn't think it needed to be anybody's job to do that. I thought the devs would take care of it.
Yeah,
so now,
and like for me, and for me, the turning point was when we got. Just like when Valve literally squirted a box into the game full of shit you can get from an Oriental trading catalog, I'm like, okay, what's going on? And that's when I started looking back at all the older shit and going, oh, what happened? Right?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I didn't really start paying attention until I noticed that in the 2021 winter update, because kind of leading up until that point, I wasn't paying all that much attention because I was paying more attention to the game than I was enjoying for fun and what have you after I was done with work and what have you. But then it's like when I saw that, I'm like, oh, here we go.
Nice.
Gmod videos that existed from the beginning. And I'm going to say, okay, but no. So just because TF2 is a good medium for humor, and also, by the way, a whole host of other earnest expressions and emotions besides humor, that doesn't mean that it is what TF2 was designed to be.
People who say, sorry, Oriental Trading Catalog, people don't remember that?
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god, I am that old. Jesus. No, Oriental Trading Catalog was a catalog you'd get in the mail, and it was full of like party favors and toys that you can buy in bulk, and it was all made in China. So,
oh, is that real?
Yeah, yeah. Like I know you can't say Oriental anymore, but that's what this was.
That's wild. I had no idea.
And so like you would get this magazine in the mail, and like it was literally full of like little funny goofy hats and little toys you put in goodie bags and candy and piñatas and shit like that. Yeah. So that's why I can.
I haven't even heard of this.
Do people really think that there's no like symbolic loss, like even an intangible one when you change the foundational values of a game or a piece of any art? Like, do people not realize that does something? I feel like they have to, and maybe I'm just getting in over my head a little bit.
I just don't think they care, man. I really don't think they care. It seems
like they don't care, but like think about like, and this is something I realized. Like the original vision of TF2 is this. It's an antiquated setting, right? It's the 1960s. The game's made in the 2000s. Even at the earliest point of TF2's development, like 1998 or 1999 or so, it was already an antiquated setting. So you think about that, this antiquated technology, this antiquated setting, and you think about the hotness of the Badlands, the setting they chose of New Mexico, the scorching desert. And I just think back to the fact that the art director grew up in St. Thomas in the Caribbean. And I think about how, if you've ever been out of the country, I haven't, this is something that people I know have told me, is when you go to those lesser developed areas, it almost feels like you're traveling back in time. They use antiquated technology. And I think about that and the fact that, obviously, the Caribbean is a very hot place to live. And thinking about how those factors, intentionally or unintentionally, probably unintentionally, but either way, those are reflected in TF2's setting. The upbringing of the person who created TF2's art design is reflected in the setting of the game itself. And people don't see the symbolic weight that happens when you decide that the game, it takes place in Brazil now. Like that there's something being lost there, no? Or am I fucking crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy at all. I honestly completely agree, because it loses a lot of its grounding when suddenly you can now be thrust into a world or an environment that TF2 is not meant to take place in. Like you can just look at Embargo, the map we just received, and then go back and look at fucking, I don't know, the map he's playing on right now. Two completely different environments. One that looks like it fits TF2.
I like Barn Blitz. I like that map. That's one
like
of the
Barn
better
Blitz.
examples.
The thing is, Barn Blitz I like too. I'm not saying Barn Blitz is bad. I'm using Barn Blitz as like the example of like that is a TF2 looking map, whereas Embargo is not.
That's true.
And listen, no one is saying that it was good for the merge to go to Egypt. Like there were other mistakes in the game that look really odd and out of place. Egypt is absolutely one of them.
Egypt is
Egypt
rough.
Egypt and Lakeside were very strange picks in the earlier days of the game, but they were very few and far between.
Yeah.
There's no snow in the Badlands Desert. Have you heard of the winter season?
Lol.
It snows. It does snow in the Badlands Desert of America. Trust me, it gets very cold.
You guys can keep playing the video. I have to do something.
All right.
Okay.
Onwards.
And I'm not saying that TF2 can't be silly. It obviously has humor baked into the characters from the very beginning. But you have to see the core point here, which is that TF2 really is a well-designed structure. So
Oh my God.
you can
Zesty, I
tear
have a
the
real
wallpaper
question.
down of
That's
this
a really good question.
I had in my fucking TF2, what was it called? Saxton Hill in the art style video. I reiterated this metaphor the Casual gives here about pissing on the floor and then deciding that the house was built to be pissed on because it didn't collapse. I reiterated that in my Saxton Hale video, and then I noticed you also reiterated it in one of your videos. So my question is, did you reiterate it because of him, or did you watch my video? I know you watched my video. Did you reiterate it from me reiterating it from him? Because
No, it
that's
was from
very
Casual.
funny if you did.
No, it's Casual.
I think that's really funny that both of us independently use this metaphor. It was so potent. It was so beautiful.
Yeah,
He's
it
very
was
poetic
really,
in the way
really
he talks sometimes.
It was really, really well posed. It's like the perfect way to describe
really
it.
good. Are you back, Lucid?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. I had
You
to
got to
take
hear
care of
this
something.
beautiful metaphor.
No, I heard what he said. I heard what he said. I just had to do something a little bit.
of this building. You can paint it blue. You can fill it with mid-century modern furniture. You can destroy it. You can desecrate it. You can trash it. You can host an epic house party. You can dress it up a million different ways because its foundation is very good and carefully conceived. So when you have this whole, TF2's got to be allowed to be silly and it should have lime green hats. This is like you pissing on the floor and then you're like amazed that the house is still intact. And then you say, wow.
People in chat are calling me a thief. I said I reiterated it. I did credit CasualTF2 when I used this quote in the video.
As did I. Me
and Zesty both did, so stop calling me thief through overtime. It's not accurate. And with that, I'm going to stop looking at chat because you guys are going to tick me off. Okay?
Oh.
It's such a good fucking metaphor, too.
It's so good. It's beautiful.
Perfectly explains why people don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. It's actually an insanely good metaphor.
It is a very good metaphor. Yeah, it is really, really good at illustrating the
I don't even think we've let him. I don't think we've even let him make it yet.
He said unless he has more. Sorry.
It's almost like this house was created to be pissed on.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was the end. Yeah.
It's almost like the house was made to be pissed on. Yeah.
Yeah. I described it differently in my art style video where I was talking about like, imagine if there was a painting made by a very like esteemed painter, and then eventually the painter said, I want to do something special with this painting. I wanted to have a legacy beyond myself, so I'm giving it to a group of people. And this group of people who did not make the painting will then democratically decide who gets to add like one drawing to the painting. And then there's like cultures that develop around the painting that explain that, like, some of them want it to be how the original guy made it, some of them want it to be different. They think that the art should be progressed, and that's how I like set up the progressivist traditional stuff. It kind of illustrates a different point, but it reminded me of that metaphor because I was really proud of it. Yeah,
and it was good.
I really like this one though. The house was made to be pissed on is a really good line. That's the best part of the video so far. Dare I say it?
And things have really changed.
And yeah, the workshop is by no means democratic. It was just an example that Lucid was using.
Yeah, no, the workshop is not democratic. I forget.
Yeah,
I don't know if I said democratic in the
choose.
video. Yeah, no, I don't think I said democratic in the video. But it was just like the people decide. Basically, was the point.
Well, votes do matter, but there are other factors that go into whether or not something is chosen. It's not just votes.
Yeah. Yes.
Too. It's crazy that when I first started playing TF2, January 2012, TF2 in context to the other FPS games then was the silly game. It had the really loose and wild art style, which essentially back then just meant that you had non-camouflage colors. But then when you compare TF2 of then to the tone of newer games, the old TF2 seems mature in comparison, which
I agree.
Very true.
I agree with this.
Again, just compare what you're looking at now on your screen, even this modern snapshot of TF2. Compare this to Call of Duty, Modern Warfare right now. Just compare it.
Yeah, I think that I agree. I also think it's really interesting because like I don't think people would agree with this if they haven't researched the art style, because if you look at TF2's community and how the community portrays TF2, it doesn't give this idea at all. It gives the idea that TF2 is like the same amount of wacky, sometimes more wacky than the games that are out today, which isn't really an accurate portrayal of TF2 at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Just no. Just a simple no. Yeah.
But what does Alan think about it?
What?
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm zoning out.
I'm proud of
losing
you.
it.
It's all good.
which is strange, but that's also the genius of it. It was cartoony enough back then that, you know, kids' eyes wouldn't glaze over and they'd just see another military shoot 'em up game. They'd be like, oh, some color, some cartooniness, cool. But it was also carefully constructed and subdued enough that there's a hope that it could resonate with the special thing deep inside some of these noobs called having taste.
That is a good way. It's a good way.
Yeah.
Really good
It's
line.
like-
Yep.
It's like the idea. It's like the idea that like the old kids show that you liked as a kid, and you go back to as an adult and you notice all the things that you didn't notice when you were a kid, and you're like, holy shit! It's like watching Lion King now. It's like, oh my gosh, those hyenas are goose stepping.
That's how I feel about it. Like very seriously, it's like
Yeah.
I'm looking back on TF2 and watching this show that I on a surface level I really enjoyed TF2 as a kid. Coming back as an adult and looking back, it's like watching a show you really liked and seeing how it got worse over time.
Yeah.
Like Family Guy or something.
Yeah, no, that's how I, and that, well, not minus the getting worse over time part, because I wasn't there to play TF2 back in 2015, but I was watching videos about, I've been watching videos about it since like 2014, 2015, and even then it's kind of like I watched the show, and then I went back as an adult and engaged with the show better, you know, because I actually can play the game now, and I notice all the things that I didn't notice before, and I get to appreciate it more now, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, no, I agree with this this analogy. This is kind of how I feel about De Blob. I don't want to tangent too far into this because that doesn't apply to literally anyone else here, but De Blob has a very very well-defined art style that the devs cared a lot about, and the second game kind of pisses all over it in a lot of ways. Not entirely, not as bad as, you know, TF2's being pissed on now, but like it kind of saddens me a little bit. But, you know, no one cares about that because no one cares about De Blob. It's a very sad day for America.
I think people generally are okay to decent at knowing the things that they like. But I think a lot of times we're confused about why we really like the things that we do.
True.
Mm-hmm. So, for example, in TF2, I think there's a lot of people who just enjoy TF2 in the same way that they would enjoy any other game, and that's great. But for the people who've been touched on a deep level by the atmosphere and the experience of TF2, and they don't find that connection with any other game, I'm going to argue it's because most other games don't create this kind of connection. TF2...
Zesty, there's something weird going on with your mic.
Hold on. We're back.
No. Should you mute him in case he says something crazy?
Well, he's just gonna start saying the N-word or some shit. What?
No, I don't know. I don't want him to like go talk to his mom or something.
Like,
I don't
oh
know.
no,
Yeah,
Zesty might say something crazy if you.
No, what I mean is to protect Zesty's privacy. I didn't know if he knew that we could hear stuff.
No, yeah, my mom likes to have her cell phone on speaker.
Look, and I was right. It was his mom.
That was a wild read. Also, yes, De Blob 2 is a good game. It's just not the masterpiece that the first game is. Chat, thank you, very cool.
What Casual's saying is very real. I think people weren't touched by TF2. A lot of people weren't. They didn't. It didn't strike a chord with them like it did for people like Zesty and me or you, Lucid.
I wish that PurpleColonel was here to have this conversation, because I know he has very strong. I don't know, but I can intuit that he has very strong opinions about this. But I agree. I don't think most people know, like, past a very surface level. I don't think most people know why they like things, like, especially when it comes to art. Like, I don't think people, like, if you ask someone to explain to me, like, what about the construction of...
Well, I can hand over some of like what PurpleColonel told me earlier, but like, he likes to make this point that like if you were to listen to me and Zesty, right, that you'd wind up alienating 85% of the TF2 community. And to me, that's like a very funny point to make because yeah, I do think about 80, like probably 80% of TF2's online communities probably don't entirely know what makes the game good. I don't even entirely know what makes the game good. I'm not a fucking artist. I'm not a gameplay technician. So it's weird to me to make that point and be like, well, the majority of people don't get it, so you shouldn't try to get it, and you shouldn't try to respect it. That's a weird point to me. I don't know if that makes any sense, but...
Well, if that's what he said, I don't think that... I wouldn't agree with it. I think
it'd be great if he was here to explain, to elaborate on that in his words, because I can only do him so much justice, but...
Well, I'm of the opinion that, like if we talk about, you know, Zesty can establish... Zesty at the beginning of his team recognition video does this kind of well, where he establishes, here's the color palettes that the team colors use. You can find these on establish the standard, basically. If we can establish a standard for what TF2's art style should look like, and then we and then I point out, hey, this doesn't fit that standard, then there is no argument. Assuming we agreed to what TF2's art style should look like, there's no argument that the banana cosmetic should be in the game. The yellow's too saturated, and also it doesn't fit XYZ design rule that we established or whatever, right? And I think that's what we're all just trying to do. We're all just trying to say like, hey, these are the rules that we based off of the developers' past interactions with the game, their past development of the game. We can establish these rules, and if we follow these rules, then XYZ should be true. That's all we're trying to do, and I don't think it's very difficult to do that. It's just that if you were to ask, like, the average person to do that, they have never... most people do not think about that. And that's not a bad thing, necessarily. I don't want to make it sound like everyone's stupid, but most people do not seem to consider why things in art are constructed the way that they are, especially when it comes to video games and like movies, because a lot of people see them as just entertainment, nothing more, but there's an artistic element that's kind of lost when you're talking about a game like TF2 that I think a lot of people don't really care about, which is kind of unfortunate. Also, I'm sorry, Weezy. The banana hat is not why the art style is dead.
It is a very large symptom.
It's not the reason.
It's a very large symptom of it being dead.
I think actually Weezy is the reason why TF2's art style is failing.
Yes, completely agree. Fuck you, Weezy. How dare you?
Yeah. Zesty, do you think it's worth making a video that's just like an extreme, not a dilution? What's the word I'm looking for? Like a condensed statement about the state of TF2 and what it could be going forward, and the things that the community is upset with, both like veterans and newer players? Because I think there is. Like, people act... This has been so fucking weird to me. People act like since the bots have been gone for a month, that, fucking... everything's fine. Like, people... to me, it's almost like if this game was so mistreated for, like, 8 years straight that we had automated bots making it literally unplayable for, like, 8 years. 7, 8 years, whatever. And people have gone back to talking about it as if everything's fine. It's like there was a school shooting at your school yesterday, and you just came back today and acted like nothing happened. And it's like insane to me. So I think it's worth having some voice to say, hey, there's still like problems going here. You getting rid of the bots didn't undo the like decades worth of unrest in this community and conflicts. Like, people can't even agree whether they think that there should be a communication ban for like racism or whatever. Like, there's so many conflicts still going on in the community. I get yeah, it's great that the bots are gone, but there's still so much going on. I think that's worth.
No, I completely agree, and I think it's worth. I think it would absolutely be worth saying. Whether or not you're going to get a lot of level-headed responses to it would remain to be seen.
Maybe that's more your alley, Zesty. You're better at taking that stuff. You're better at setting the arguments up as well.
Sorry.
I know what I know what I'm in favor of, and what I want to see changed, and what I want to see changed, and what I'm in favor of seems to resonate with a lot of people, but at the same time, it seems to rub a different sphere of TF2 in a very wrong way. If Reddit and Twitter are of any indication, so I don't think I would be like the neutral body that would be the best for it.
I would be interested to see someone make a video about what the best case scenario for TF2's future is.
Wait, read Weezy's fucking message says, I think it's a product of the aforementioned 90% of the player base not knowing or caring why the game is good at all. Thank you, Weezy, because you don't have like a stink on you like me and Zesty. Because what you're saying is
No, he does
completely
Adderall.
right.
He's an Adderall addict. Haven't you heard?
Oh yeah, I forget he has that, but
Yeah.
he's so fucking right. And I didn't want to say it earlier, but it's like
The Adderall addict's so correct.
no, what he's saying is so correct. I mean, what do you mean? No,
Man, that drug addict is
so
spitting
much
right
of
now.
the TF2 community that's very vocal is they're tourists. You could say maybe.
I completely agree. That's like the number one thing that I point out all the time is that you have these incredibly vocal groups that have only very recently started playing the game, or they've always been like a surface level enjoyer or an orbiter around TF2 and everything going on social media, and they're not actively or regularly playing the game and actually enjoying the game.
You can call me Grifter over time. You can call me it, but I've played this game longer than a lot of people. Okay, like probably longer than most of the people who play TF2 today. I think. Is that fair to say, Zesty?
Say that again. Sorry, you broke up for me. My Discord's shitting the bed.
You guys are breaking up?
You can call me Grifter over time, but I've been here for a lot longer than a lot of people who play the game today.
Yeah, you've been here. You've been around TF2 longer than about 75% of people actively playing the game right now.
That's why I think it's fair to call people tourists. I think I can call people tourists. I think I've read that right.
So there's a difference. So we need to point out there's a difference between the amount of playtime you have and being a tourist.
Uncle Dane joined like after the free-to-play update. Most of the famous YouTubers joined after the free-to-play update.
Yes.
So that's something that's really insane to me. Is like I don't even feel like I'm like a old school TF2 fan. And that it's weird that people like Zesty are like the only ones who champion the original vision of TF2. Like CasualTF2 said something to me the other day that was like the original TF2 design will only be known in like nostalgic video essays and like remembered by millennials who like stopped gaming in 2010. So it's weird to me that there's not more people sitting around and fucking talking about what's happened to the game. I guess because they've all just moved on. I don't know what they're fucking talking about anymore. Somebody take this conversation away from me.
So I think to clarify what we mean by tourists is we really mean people who are just surface level enjoyers. They're not really in as deep as like really big fans are.
Like
people who are like really invested in the game, right? And I need to clarify again. I need to clarify again that you can be a tourist but also have thousands of hours in the game.
I'm joking, Weezy. You're not a tourist. Except in NVM, you do tours. You do tours.
I've just been
NVM,
touring
right?
the place for 12,000 hours. I actually think, so in terms of like actually caring about the thematic elements of the game's art style, I'm genuinely probably closer to your average Zoomer than I am you guys. Like I am more in the apathy camp than most people. Like I don't have a strong opinion really. However, because you're apathetic, let the people who actually give a shit guide the conversation. That's always been my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care if things, like if they, I have like a slight preference to like going back to the old art style, but like if it doesn't, is it going to ruin my fun that much? Not really. But because I don't care that much, why not let the people who actually care a lot have that conversation? Because whether things go their way or not, it doesn't affect me that much. Right? I feel like 90% of the player base should just have that opinion of like, okay,
Weezy, they won't get their kitty cat hat, so
there's also a problem with the fact that I think it's a bit unfair because if you bring this conversation to people about the problems with the game, the problems with the game's direction, you get written off as like a doomer, like, oh, you're just a doomer and you need to like let go, like whatever PurpleColonel said.
Or you hate fun, you just don't like new content, you want the game to die, etc.
The thing is that like the thing that makes it like fucked if you do, fucked if you don't, is that then if you say, okay, well, I want to make a space where we are people who care about the original vision, now you're a gatekeeper, now you're like an elitist. So there's just no way to win when you have this conversation. So at a certain point, you just have to ignore the fact that there's a lot of people who have undeveloped opinions and just sort of have knee-jerk reactions to it.
Can I piggyback off that point real quick? Because I think you actually said something that is a big problem in the community, where people are taking apathetic responses, but they don't like calling it apathy. They like having a moral virtue behind it. So when you come in and say, I want to preserve the art style of the game, and then someone else comes out and says, I don't care one way or the other, in their head, they don't care. But what they're telling the world is, oh, I want to include everyone. I want to have everyone's visions in the game.
It's like, I like everyone. I want to give everyone candy. Everyone gets candy. How do I choose
Exactly.
the option that makes everybody happy?
They're trying to triumph a message of accessibility and inclusivity when in reality they just don't give a shit. And
The
I'm
worst part
comfortable
is that you
telling
can't
people I don't
make
give a shit.
anything. You can't make anything great out of tolerating everything. You can't build anything out of tolerance. That's not something that builds things. If you ran a construction project where you just tolerated everything that the workers want to do, you're not going to get anything done.
Yeah, what's that statement?
not-
If you make something for everyone, you've made something for no one. Is that how it goes?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Like that, yeah.
No, I'm
I'm
totally
actually
on
so
board with
glad
that.
this is where we're going after all the bot stuff is over to have this discussion. I think it's great.
Well, yeah, well,
This
like,
and we have
again,
to have
like-
a saga. We have to have a saga about the matchmaking system.
I agree. I think quick play's the next arc. I'm with you on that.
I
one.
think we need to bring back quick play and we need a community movement, or at least like fix matchmaking. Fix matchmaking, make it more like quick play.
Between this and the art style debate, I feel like we're just warring on Swim Gym because all of the bad takes I've heard are about those two things.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about Swim Gym.
Well,
I know
I'm
him vaguely.
actually again. I'm pro in favor of both of these things. I don't think I'm. I think quick play. I'm more in line with you guys. I think that was just an objectively better system. The art style, like again, I'm like 40, 60. Go back to the old shit. But like I don't have a strong tilt. But people who don't have a strong tilt should shut the fuck up. That's my opinion. Like if you don't have a strong opinion of something, don't open your fucking mouth.
But then how are they going to get their likes on Reddit?
That's a
I've
good
got
point.
I've got an interesting thing to point out. So Casual told me that he usually wakes up at around 2 p.m. CT. That's in about an hour. I think we're on pace to be still live when he wakes up.
If he would like to join, if you would like to join,
maybe we could get him in here. I would love to have him in here. I would love to have him in here.
My personal cutoff is 4 hours. I don't know if I can go longer than 4 hours.
Zesty, you could go longer than 4 hours.
I could, but I have other
not
things
even
to
for
do.
casual. For casual, you can do it.
Like I typically set aside a 4 hour block whenever we do this, but I'll see if I can stretch it.
Well, let's get
I
through
don't
the
know.
video. Let's get through the video a little more.
Let's do that. Wait, hold on. Don't start it. It's not on the screen. Also, hi. Weezy, join the. watch
Yeah,
video.
I'll do that.
Yeah, you're,
I'll only be here for like 20 minutes, by the way, if that.
You're good.
that's good.
Is that
Dan,
PurpleColonel?
No, that was Alan.
Oh, I think you sounded like him, like fucking insanely for a second. Sorry.
Is the first and probably only only FPS game to successfully glorify the not so distant past. That's its time period. It's not the future. It's not the present. It's not the deep past like some medieval stuff. It's the 1960s, which is an interesting time period because in a way it's relatable and in a way it's different. If you look at the physical environment that the TF2 world is set in, it's most distinctly a world that existed before the corporate rape of culture.
So true.
That's a wild.
Very.
That's like, phew,
So true.
man.
So true.
That's
so
wild.
poetic.
Yeah.
That is part of what makes the game so great, is being able to look around and see a world from before the internet and before all the things that we accept as the modern day-to-day of, what did they say, like modernism or something is the word people like to use.
I guess. I don't know.
I think that's why TF2 has a very big community of people like Zesty Jesus, is they like to look back on 1960s America. And I kind of do too, I won't lie. So
Oh yeah, when black
old.
people were
Come on.
subjugated, huh, Richter? Is that it? Back when
What?
Jim Crow was a thing?
was Jim Crow a thing in the 60s? Obviously, there's not
Yes.
anything great
It
about
was
the
like
60s.
1965. when it
TF2
was,
also
right?
isn't a realistic depiction of the 60s. We don't see any racism in TF2.
No, I just think it's I don't know. There's kind of racism. There's like countryism.
This isn't the point.
Yeah, no, I get what you
What
mean.
are you talking about, Weezy? You're trying to get me in trouble.
I'm not saying anything.
All right. Well, I think that the wording's a.
The wording is perfect, Lucid. You're getting filtered.
No, wait. It's not that the word. I don't think the wording is wrong. I think that culture hasn't gone away. It's been misplaced, or it's been placed elsewhere. Like you can find the
We've
same.
moved into a monoculture. We've moved into a world where everything is like connected via the internet, and nothing is special anymore because it's all internet culture.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I-
that's what you were saying. Whew. I'm like, are you going on some great replacement shit?
I kind of push back against that a little bit. I just think the culture has been moved elsewhere. Like in terms of, because like Richter, when's the last time you went to a flea market?
I think I was in high school.
Yeah, that's local. That's not internet culture. I don't know if you're aware, but that's still happening, like in real life. Like
that's true, but that's different though, because
okay. So if we're talking,
I guess that is an example.
Wait. I hadn't finished my point. If we're, so that's like real world culture, right? If we're talking about video games, then things like TF2 do still exist. They're just like subjugated to very small indie developers with like no budget, so they can't be. They are restricted from being as successful financially or as popular as something like TF2 is.
Okay, when Casual says the corporate rape of culture, he's talking about fucking Nicki Minaj and Call of Duty. He's talking about fucking,
I know.
Minimalist, like everything being turned into like,
Richter, he's not even talking about that.
Actually, I shouldn't even try to speak for him. I'm just saying what I think he's getting at.
No, Richter, when he brings up the idea of corporate rape of culture, is you just take your typical, like, because for me, I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, and 1999 San Antonio compared to 2024 San Antonio are two completely different cities. I went back and looked at some old photographs from when I was in elementary school. Highway 410, Loop 410 in San Antonio. There's a picture from 410 where it was just homes and a couple of tall office buildings. You didn't have fast food chains everywhere. You didn't have store chains everywhere. It looked like a place where people live. It looked like a place where people occupy. And as I've gotten older, something that I've noticed when it comes to going out and about in public or around other people and places is that everyone's more individualistic and isolated from each other.
It was a more humble and unintrusive.
So let me finish, please. Let me finish. So people are more isolated and separate because they're all sucked into their own individual experience that's on their cell phone, that's on their laptop, and things that are being directly fed to them. And what's happened over time is that people have been separated via homogenization. Everyone is having their own specific experience uniquely tailored to them on the internet. And there's no longer a sense of people coming together, living as a group, living as a community, sharing ideas, hanging out, talking. And that's why Lucid brought up the idea of a flea market, because it is this local thing where people come together inside of this local place where they have a shared culture, share ideas, and what have you. But nowadays, it's getting harder and harder and harder to find these things because people are being separate into their own little individual experiences and being separately placed online in their own little bubbles. And now you can kind of get at that same semblance of community by going into your own little echo chambers of things where people have similar ideas and similar beliefs and what have you. But people, and like attracts like. But what I think Casual's trying to get at is when you look at Team Fortress 2, it comes from before that era, before everyone was separate and hyper individualistic, where you had the sense of people were living. They were living in this space. They were going through their lives. Things were being used. People were interacting with each other and what have you. And it's a very stark contrast that I now really acknowledge because I'm just older now. And for me, I was born right on the cusp of this, where like I was born in 1994. So I only caught the tail end before things really got hyper homogenized and leaned into everything has to be the same corporate marketable slop. Everything has to look the same. Everything follows the same formulas. All is a means to sell shit to the next person and hyper. What's the word I'm looking for? And hyper curate the quickest means of selling more shit to more people.
Yeah.
And as a result of the internet and what have you, and separating people, things have allowed to become more homogenized and everything is the same because it's easier to sell to people, right? This is a long-winded, stupid rant. It probably didn't make sense to anybody.
I think it made sense.
I made sense.
This is what Casual is getting at, and why the setting of TF2 is so alluring, is because it isn't like shit isn't being sold to you. Like you're not being told like go here, go there. You're just in this space. And that's it.
It's a more humble and unintruded setting. And I agree with everything you said. You're definitely a more, it's a more seasoned take on that because you've lived a lot longer than me, Zesty. But I agree with everything you said. And also, like, think about that.
isn't that kind of fucked up and changed when you start giving Scout like McDonald's hats and giving him like fucking Oculus Rifts? Doesn't that?
Well, it's like
I think Oculus Rift, yes. I think the McDonald's hat, probably not, because you could like, I don't know, there'd be like a hot dog stand in the 60s.
When you start making
it's
like
literally McDonald's.
Batman and shit, when you do like Batman hat,
if it was literally McDonald's, it'd be wrong. Now, if it's like if it is like the fast food hat from like the 60s, no, that's fine. I think that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
that's where I'm on board.
When you push in those, as he said, like I guess the corporate rapist elements into the game, does that not change that about TF2?
No,
doesn't that
I no, because even in the 60s they had stores and shit. It just wasn't as, on every single fucking street corner ever. It wasn't commodified. You didn't have massive signs telling people buy one get one free all the time in the 60s, I'm assuming.
Let me fucking tell you, that was the
Zesty,
biggest
what was it like in the 60s?
Thing.
You were around.
So let me tell you, the biggest culture shock thing I had was going to Budapest and just walking around that city and as cringy and stupid as this sounds, it felt like I was in a TF2 environment. The place felt lived in, like people are here, right? Like I'm not going down the streets and I'm being in like every block. There's 5 chains on every block and fucking like big neon signs telling me that I have to get T-Mobile or something.
Here's a real question. Were you seeing like industry and agriculture?
Yes. So like
exactly. Think about that.
You don't have to get very far outside of Budapest to be immediately put into agriculture. It's literally
think about
everywhere.
How TF2 could have just been a team of 2 mercenaries, but it's instead a war between these places that are occupying industrial zones and agricultural zones. And think about how like seasoned that is for a setting for a game of this kind.
Yeah. No, I agree. I was gonna say, TF2 feels like going to a local coffee shop where you know the owner and you've talked to them and you've gone like 30 times, compared to every other live service shooter, which feels like Starbucks, where it's completely impersonal and you're just going there for your coffee, your watered down coffee that you'd get better at the other place, and on top of that, it would feel more personal because you know the person who's making it. That's like the difference between holy shit. That's like the difference between the two for me. That's what it feels like.
Are there any maps in Overwatch that feel like that?
No.
I mean, well, no.
No, I mean no.
Well, no, I
definitely
like.
No.
Well, no, I was gonna say because Overwatch itself can feel like that, but only because of I'm playing it with like Alan. Like that's it, and that's like my connection. I was having a conversation about this yesterday, with Alan about how like esports is kind of an inherently flawed idea, and I might make a video about this because the nature of actual sports, or like traditional sports, was a better word, is that like when you have immediate communication with everyone, not just yourself and your own team, but the enemy team. And no matter how connected we get as a society, there's no way in which a corporation will let you just say whatever you want to the enemy team with no restrictions. Like, and obviously there are like sportsman like restrictions or whatever, but you can get into a fight with someone at a pickup basketball game. Like you can get into a fight with someone at a soccer game. You can't have that degree of communication and intimacy in that you have in traditional pickup sports, in like an actual or in like an Overwatch competitive lobby. Like that's just not going to happen. No matter how connected we get, no corporation's going to let you do that.
Said that's why we need all talk back. That's very true. All talk will give you that if you could get on the mic and call it.
And like to me, like this conversation just reignited this fucking awful Reddit post I saw yesterday, where like people are like demanding for further moderation and shutting down of communication features inside of TF2. And it's like, there is no other like popular game online where you are literally allowed to say anything you want. Mm-hmm. And it breaks my heart that more people are willing to let companies think for them and decide for them what they do and do not want to see and what they do and do not want to read. Like player agency is gone. Like they want the player to have no control over their own experience at all. Well, everything has to be hyper-tailored specifically to the company's liking, and that angers me to no end.
I'm just not comfortable with the company coming in and saying, oh, okay, we're going to draw the exact line here. This is what you can't say. I don't like that. I don't like anyone moderating that.
Me neither. I like being able to discern for myself what I do and do not want to see. And this is why it boils down to like why self-moderation is the perfect solution, because everyone can enable it to their own degree. You can see everything, or you can block and mute things you don't want to see. It's just that easy.
Can I clarify my point, because I didn't really get to finish it?
Yeah.
My point, chat, wasn't that like there should be no moderation at all or something like that. Like, there are referees in sports, and also like if you say some shit to someone, you could just get beat up. Like so that's like a thing that happens in real life. What I'm saying is, like, in sports, some things that inherently involve a human element of communication that is immediate and not hindered in any way by technology. If you try and play a game like Overwatch alone and you can't talk to anybody, the game is a nightmare and borderline unplayable. Like, unironically, it is horrible to play Overwatch by yourself. And there's no universe in which you'd be able to play a game like soccer by yourself with no one to talk to, because it's impossible, because you can talk with your mouth words to everyone around you. That's why I was saying that esports are kind of an inherently flawed concept in a lot of ways, or at least when they involve team communication, because communication will never be as good as it will be when you're like in a room with someone and on a field with someone, you could just talk to them. That was what I think, Cheesy Butter in chat, he brought this up. There are servers that moderate heavily and then servers that don't, and I think that's completely fine. I think if you're going to give everyone like a little slice of the community pie to where they can choose to moderate however they see fit, and then people can join those servers in order to better fit whatever they want out of the game, I think that's completely valid and completely fine. Just when it translates over to a centralizing body like Valve regulating, like, can you call someone a dick? Is that harassment? I don't know, but I want that in the game. Someone kills me with a random crit, I want to call them a dick if they put like a Lenny by in chat. It's like real life. If someone's being a dick in real life, you just say, "Hey, can you stop that?" Like,
no, it is, or you fucking mute them. Like, dude, I was trying to get like so many.
It's just that fucking easy. And this guy in chat says, "Oh, if no moderation is taken to the extreme, then the whole community becomes a cesspool where toxicity pushes everybody out." TF2 largely has zero moderation, short of something being illegal. Otherwise, you can say whatever the fuck you want.
And even that, sometimes.
And if that statement were true, no one would be playing the game.
I disagree, kind of. And the way I look at it is, like, on the entire spectrum, yes, but in the individual little pockets, no. I think a good example of this is Rumble. So what happened is, Rumble is like, oh, we're the place where everyone can say everything. But in reality, what happens is just all the people that got banned on the most popular site go there, and then it becomes a cesspool of all this fucking degenerate garbage. So that's, even though the principle is admirable, how it actually plays out in the long run could lead to that conclusion. It definitely does.
And yet TF2's been doing this for 17 years and has been fine.
Well, doesn't it have like a reputation of being like more toxic than the average game?
Only in recent years, as games have removed all forms of communication between players.
That's probably it.
It was not a problem until about 3 or 4 years ago when games stopped allowing for people to talk to each other.
You're right. It's relative, 100%.
I also
because it was the norm to be able to just talk and to say whatever you want. And then the solution is either you shit talk back, you ask them to stop, and then if they don't, I'm just going to mute you, and you are no longer a problem to me.
Also, I think another part of it is just the, how to explain, because TF2 became less popular and therefore more fringe and niche, the more fringe elements of the community became more obvious and apparent. That's also what I think of.
Yeah. That is a great observation as well. TF2 is quote-unquote more toxic in comparison because other games scrub their games squeaky clean.
Well, yeah, if TF2 were the popular thing on the block, it wouldn't be like the fringes of the community that are really toxic wouldn't be really the focus. Or if they were, they would be the fucking laughing. They would be much more of a laughing stock rather than an emblem of how the entire community is. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Like, you just have, like, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, and I am saying I don't want moderation, but we have to acknowledge there are trade-offs there, and I think the trade-off is worth. Like the way I look at it is, if you really have that moderation philosophy, then get servers that embody those moderation philosophies on the community browser and go there. And I think that's a perfect solution.
Yeah, and we've always had that solution. You can go to the community servers that have the desired level of moderation you want, and you can just go there. Don't impose those rules on everyone because they may not share the same values as you.
Also, I want to read super chats before we keep going. Seal Zebra super chatted 5 and said thank you and said TF2 is also a time period within a time period. It takes place in the 60s, but a lot of the locations are old towns / facilities from the 1890s / 1920s. Thoughts? Feelings?
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
I would say it's touching on something a little more interesting in that whenever you're on, I guess you could say a classically styled TF2 map, and I know I've said this a lot before, but it feels like you're just dropped into what's going on.
Yeah.
Right? You're not you're
Like
you're dropped in just
sudden
without
conflict.
context.
Yeah.
You're just,
it
you're
feels
just in
like
this conflict. You're here.
it feels like a game was made around a world instead of a world being made around a game.
Yes,
Exactly.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
Exactly.
It's like when like movie tie-in games would be actually good, and you could tell because the art direction reflected that of the original source material. It's like that, but there is no original source material. The world is just that well constructed. Also, Watoto Dial super chatted $5 and said, for Zesty, I also grew up in San Antonio, Texas, and I definitely feel that. I miss the old fiesta and community of San Antonio from when I was young.
Yeah, Fiesta used to. So, for those who don't know, Fiesta is a big 2-week festival we have here every year, where it's just a big party and celebration for the whole city. And it used to have a lot more culture and soul baked into it, and now it's just kind of it's become so hyper commercialized that it's just not the same anymore. There are some events you can go to and get at it a little bit, but it's not nearly as fun and exotic as it used to be.
Well, you brought up the example of a flea market. I've never been to one, like, ever, and I'm 22.
That's sad.
Damn.
Yeah, just as like an
I've been
example of where things have gone.
Yeah, and that goes back to my point of like finding these things. It's harder and harder to get at these things.
It used to be something that was created organically, but now if you actually want to, if you're seeking out that kind of connection or that kind of culture, you actually have to put in effort to do it instead of just naturally molding towards it. That's my perception anyways. I'm not sure if that's right.
Yeah, no, I agree. Anyways, we're 10 minutes into this video. Shout-outs.
A third of the way through.
Shout out to PurpleColonel, who will not be returning.
Sad. I will extend the panel then. He will be missed.
You're extending the panel?
I'm extending
the
panel. As in, I'm like visually, because there was a spot where PurpleColonel was supposed to be, and he's not there anymore.
I see.
It's not completely archaic. It still has significant technology from the Industrial Revolution. There's guns, there's cameras, there's machines, but it's retained the soul of a world where people were more in touch with creating the world that they lived in. What I mean by that is when you see the road work and the signs and the fences, it feels like things that normal people made, right? We're getting progressively closer to a world in our real lives where we're completely out of touch with survival and with making basic amenities, and our jobs are becoming more and more abstract and disconnected from the reality that we're actually engaged in.
Yeah, me and Weezy. Our jobs are making YouTube videos. What's up with that? That's fucking weird.
I love it. This is entirely correct.
Can you believe that even like 10 years, like 20 years ago, we would have had to fucking be grocery workers, bro?
Oh, I would have killed myself 100%.
I mean, 20 years ago, this wasn't even a thing. Like, it just
didn't exist.
Yeah.
We're almost to the 20-year mark. We're almost to 2026, and then TF2 or YouTube will be 20 years old.
I think he's touching on something extremely valuable, though, because
I agree.
Like, when I think about this, when we think about what replaces human ingenuity, machines. And machines are uniform. They're designed to create the exact same product in the exact same way every single time. When you look at this kind of artwork, that is, it feels very manual and not automatic. Then you get the manual human errors that they do. And this is why when I look at like even shit like the arrow signs and they look kind of jagged, that's charming, right? It does embody the spirit of that old world, and it's just little things like that I think do make a difference.
I think, I don't want people to misunderstand. So I'm going to be very specific when I say this, and I think the imperfections of TF2 and like the way, as in like, and I don't mean imperfect in the way that it's like a flaw. I mean like a human clearly designed this because of how jagged the arrows are and how like rustic everything looks. I think that aspect of it is also reflected in the game's, quote unquote charm when people talk about like moderation, because the way the game is moderated, as in self-moderated, allows people to see human imperfection, as in like people who are shitty. It doesn't hide that from them in the same way that the game itself doesn't seem to hide people's, the human imperfections of construction. It's kind of like a parallel of each other, where
what you're describing, Lucid, is baked. It's literally so deeply ingrained in the TF2. Like every single early piece of terrain you've seen in TF2 is actually a scan of a watercolor painting. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Isn't that insane to think about how hand-drawn TF2 is? How much closer it is to a more heartfelt piece than most other video games of its time and now? That's insane to me to think about that.
No, it is. And to clarify, by the way, because I want to be very specific, that doesn't mean that I think the human imperfections of people are a good thing. I'm just illustrating that there is a parallel behind TF2's art style being clearly, these are things made by people, so they're not perfect. That's reflected in TF2's, sense of self, and the community that surrounds it is very imperfect in a very similar way. And it's not hidden from you in a way that a lot of other communities are. Or like
I'll tell you another interesting anecdote, Lucid, is that... Oh, sorry, were you about to finish?
I was just going to say, like, the Overwatch community and other communities, like, if you, like, delve into those, they're very toxic. But if you just played Overwatch, you wouldn't really know it because, like, the way the game is moderated, it's like Bossing Say-esque. Like, if you say GG Easy in chat, it replaces it with a pre-typed nice message. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Isn't that hilarious? Like that's how bad
really?
And so if someone doesn't know that, and they're trying to trash talk you, and that's good. It's not just GG Easy, it's other ones too. And if someone doesn't know that and they're trash talking, the other person will just see it as a nice message. And they'll just be like,
"That's amazing! Oh, that's amazing!" And how like dystopian it is. You want to say like, "Hey, fuck you, buddy," and then in the chat it's just, "Have a nice day, man."
Yeah, no, it's not even. It's more patronizing than that. It's like, I'm trying to be a nice person. I'm trying, but it's hard.
Yeah. It's stuff
like that.
Yeah, and like someone will see that and like they'll just be like, "Whoa, that's yeah." Like, and I think that's like it is literally like Bossing Say style censorship, where the Overwatch community is really toxic, but it doesn't get that reputation because you cannot see it in game. It's not allowed to you.
This goes back to my point of like people are so content with letting companies literally speak for them and change what they say into something completely different with a different tone and intention. And it is wild to me that so many people are okay with this.
Yeah, what I was going to say in regards to this angle about how heartfelt TF2's world is, and what I said about the textures of the terrain literally being scans of watercolor. I seriously think that's so cool. I love telling people that. Maybe it's not as cool as I think it is, but I think it's fucking cool. A similar anecdote is that the art director of TF2, when he got hired at Valve, had no experience working on video games. He thought video games were like gay. He liked surfing. One of the quotes is literally like, "I like surfing, not video games." It's really funny that.
I thought you meant CS:GO surfing.
No, like literally surfing. He was from the Caribbean.
Man,
but
that is sad, Weezy.
Fucking his father and his mother were both painters or artists or sculptors or something like that. So he had a background with art, and as an outsider to video games, he took the job as a last resort. And I believe the story is that he came to Valve's offices, saw how people were working in Photoshop, didn't know how to use Photoshop to draw anything, spent weeks trying to make shit in it and just being totally unproductive, until one day he brought his fucking gouache painting kit to the office and started making the concept art like that, and that made other people at Valve start doing the same thing because they were so impressed with it. Stories like that are so interesting to me because they demonstrate how close the DNA of TF2 is to this extremely heartfelt form of expression, and I feel like that's just so
art.
Yeah, it's so traditional art. It's extremely traditional art.
It is literally traditional art. It is scanned watercolors.
Not all of it. Not all of it. Some of it is just made in Photoshop and made.
Well, sure, not all of it, but like when you're scanning a watercolor painting, that is, in the most literal sense, traditional art. What games do that now? And this is a conversation I was having earlier in that Discord, Richter, where it's like, what other games do this now? What other developers, at least major developers, go out of their way to put that much time and effort and soul into something they're making to make it that alluring, to make it that enticing and engaging.
Okay, there's like indie games, there's like Cuphead. There's like Cuphead.
Of course, there's Cuphead. That's why I'm talking about like non-major developers. And so it's like whenever people like try to force me out of the game that I love so much, people tell me to leave because I don't like the hat, or they tell me to leave because I think the new map is garbage. It's like, where the fuck am I supposed to go? What other games have what TF2 has? It's like, no, of course I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay here because this game is fucking good. This game has soul. There is no replacement.
It's not, there's no replacement, which is why when someone like PurpleColonel says like, why don't you just move on? It's just so patronizing. It's like, I get that this is important to you, but this was important to me and there's no replacement. And that sucks.
Yeah, I agree. Anyways, video?
If you look around in any TF2 map, you'll find a lot of signage that looks like it was hand done. It looks like it was created with a stencil and with a paintbrush. Even the business logos you'll see for Jimmy Jams or whatever fictional companies in the TF2 universe, they're quaint. They feel reasonable compared to all the logos we're used to being inundated with now.
I might make a video about it. Just throwing that out there. I might make a video about the logos because they're really, really good at capturing that aesthetic, and there's a reason why. And, they don't get enough love, so...
Yeah, nothing like the modern Firefox logo.
I fucking... ugh. Man, I miss when text was in logos, just generally, like, across the board. Like, more often.
Yeah, it's like why can't you, like, do these... I can't talk. They just can't assume, like, where are my words? do companies assume that people can't read?
Well, and
like,
I understand
is
the
it
importance
too much
of having
effort to, like, read?
I understand the importance of having a symbol. Like, my L is functionally that. I get it. It's just, like, I also, having words next to the symbol isn't bad. Like, I like the Google logo a lot, even though I don't like how it's been simplified. I really like the Google logo because it at least has some sort of, like, text on it. Yeah.
This is why I'm cool with the scout fucking hat, by the way. Like the one for the hot dog stand hat, as I called it. That's why I'm okay with it. Because like there are in-universe like food chains that exist.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm fine with that too. I don't have any issue with it.
But you're right. If it had like the fucking McDonald's logo.
Even though he's like 25, which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hangs around high schools canonically, so it makes sense.
That's not canonical. That's not canonical.
What? Is the track Terrorizer not canon?
Are item descriptions all canon?
I think I would consider classic item descriptions more canon than the comics are.
Yeah,
can I have that opinion?
Is that a classic item though? I don't know.
Wait.
If very old item now.
It was like 2010.
If item descriptions are canon, does that mean SketchEck was in the TF2 universe for like 2 years and then got retroactively, post-doc wrote out?
You can't do this to me.
It's a question.
You can't do this to me.
SketchEck was a major lore character.
Well, SketchEck's now like one of the biggest fucking VTubers, so he's doing pretty well for himself. We're allowed to talk about him.
SketchEck is
true.
that wasn't why. I was just like the idea that SketchEck's more canon than Abe and Lincoln inventing rocket jumping. There you go.
Isn't it fucking crazy that SketchEck left TF2 and now has like 1 million followers and he's a fucking VTuber? Isn't that crazy?
Whoa, he escaped the TF2 bubble. Wow.
I just find that the craziest fucking transition away from TF2.
If I had a really hated TF2 YouTuber who left the game, made a new channel, and got 1 million subs, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
What's the first?
Yeah, Whammo.
You're right. Fuck.
Whammo is internet anarchist.
People are getting sick of Whammo. I've been seeing posts shitting on him lately.
Yeah, me too.
I saw a YouTube short that was like the top 5 worst TF-tubers, and Whammo was on there.
Oh yeah, well, Lucid, we did the stream with Technicals, and he's like, "Oh my god, I fucking hate internet anarchists," and
we were like,
"Yo,
he's
no, that's boy, do I got a story for you."
Yeah, I remember that. That was fucking wild. The crossover.
Yeah, Sonny Briscoe is SketchEck now.
Ah, wild.
Because it hasn't been created by a marketing board of a multi-billion-dollar company who's got some BS product that's been engineered by food scientists so that it tastes the same all across the world. It was made, the Jimmy Jams logo in TF2 feels like it was made by one dude who drafted it out on his desk and got paid in cash, and that was it, a done deal. He just tried to make it look nice. It wasn't overthought to completely infect our subconscious.
Gosh, I'm gonna make that video now. Thank you, CasualTF2. I will make that video just for you.
And the key to why I'm pointing attention to this sort of stuff is I want us to consider, does a game actually feel good to hang out in? I think this is so important. If you can't shoot at people, if you can't engage in the cool techie movement, you can't geek out about the class balance, are you going to enjoy your time waddling to the next point when you don't see any other players for 10 seconds?
This point is why sprinting should not be in Minecraft. This point, this one right here. Whenever people tell me, oh, everything takes so long to get around in without sprinting, I want to point them to this. Because this is why. Because you should give a shit about the things you are looking at.
No.
And sprinting in Minecraft makes it
Lucid, as we are speaking, I am flattening in Minecraft, and I'm looking at my house in the distance that I have to go back to. Do I have to walk like 2 fucking minutes straight?
You would care. Yes, you would care more about your surroundings if you had to experience them more.
What do you mean? It's just green, Lucid. It's just fucking green and flat.
Maybe if it
was, Lucid, that was a big thing about classic Minecraft. Is that you had to actually take into account how far away from your safety it is.
That is what I'm saying.
Play slower and play more carefully.
Weezy, if you didn't sprint there and you were bored by your surroundings, you know what you'd do? You'd make them less boring by creating some shit in the fucking game. Oh,
but what if I want to flatten? What if I want to do the opposite?
You shouldn't. You're not going to care either way. So it doesn't.
I think I've cared plenty, my friend. Okay, like this world is 800 hours deep. We're fucking still going.
Sprinting sucks. I hate it. I wish
no,
it would
and by
not
the
be
way,
in the
and you're wrong
game.
about hunger too. Okay, I think hunger is a great mechanic.
Oh, you
I
like
hunger
so you like holding down right click for like 2 seconds just randomly.
Yes,
for no
I like
reason.
having more things to do. No, I
it's
like
not
having more things to do.
You just hold down right click for 2 seconds. It literally doesn't do anything.
But it's a chore that you can get XP from. It's
you don't get XP from eating. You don't get XP.
Minecraft doesn't need XP.
It's a chore. Wrong. Okay, it's a chore in the same way that like grinding is a chore in Pokemon. Okay, it keeps you more invested in the game and in your character.
Grinding in Pokemon's also bad.
Playing the game.
What the fuck?
Wrong. Absolutely. I love this shit. Okay.
That's why I hate Pokemon. I don't want to grind for 9 hours. I finally got the one I want. No.
Well, congrats. They made the game for you now because they took it out.
What does what on earth does holding down right click for 2 seconds every 5 minutes? What does it add? What game?
Lucid, I've got a better question for you, Lucid. What is having to sleep the night away add? Because I thought
that's also bad. That is also bad.
I also thought that was.
There's no risk anymore. Everything plays. You can just circumvent any and all downsides to perusing and engaging with your environment. Why remove all of these things from the game?
I wish that the bed, like there's a game called Vintage Story. It's great, and the bed makes you lose hunger. If you use a bed, it makes you like really, really hungry. If that were how Minecraft worked, maybe both systems would be justified, but unfortunately we had shitty stupid things happen, so now the game design is fucked, and that's why we're playing on beta 1.73. Guys, have you heard about this SMP that we're running? It's really, really cool.
I don't know. I like the progression. I like having a reason to farm shit. I like having a reason to kill animals. there's more shit to do, and I like it.
I think
you have those reasons in the normal game anyways, because you lose health.
If they're Weezy,
wait, hang on. What? It's been so long. It's been since like 2011 since I played the original.
You have a health bar. You lose health. You eat food to get the health back. Except you just instantly got the health back instead of having to stuff your face for 2 seconds and then wait for your health to regen.
Wait, you instantly got it back?
Yes.
Yeah,
but it was just
really. I don't remember that part.
Yes, you just ate shit to regen health. It was like a health potion, but it was food. The worst part about it was that the food wasn't stackable. That's like the only bad part about the food system in the old version. And they just fucked it for no reason.
You know what? Maybe I think I'm misremembering. And when you put it like that, I think it makes sense why this would be shitty then. because like all the core elements of progression are still there. You're just adding a like downtime every little bit.
Core elements of progression are there. They have been hyper accelerated, so you spend less time doing the things that actually make the game fun and matter.
Now it's all about grinding to get to the Ender Dragon and getting the weird shit.
Except you don't even have to grind to get to the Ender Dragon. You can get to the Ender Dragon in like 2 actual hours of game. I hate.
The end is,
No, I agree. No, I
ridiculous, and the end cities are like an insane solution to that. Well, we made a fucking
Yes, I'm
stupid
with
ass
you.
thing nobody cares about. How do we fix it? I guess we'll add overpowered fucking like wings, and you like who the fuck is doing this? Who the fuck is designing the changes to this game?
I hate it. Oh my god.
I agree. I just want more shit to do in the base game. That's why I had to start flattening for fucking thousands of hours because I just got bored.
Why don't you just kill Zesty in game for money?
Why would I do that?
Because you were paid
Listen,
to.
I really think it's gonna be a bad time. I think
It's gonna be
Yeah,
so
the
fun,
SMP, it's just gonna
unironically.
be like Zesty versus the world.
It's gonna be so great. I really hope that's what happens. Unironically.
I want to actually play the game. I want
no.
to enjoy 1.7.3 with
Zesty,
people.
think about the content.
It's gonna be good for you.
It's
not
not
for
gonna
me.
be good for me. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be good for everybody else.
No, Zesty, because you are going to be paid to kill Weezy, and you're going to start a war between you and Weezy.
Hey,
It's
I
gonna be
never
great.
said I'm going in. Okay, if there are no beacons, I can't flatten.
Yes, you can.
No, because I don't have instant fucking pickaxe skills and shit. Is there enchanting? I forget, dude. It's been like fucking 13
No,
years.
there's no enchanting.
Then what? I can't flatten.
You can. It just takes longer.
Weezy.
It takes too long. No, I need to destroy everything instantly because I have to. I have to keep every single block of cobblestone I mine. It has to be stored, so I can fill the rivers.
You're sick. You're a sick fuck. You got like some
Oh my
complications.
god.
I can show you right now if you guys want to see.
Probably
I
not.
know, like I'm down, but
I'm not sure if you put it on stream, Lucid, but
Weezy,
the way I play Minecraft.
No, I have seen it. Weezy, I need you to be on this server, okay? What do I have to do?
I don't think I could do it.
Weezy, you have to do it. You can join for a stream.
I only enjoy playing Minecraft to flatten.
What? But you could kill me. You could play
I
once.
don't care.
You
I
could
don't
play
wanna
once
kill you.
and
You
kill-
can kill me.
I
love how that's the justification, but you can
yeah.
kill
Why would
me.
I want to kill you? You're like a flattening partner. We can do it together.
We could do that together, but you can't. We can't do it together if you're not in the fucking game. Chat wants to see it. Chat
I'll
wants to
think
see.
about
Chat
it.
wants to see you in the server on August 16th. Weezy will be there.
he said he'll consider it. So
I will consider. But if I can't flatten, then what's the point?
We will flatten together.
you can't.
We
But
could-
it's too slow. If you don't have enchanting, it's just like
we could make it
Right,
faster
just-
by doing it together.
I'm gonna need like 18 more lucids in order to match the pace we're on now. Okay.
Man, you drive a hard bargain. Richter, would you join?
Can you clone yourself 18 times?
No, that's not a Minecraft feature, unfortunately.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I can do it. I really don't know.
This is so sad.
You don't know until you try.
But it'll just be too tedious. Like, hang on.
Oh my god, dude! Listen,
He
you
has
have to earn it.
the Weezer. He has the Weezer. He has the fucking. Damn it. He has the Zoomer brain.
No,
It'll be
yeah,
so much more
yeah.
satisfying to flatten if you have to put that much more effort into it.
Not after I spent fucking over a year. Look at that shit, dude. Look at that is my current progress.
hold on,
Okay,
let me-
we're going through another mountain right now. We're making it good.
Holy shit!
We're burning it down.
I don't understand you.
This is something. Man,
So remember when I said I'd have a video within like 2 days of the last UFR lucid?
yes.
Yeah, I went through the mountain instead.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Man, I hope you join for at least a stream, at least one.
Okay, I do have to go though. This was fun.
I'm glad.
Take care, man.
Thanks for
All
coming
right,
on.
have a nice
It was good to hear
rest
from
of the
you.
9 hours. Yeah, of course. I'll always be here.
9 hours.
I'll
Okay, see ya.
always be here.
Always.
See
All right,
ya.
see you guys.
Wow, this might be the best UFR episode to ever happen.
What makes you say that?
Well, I mean, like, we're 12 minutes into this video and we've almost reached the 4 hour mark.
That's pretty excellent.
That's pretty good.
Oh my god.
Is
You're
that
telling me, man.
It'll be a juicy VOD. All the VOD watchers, if you've gotten this far in the video, comment Zesty Jesus is poopy.
comment we want Weezy.
Don't listen to Lucid. Don't listen to Lucid.
Guys, everyone in stream tweet at WeezyTF2 and say we want Weezy. Please.
These
thank
fucking
you.
people aren't gonna tweet. No one wants to tweet.
No one
That's
has a
annoying to
Twitter
do.
in this chat.
No one wants to tweet. That's
I
like,
hope no one has Twitter here, because Twitter sucks.
Richter, what about you? Are you joining? You joining in?
Am I joining Twitter? I have a Twitter.
You're dodging my question. You've done it like 3 times. I'm just gonna move on.
Seconds. And I think this definitely can come down to taste, but for me, there's nothing endearing about living in this cyberpunk bug box future that so many games portray, where everything is neon.
Bug box future. Oh, it's great.
I love cyberpunk bug box.
You will live in the pod. You will eat the bugs. You will own nothing and be happy.
Hold on. I think I have a clip of one of the fucking TF2 art people saying like,
and
this
made in a
exact thing.
factory. It's very sleek.
Sorry.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
I'm hitting play again.
With laser precise
What?
Continue.
geometry. There's no
Wait,
trace
actually,
of human
don't.
imperfection.
Play this audio if you can.
I'm
Lucid.
not playing. What the fuck? You can't just can't keep.
Wait, this is you guys did a fucking 20-minute Minecraft tangent that was not related. I can send you audio of the fucking TF2 art director. That's actually relevant to the video.
I'm playing it.
Okay.
I see so many games now where it's all like this futuristic world, and they strip out all of the
all the soul.
The soul. Well, there's no foundations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in a world, it's just like, okay, it's all futuristic, and everybody's running around, with this, super like costume and.
Yep.
I don't know but environments, yes, have a very important part to play, and we're all very, very sensitive to them as well, right? Like we both live in LA,
right?
And I live in Santa Monica, but when I'm in a car, when I have to like drive into the city, it's like so ugly.
Yeah.
It's a car culture anyways, right? So it's just like, here, I'll just drive past this disgusting, these boxes basically, and strip malls everywhere to get to my house, but I'll stop in to get a burger, but it's just out of convenience.
Right.
And you compare that to maybe Lisbon or to Paris or, San Francisco.
Sure. I
very
think
different.
that everything has a little bit of a difference to it in a sense.
That's a good clip.
Thanks.
I agree.
Yep, touched on what I was saying earlier about just shit becoming boxes
Exactly,
and companies.
and that's word from the man who drew TF2. So fucking Casual's just right here.
Yeah.
It's a really good point.
I agree.
And anyone who refutes this point is just, I'm sorry, you are lobotomized.
Shout out to Michelle Obama, parentheses, he, him.
And there are other games that I do enjoy the gameplay of and the experience of the team fight within it and all that stuff, but I'm going to have zero appeal to hang out in that game space, to just be there and not engage in the gameplay dynamics. For example, there are literally so many decent arguments you can make that 2 Fort is technically a shit map in terms of gameplay. But, this is what matters. Oh my god, I want to fucking hang out in 2 Fort.
Okay, well, no, they both matter.
Sure they both matter, but that's the reason why people still play 2 Fort is because it's fun to play on, it's fun to hang out in, regardless of the shitty balancing.
I agree. We can't just like. I agree that the fact that the place is fun to hang out in is a good thing, but you can't just ignore. You can't say that like that's not the important part when it is incredibly important.
Oh, it is incredibly important.
Like if all of the maps were as badly designed as 2 Fort, I don't know if people would still be playing TF2.
And yet the quote unquote worst design maps are the ones that people flock to the most.
True. I just think if they were that was all.
I'm
the
a
maps
2
in the
fort
game,
lover.
it would be
The game is awesome, and 2 fort is awesome. And if you hate 2 fort, you hate TF2.
All
Is
right.
my take.
I don't.
I
hate
think 2 fort is fucking awesome. If you can't even appreciate 2 fort a little bit, then you're not a TF2 fan.
I
really
appreciate the visual design of 2 fort. I just do not think it is designed well for what it was intended
I think
to
the people who have been forming this counterculture to say 2 fort sucks, you got to give it up. It's been like 18 years. Shut the fuck up. 2 fort's awesome. 2 fort's based. It's all of these buzzwords. It's good.
It's based.
Stop trying to be different. 2 fort is awesome.
What's
It's better than
different?
90% of the maps they've added to the game in the last like 7 years.
That's
okay.
I agree.
It's amazing.
I agree, but that's irrelevant. Like that doesn't change the fact that it's fine.
It's a fucking disaster piece. Call it what you want, but it's amazing.
It's not.
okay?
I just think it has issues. That's all. I'm not saying it's awful. I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying it's like, it's very visually good. It's very game design, like the way it's structured. It's not that great. That's all.
True.
Also,
But
chat
awesome.
chat normally hates you, but today they're on your side.
No, they'll call me Grifter overtime again in like 1 minute. Don't just.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Just wait for me to say something.
Bring out the
about
next topic.
Feels like a place that would exist in real life. And actually, it's worse than that. It feels realer than real because you can't find places like this in the real world.
Just him typing fuck in the chat.
He's a real TF2 player. He's a real TF2 player.
World
He
anymore,
just wants to hang
where
out.
there's uneven slits in the walls, the metal roofing was thatched on, haphazardly placed. Like 2 fort, you walk around 2 fort and you think, man, some dude built this place. It's not.
This is something that I learned about while talking with a friend of mine who was like builds maps for games. Is think about this place you're constructing. Could this be built by people who have to move panels on trucks? Like, could this place feasibly be built by people? And that's so important. It's so important to make a place that feels real and immersive and actually cool and interesting. And 2 fort does it so perfectly. And CasualTF2 is 100% right about this, in my opinion. I think that it's amazing to see maps that look like this, where this is stuff. It's made out of materials that you could see feasibly being loaded onto a truck, and then you could kind of imagine it being put together. It's such a good point. I love it.
I agree. It is so well constructed visually that it like almost makes you like if don't think about it, it looks like it could actually exist. If you aren't using your brain at all, like if you turn your brain off and forget that you're playing a video game and that these are very clearly designed in a way to where like video game objective is here, you could like think that this is a picture of a place in like a not video game thing.
Sure.
It's not a cookie cutter designer house that was following safety regulations. It wasn't designed in fucking AutoCAD.
For the record, Nuketown is great, and I will take no slander. Thank you. Also, Mr. Mystery super chatted $10 to say, I have a question for Zesty. Is there any way to still save TF2's art style? And if there is a way, how can the community help?
It's too far gone, but we can certainly prevent it from getting worse. And there's a couple of ways to help that along. One, if you're going to be making content for TF2, make it adhere to the tones, themes, and stylization of the game as closely as you can. You don't have to make it like strictly 2007, but at least make it look like it belongs in the game. And then from there, do what you will. And then when it comes to people who don't make content, criticize it. Speak your minds, vote on the workshop, leave a comment, as constructive or unconstructive as you'd like. Use the systems that are in place to give the feedback that will hopefully push better content to be accepted into the game. Like, you have this entire system to comment on and vote for items. More people should use it because, to an extent, it does influence what does and does not get in the game. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Like, it's kind of been written off lately that, like, oh, workshop votes don't matter, but they really do. It's not the only factor, it's not the primary factor, but the amount of engagements that a piece of content has on the workshop absolutely determines whether or not it will get put in game.
And I know Zesty, you're really smart, and you might have said a lot of really high concept things that people don't understand. So I did want to translate for the Zoomers out there. Zesty saying that that the community should in fact find the addresses of all of these workshoppers and
yeah,
I'm joking. I'm sorry.
yeah, hunt them down, egg their house.
Piss on their
light
lawn.
some black cats on their sidewalk. I don't know.
Piss on their lawn.
Girardi their lawn.
Girardi their lawn.
Piss on their lawn. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Clipped. No. TF2 visually is non-symmetrical and organic. I agree, Seal Zebra. You are correct. That is a good thing about it. Although I do really like Nuketown. That's unrelated.
2.4 doesn't feel totally sterilized, and it's a environment where you see remnants of the process in which it was created all over the place. It feels like a perpetual work in progress, not something that was printed by a computer. And now, why do I care so much about this? I do care a lot about TF2, obviously, but this is extra interesting to me because in the same way that I'm worried TF2 will be misunderstood by everyone and that they will be playing on the branches of the tree, seeing all the leaves.
I don't know if he did this on purpose, but I'm going to commend him for going back to the Frontier spy gameplay that he started the video with when talking about the thing he started the video with, like the question he started it with. I have no idea if it was intentional, but if it was, I give him like 2 big thumbs up.
One thing I really like about his, especially this video, is it feels like you're just listening to a conscience. It's like an untethered voice.
It sounds like a
diary. It's interesting. Yeah,
that's how I feel about it. But I wanted to just say if intentional, thumbs up, because that's more thought than most people put into what gameplay is on the screen at the moment.
Yes.
And the fruit that it bears, and not really understanding the soil and the roots that it comes from. I think our culture is making the same mistake broadly across a number of disciplines, and especially anything to do with art or media. Now, if I were to go out on a limb here and guess, what is the source of problems for Zoomers across the board in their struggles? I would say that it's probably that we, as Gen Z, have very weak foundation and very weak principles. We have such short attention spans. We need bright, flashing colors to understand things. We also expect things to happen instantly. And that makes sense.
I understand. I know that like most of the people I think everyone else in the call will probably disagree with me here, but I do not like when Gen Z is painted in this broad of a brush.
But it's very accurate. It's not. It's not everyone. It's not everyone.
It's the direction that society is going towards, right? Would you at least agree with that, Lucid?
Fucking.
With like skibbity kids and shit, like.
I think that we as people on the internet see a propped up version of Gen Z that is not actually accurate.
So I think he's referencing more Gen Alpha.
Well, I think this applies to both. And I think the fact that he said Gen Z, but we think he means Gen Alpha is also indicative of the problem, which is that it's just you have an image in your head of, me and Alan would just think of Yuki, but like a person who's just looking at their phone and they have no attention span and they're looking at it and they can't remember what happened to them 10 seconds ago because they're on to the next thing. Like, we all have that image in our head, but I don't think that is the majority of people who are, my age or younger. I think that, and I think, I also think it's a particularly American-centric view of children.
It's really bad here. It's really bad.
Well, that's why I'm trying to state I don't like when it's painted with this broad of a brush. I would have rephrased it not to be a generational thing, and probably would have rephrased it to be like, people my age can tend to have XYZ problem, just so it doesn't sound like you're just saying like everyone across the board. Because I don't like it.
I think I think he hit the nail on the fucking what's the fuck is euphemism?
Hit the nail on the
head.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. I was gonna say fucking he hit the nail with his fucking hammer, but that's like, fucking ridiculous to say.
Hit the century with the
no, I think obviously that doesn't apply to everybody, and I think most people who feel that have who are like intelligent probably feel like a sense of shame about it. But it's just true that like with every going culture, or with every going generation, you do sort of see a weakening of certain skill sets. And he's right with what he said about earlier in the video about how we're kind of drifting toward more abstract jobs, like being able to be a YouTuber for a living. Like these are like real patterns. Obviously, it doesn't apply to everybody, but I think what he's saying is mostly pretty true, and it applies to a lot of like a decent amount of my generation.
Chat, I never said here in Japan it's different. I just said that in America it's different. Don't
so
project.
Can I say something that someone pointed out in chat that I find this comment very interesting because this is something I resonate with a lot. This guy said miso stupid, huh? A good amount of us have some sort of lack of attention span due to anxiety. Sure, though, this is a lot more of a boomer Gen Z bad type of take, and he points out the concept of anxiety, where the reason is to sell people more pills. Is that the phrase anxiety?
Where are you taking this, Zesty?
No, listen. I'm not done. It's like you have this thing of like everyone has anxiety, everyone has this thing, and it's been warped from an emotion that everyone normally feels. Everyone gets anxious. Everyone has this emotion whenever they're confronted with something that makes them uncomfortable, right? It's been turned into this demon word, this awful thing that like needs to be treated, or like you need to like always like, oh, like my anxiety's flaring up and what have you, when it's just something. When it comes to like having to learn to control your emotions, it's part of maturation and growing up. But we have an entire generation of younger people that are told things like, oh, your anxiety is a problem, or you have to treat your anxiety, or what have you. And that kind of stems into the attention span thing, where they're being told this thing with anxiety and they're having all these things flashed at them, all this random stuff, where it is indeed heavily impacting their attention spans. And they're being told to assign it to one thing or another. In my opinion, it is absolutely a generational thing. Like I've noticed it a lot, especially when I was going through higher education. So I started college in 2012 is when I got in. And this is when things started getting somewhat bad with people being able to pay attention or like do the work they're asked of them, or even like just stop being a nuisance in the classroom. And it started getting worse and worse when I myself started teaching. And the age difference between me when I started teaching and the people I was teaching was very small. I was 25, 26 when I was teaching 18 to 19-year-olds. But it was very stark difference between when I was in the classroom and these kids, where they're like, I call them kids, but to me they're still kids. If you're 18 or 19, you're still a kid to me. Where they just could not sit still. Like me telling them to like, please put your phone away. No, not in your lap. Put it in your bag so we can focus on a quiz or focus on a lecture. That concept to them was so foreign and jarring, because so many other professors allowed them to do that just so they would pipe down and pay attention, or not move around so much and fidget, right? And this was like one of the rare times where they had been told for the first time ever, hey, put your phone away. Like, you're not supposed to have this out. It was their first time because they were allowed to do this in high school, right? It's like they come to college. No, you can't have your phone out while you're taking a fucking test because we don't want you to cheat or what have you. And it was so jarring to them that I had students look at me like I grew a second head. And like I had one guy come up to me and say like, is it okay if I have this thing to play with in my hands? I need something to distract me. I'm like, sure. Does it make noise? He's like, no, it's just something that I'm like, yeah, sure. That's fine. People fiddle with their pens and what have you. But he later told me that he did this because of, anxiety and shit. It's like, and I'm like, wow. Like when I was growing up, this was never a thing. It was very rarely a thing to like for it to be like a quote unquote extended problem, right? Like sure, mental health and what have you has come to the forefront of discourse more often, what have you. But like as you grow up, you learn to manage your emotions, you manage your stress, you manage your anxiety and what have you. But like when you get older and what have you, you learn to manage these things. I forget where I've gone on a horrible tangent now, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that we have things like, someone brings up ADHD, someone brings up like attention disorders, anxiety shit, people not being able to pay attention. All that shit is absolutely far more prevalent in younger generations now than ever before for multiple reasons.
And yeah, I agree with that. I do not agree with what CasualTF2 said, that it is okay. I'm trying to explain how I want to go about how I want to approach this, because I actually know a decent amount about this subject. My mom is an occupational therapist. She works with, and I don't mean to like talk about like, you know, my so-and-so, my what the fuck is the Ben Shapiro mean? My wife's a doctor. I don't mean to be like that, but my mom is an occupational therapist, and I've done like work with her before. And she doesn't diagnose, but she works with kids who have autism and ADHD to help them do daily tasks. Now, she doesn't work with people who have like mildly functioning or high functioning autism. She deals with people who, you know, they have like debilitating disorders.
Yeah, severe.
Yeah,
you
severe.
can just say severe autism. Yeah,
and we've had conversations going back and forth about like why is it that, you know, why is it so much more prevalent now? Part of it is because the criteria to get diagnosed with something like autism or anxiety or ADHD is much lower than it used to be. Because it used to be, doctors used to be much more selective with who they gave diagnoses to, only giving them to like people who are really, really low functioning. But now it's very, very, you know, the barrier has been raised much more and more. And I think a side effect of that happening is that as the barrier for what qualifies as autism and ADHD, as that gets more and more generous, it gets more and more, it becomes more of a crutch for people, because people can use their diagnosis or even what they think that they have as an excuse that allows them to not try and improve upon these issues. And that that compounded with the fact that all of these you know, they are constantly stuck under the allure of the phone and social media and all of that. I think that compounds with that issue and makes it worse.
Yeah, I'm only 21 years old. I don't have a lot of room to talk about the great historical trends or what's going on with like my generation, because I obviously am pretty naive still, and I haven't seen a lot of the real world being like a YouTuber. Mm-hmm. But I definitely do think that what Casual is saying is like indicative of like a real trend. Like, it's more nebulous to me. I don't know if I want to say like, oh well, they're fucking giving the kids, you know, fuck off pills to fuck up their brain chemistry or something. I wouldn't say anything like that. But I think when he says like the language he used was if I had to paint with a stroke to say what the biggest problems are for this generation, it would be these. And I think he's pretty spot on with that. And I personally think that.
Yeah, I guess I missed that he prefaced it that way, in which case I probably agree.
Oh man, someone else brought up something else really good in chat. We are taught and shown that we do not have to improve, and it is hard to be not so fucked up. I think what's happened a lot with younger people is that younger people are not allowed to fail. They're not allowed to understand fuck ups and learn how they fucked up and then improve and get better. And so when they're constantly like coddled, when they're constantly said like, oh no, it's okay, you don't have to try, or oh no, it's okay, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, it allows for the attention span to get shorter and shorter and shorter because they don't engage with something for longer periods of time to get better at it, to improve, which would then improve their attention span and make something more engaging and more fulfilling. Because now they're not allowed to do that. And then, like you said, you get sucked into your phone, you just fuck with these little things here and there over and over again, and you don't have people investing themselves into something anymore.
And also, because someone called me reductive, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that like everyone ever who has autism or ADHD and gets diagnosed does what I described. I would know. I'm a diagnosed autistic person. There are definitely exceptions. I'm saying that because it has become more widespread, that is the trend that I have seen in American children, both growing up and you know how things like that work, right? That's what I have seen and observed. But we can't really. It's hard for us to know for certain what the exact problem is. Sorry.
If I went to a doctor now, like if I was 16 now and I went to a doctor, I would guarantee be diagnosed with something and prescribed a pill. 100%. Even though, by my standards, I'm fairly normal. Well, normal is not a good word. I'm fairly, you know.
You're a bit eccentric, Zesty.
Sure. Who isn't? Like, eccentricity is totally like everyone has a certain amount of it, right? And everyone's eccentric in their own ways.
I agree.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
So, you know, but like if you put 16-year-old me, you know, 14 years ago next to 16, like a 16-year-old version of me now, they would be living two completely different lives simply because of the environments they're in and how they what's the word I'm looking for, and how they nurture short attention spans.
Yeah. And I do agree with Nick Yo, the guy who called me a reductionist in chat. I think that part of the problem is also that at least in America, car-centric environments mean that children don't have a place to like go to exercise or meet new people.
Well, it's not even that; it's that you have no autonomy.
Well, yeah, but that's been the way. That's been that way. It's been that way for longer than it's been. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's been about that way for it's like a symptom of the same thing. I don't know.
I would say at the end of the 80s, going into the early 90s is when that became a more severe problem, where kids couldn't meet up and hang out and go to like their place and designated spot.
I saw what you're like.
I just got a message from Casual. I said, we're still live. Let me know if you become available. Stop by. He said, you guys are insane.
Did you tell him we're not even halfway through yet?
Oh, I haven't had he's still typing. I'll let you guys know what he says when he gets.
He's welcome to join. If he joins, we could just listen to what he says. We could stop.
Yeah, we can have him explain himself.
Yeah,
dude, fucking and man, this Reomp guy is resonating hard with me now. He says that a lot of people have problems and imperfections, and no one. This isn't even about the video anymore. I just want to address it because I think it's important. We have problems and imperfections, but no one is really showing us how to improve. I don't know what happened. Somewhere along the way, it became more normal for people to just not address things that they find wrong. That it's no longer okay to like acknowledge that there is something wrong, take actions to improve or fix it, right? Or things that cause you fear or things that cause you anxiety, right? Like you're now told to ignore the things that bother you or stress you out instead of confronting them, processing them, and coexisting with these things. Instead, now it's encouraged to not improve, ignore, move on, go on to the next thing. I don't know what happened.
Zesty, I think you're completely right, but I think to discuss it any more specifically would border on, like, things that I don't feel comfortable talking about on this podcast. But I think you are completely spot on.
Okay.
Like if that subtext rings any bells, I agree that it has become more. I'll speak in broad terms. I agree that I think it has become incredibly acceptable for people to be proud of the things that are wrong with themselves. And I don't mean like inherently wrong, and I don't mean in like a mental health way. I'm talking about like people saying, yeah, this is bad for my life, and I would be better if I didn't do it, but it's fine, and I will even celebrate myself for doing it.
No, yeah, they take it as part of their identity, right? Like, can I use one that I think is okay?
All right, yeah, sure, go for it.
Fat people. Like people who are the whole fat phobia thing, right? Like where it's like healthy at any size. I'm beautiful even though I'm 600 pounds. No, you're going to die of a heart attack at 40, right?
Yeah.
That is an example of what you're talking about, where instead of addressing the problems that they have and on the obvious coping mechanism they're using to distract themselves from it, they're then embracing that issue as part of themselves, and it's going to kill them.
Yeah,
right.
There's a really good song that kind of relates to this by 21 Pilots called "Neon Gravestones," and the title kind of gives it away. But the premise of it is about the glorification of celebrity suicide, and how the glorification of it results in more people wanting to be like them in like a martyr sort of way, and the things that led them to commit suicide are the things that are emblemized and
it's
sort of
scary.
And it is a very good song. I do recommend it.
Lucid, it's genuinely scary.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Colin.
It kind of connects back to the art having to be a product of some kind of suffering as well.
Yeah. No, I agree. It does.
It all comes full circle.
It does.
It does. And Lucid, and I guess to kind of close off the point before we move on back onto the video, if we want to keep the ball rolling, but it's really scary to me. Like it's one thing that genuinely has scared me as I've been growing up, but as I'm seeing this more, is the glorification of self-destructive behavior, like the glorification of things like the glorification of suicide, the glorification of like self-destructive behaviors is like being a part of you and something to be praised and raised up instead of something that like you should probably address this. It's not good for you. What happened?
Yeah.
Like what happened? It's honestly, it strikes the fear of God into me because I now have 2 generations under me.
Zesty,
They're only getting older.
The only thing I can make of it and correlate it to is the iPhone.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think a huge factor was once people started being able to go into their own little echo chambers on their own.
I also blame the
personalized
iPhone
handheld
for like
device.
ruining the internet. I also think it ruined the fucking internet. I hate the iPhone. I think it's like the worst invention ever. Like obviously not
I think
literally.
you just
like,
say smartphone.
It's obviously a very innovative invention. It did its job well, but I think it like ruined the internet. Like in some sense, like ruined the world. Is how I look back on it. It's like I remember. Like, even as a kid, I remember feeling different when I started seeing, like, kids with smartphones using the internet. I was like, what the fuck? The internet is for morons and outcasts like me who are on a computer. Why are these kids on the internet? They don't deserve it.
Funny. But, like, so what I mean by glorifying suicide, like, you go on Twitter and you see all the shit people put in their profiles. It's like, minor DNI, they, them, suicidal, bipolar, et cetera, et cetera. It's like they put that on. It's like a label. It's like an identifying label of themselves. When it's like, okay, maybe that's an issue that you should sort out instead of having it be like something that amounts to vanity for you, right? Like that's what scares me.
Yeah, like you're talking about like the bipolar, that stuff, right?
Well, not just I threw bipolar out there as like a random example, but like the idea of like that's how they're glorifying being suicidal or something.
Yeah.
Or glorifying self-destructive behaviors.
Yeah. No, yeah. Anyways, TF2. I hear it's changing.
We got off the rails there a bit.
Yeah.
Because people started touching on things I care about. Sorry.
No, I care about it too. I think that's a good.
I think that counts. Zesty doing like teacher anecdotes definitely counts as a boomer moment. If we're like, I know we're like 3 deep in, but that's like the ultimate one. Also, it's really funny because Germa was also a teacher. You really are just fucking dark Germa, bro.
Please read your super chat. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
I'm about to. I have to go through the previous ones though first, to be fair. Moravian Crusader said Hydro looks so damn cool. I'm sad it's forgotten. True. Real. Don't smoke the shrooms. Super chat 10 Canadian dollars. I'm sure that's like 2 cents. That's a joke. That's a joke. Thank you for the 10. And said, I think these issues are perpetual cycles. In 40 to 60 years, we will probably be lamenting looking at the kids of 2077 and believing our current ways were blissful in comparison. I think that if you believe that, I think that you're just like projecting that it'll continuously get worse, and I
don't want that. I don't want that.
Because I don't know if I particularly agree. I feel like the kids today have it better than me in some ways and worse than me in others. And I'm 21, same as Richter. So, yeah. Also, yeah, Neighborhood Threat super chatted $20. Thank you so much. You're awesome. And said Zoomers tend to have lower self-esteem than previous generations, and people with low self-esteem tend to be misanthropes. They don't think they deserve good things, and because of that, they don't think anyone else does either.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know if I think that
a little sweeping there. I don't know if I agree with all the mental health hot takes necessarily, but I do think our generation is something's going on with our generation. It's a little weird.
I completely agree that there is lower self-esteem across the board, and that's all thanks to social media.
Yeah.
That's all thanks to social media glorifying the experience of the individual and constantly comparing your individual experience to thousands and thousands and thousands of other people's individual experiences.
Yeah.
And always constantly comparing of like, oh, these are the haves and I am the have-not. This person's living such a better life. This person looks so much nicer. This person has this nice car. This person has this nice home and goes on all these vacations and has all this money. And it's like, oh, fuck, I don't have any of this. I am inferior. Like I am less than. Because before the smartphone, you were only limited to the people around you, right? In terms of what you were seeing and hearing and all that shit, right? And so now You're
I mean,
constantly bombarded.
That's a double-edged sword, to be fair, right? That's sort of inspiring in a way, right? Like you can see, like it can inspire people who might not have seen those stories or not known that there was life outside of the Kentucky farms or something.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's all bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. But that is why so many young people have extremely low self-esteem.
And for the record, I think that when we say young people, once again, I think it is a little bit skewed because a lot of us are on the internet a lot. And I think that young people who are on the internet enough to where, you know, we all see them, I think those people are more likely to suffer from these issues than the average young person, in my opinion. Because someone in chat said I teach young kids, and I'll say that they'll for the most part, kids these days are all right. And I also teach kids. I've taught kids for a while. And
Holy fuck, am I the only non-teacher on this fucking panel? What the fuck?
So I'll say, like, the current, like, what's the age bracket? Like 0 to 7. They seem like it seems like things are starting to turn around where it's starting to get better. Like I think now that all of the millennials have had their kids and have been effectively non-parents, and now that they're growing up and having kids, people in my age bracket are having kids, and now they're going to school. They're realizing the flaws and fuck-ups of the millennial parents being totally hands-off, and now things are starting to swing back in the other direction where kids are getting healthier and being okay again. So.
Also, Alan, what were you going to say?
So, I was going to say before the internet, it was mostly limited to TV. So it's kind of an expansion on that. And also, when you're online, it's not even a representative sample of humanity in general. And even if you're only following but even if you're only following your friends, it's not a representative sample of them because they're only posting when they have something to show off.
Exactly, and that just exacerbates the comparison problem of what these people have and what I don't. That whole thing, right? And so it's this fucking rat race. And like even now, I don't know if y'all heard about this, but like they're like all the shit you see on Instagram, what have you, like all of it's fake. Like people rent a plane for an hour, then like take a selfie on a plane. And like, I'm going to Cabo. It's like, no, it's not real. And it just makes all these young people feel worse and worse and worse, where they see like this 24-year-old like covered in like shit they bought at Gucci. They're going to return it in the next hour or two. They go to a plane they rented for $35. They snap a photo and they have that to compare themselves to. Like, no wonder kids are fucking miserable.
Yeah. That's why, for the record, that's not the reason, but it's one of the reasons why I try to emphasize whenever we talk about content creation and people saying like, oh, no one could ever make that video, you know, that video would never do well. I try to like push back against it kind of for that reason, because I feel like generally, you know, because a lot of people who say, oh, I want to be a YouTuber, they're younger, right? I think that a lot of people, though, like that, I think if you want me to pinpoint a broad sweeping statement about our generation, I think I think the generation I grew up in, Gen Z, if you will, I think that they are often told like there is nothing good coming for you. Like I think that more so than a lot of other generations.
I was told growing up by so many millennials, "Oh, don't worry. You think your life's bad now? It gets worse."
Yes,
that's like what a horrible thing.
Yes,
to tell
like there's no like there is no way. Like I feel like people my age, their dreams were smushed by, you know, media consumption and the like, more so than a lot of other generations were maybe. Now granted, I know a lot of like older generations, like they didn't really have those dreams, or if they did, there was a different path to get there. But that's why I'm trying to push back against like, oh, you can't be this, you can't make that kind of content. Like I'd rather them at least try than
encourage people to try and grow and actually try to achieve something, and don't immediately.
As long as what they're achieving is within the confines of the TF2 art style, you know.
Yes.
Oh, Richter, come on. You're so funny.
I'm not that funny. I'm pretty not funny, to be honest, but
no, that's like the millennial parents for you. Like when like the hardships left behind by the boomers started manifesting, and the millennials are like getting fucked over every which way from Sunday, and they project that dread onto their kids. It's no wonder there's like a whole fucked up generation.
I don't know. I have no sweeping statements to say about the old ass millennials and old ass boomers in the audience. I have nothing to say to you guys. I'm sure you're all lovely. Maybe you're epic and you didn't fuck the world up. I don't know.
If I was born 5 years later, I'd be a very different person, I think.
Also,
You'd be me.
I want to make like a disclaimer, or I guess like some sort of predication based off of everything we just said. Don't take anything we said about mental health or this generation and apply it to you specifically necessarily. What all of us said, none of it applies to literally everyone. In fact, some of it might not even be accurate. So I don't want to see any of the things we said clipped and used as a way to demonize a person or any specific
Oh, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen.
I'm going to say this because I'm wanting everyone to know the intentions with which I said the words that I said. At least for me, I am saying things that I have observed from my experience, my lived experience, and I don't think that and if it is
I'm just trying to
inaccurate, I
say that
apologize.
Zesty's the only one putting forward like his thesis about what's going on in society. Like I don't have anything to say. I know TF2. I know TF2 pretty well, I think. So we can talk about that.
Well, I wanted to say that for myself and kind of for Zesty because I know he also, you know.
The thing is, people are not going to care because it didn't like apply to. I can't say this. Never mind.
Well, I just wanted to say it. That's all. It matters to me that I clarify in case someone.
There is no clout to be farmed with what I said.
All right.
I'll just put it that way.
I'm glad. Anyways, I think that we should put a pin in this video until next week, and we should finish the second video next week.
Yeah,
Why? No.
Because we're going on
what the
4.5 hours, and I need to go.
No, that'd be such a good time. What the fuck?
Winner mentality.
I
was hoping that I was hoping we could stick around for casual, but I guess he's a little busy.
What if he comes on next week?
Oh, maybe. Actually, it might be a better idea.
Yeah.
I can ask him and see maybe he'll be down.
Yeah.
I was having fun. I felt like we were just getting to the good stuff.
We were just we.
Well, we can save the good stuff for next time.
Yeah. You always got to save a little bit of energy for when you're
I guess
more
that's
able.
true.
Yeah. I thought we'd go over the TF2 or not the TF2, sorry, the UFR bingo chart before we close out to see what all we got.
Here in Japan we had an earthquake, by the way, so there's that one.
Oh, you did? What size? Where?
I have no idea. I'll check actually.
I'll look right now. Hold on, I have my sources. You had a Mag 5. Oh shit, Mag 5, 5.2.
It's so weird because I could feel it before it hits.
Yeah,
because you're feeling the primary waves. P waves hit you first, and those aren't nearly as strong as the surface waves. So those are the ones that do the damage. P waves hit you first.
I immediately started hearing the autism in Zesty's voice.
That
was interesting. I detected it. It was like a sensor went off. Like, oh shit. Oh my gosh, you're talking about your hyperfixation. That's so cute.
Oh shit. All right, let me see here.
Food analogy. We got 4+ guest. We got. Weezy did not mention his 300 ideas, unfortunately. We did review a TF2 video, so that doesn't count. Was there a philosophy reference?
There was philosophical discussion.
Oh yeah, we talked about art philosophy at the
nature
start.
of art. And
stuff, so yeah, the philosophy reference is there. Technical difficulties happened multiple times, so that's there. Zesty did have multiple boomer moments. That entire last spiel was a boomer moment. Someone
Are you not checking them off?
No, I'm sorry.
Someone just woke up should count because CasualTF2 was there. He didn't join, but he did just wake up. What were you saying, Al?
You're not marking them off as we go?
I don't have any way of marking them off.
Open it in Paint.
Open it in MS Paint.
We have the technology.
I have to open a new.
Do it for the people. It's the content.
Okay, hold on. Let me open it in give me 1 second. Okay, chat. A fucking WebP image. Fuck you.
Just copy paste. It should work.
Copy and okay.
This is so awesome that we're getting this much out of this video. It's gonna be split into 2 fucking episodes.
It's a good video.
Have you ever done a 4-hour episode before? Has that happened?
Yeah, we've had a couple.
It's kind of the norm.
The longest was just under 6 hours, I believe.
Was it real? Which one was that?
The longest one.
I have to see. Yeah.
The longest one.
Chat, hold on. I'm opening Paint. Okay, there we go. How do I? I'm fucking up the entire thing just for you guys. I hope you're happy.
This is important.
It really must be. Hold on. I have to make the thing bigger so everyone can see it. Okay. Grab color. The color is yellow for Weezy. Food analogy. Oh fuck! I moved it. Food analogy. 4+ guess. Weezy did not mention his 300 ideas. Oh shit. We did not. This is not a non-TF2 video. Oh no. That works. I haven't used Paint in forever. Philosophy reference, technical difficulties, Zesty has a boomer moment. Someone did just wake up. I've been saying this for years. That was said earlier.
It was.
Yeah, that was said. Which means we do have bingo because my partner was in the background earlier.
What just like existed?
Yeah.
Chat complaints happened.
I never heard him.
Alan, did you fall asleep?
You had your worst chat is
No, I didn't
complaining
fall asleep.
Rant ever.
Yeah, chat complained. I don't know what happened. There was like a slew of 5 people who just joined just to say that we weren't here. They weren't here for the whole thing. They just wanted to complain. I'm smart on your tricks, chat. Okay. Free space, of course. Video is just gameplay with talking. Like several X's. We're just gonna like circle that one.
No wholesome chungus.
No wholesome chungus. It was not mentioned once.
Very disappointing.
Video remained unpaused for 30 seconds. That happened earlier.
Yep, we had that.
Yeah, tier list did not happen, and it will not happen because holy shit, it is 4:30 in the morning. Here in Japan, I guess happened because Alan mentioned earthquakes.
Yeah, earthquake.
Richter did speak at 600 words per minute.
When did I do that? When?
Earlier when you were ranting about the fucking the corporate rape. Yeah.
Look who's scared to say that word.
I don't like saying
woke.
that word. It doesn't agree with me. But
it is a pretty unpleasant word, but that's what makes its use in this video that much more powerful.
Rape.
Oh, why do you say that? That's an unpleasant word.
You bitch. Someone has to leave. Weezy has to leave.
Yep.
PurpleColonel as well.
PurpleColonel also left. 15-minute tangent. Holy shit. How do I just like... There you go.
Block out the whole square.
Yeah, just like... Wait, is there, can I make a square? Hold on. Oh, I can't make a... Fill the square. Hold on. It's a lost cause.
Your shocking lack of MS Paint knowledge is
yeah, no, this is
scaring me a little bit.
I'm so sorry. Surprise guest, Zesty did get heated. Video didn't start until 20 minutes in. That also happened. And we got so many of them. Holy shit.
Video card's too easy. Come on.
Like the only ones we're missing 1, 2, 3. We're missing 5 total. We have 80% of the bingo card covered. Whoever made Oren Lane is a fucking
How many
genius.
bingos is it? How many bingos?
Okay, wait, hold on. We got
you made this fucking board unreadable.
2. No, I can read it. 1, 2.
There are 2.
3. No, the bottom row as well. 3.
Yeah, there's 3.
Yeah, there's 3 total. We got 3
3
bingos.
bingos on one episode.
That's wild. I mean, the
we have a diagonal. We have a diagonal.
Chat,
oh baby, a triple.
You can make. No, I said 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Chat, you can make a bingo card. If you want us to do a bingo card again next episode, make a different bingo card, post it in the fan art. We do show all of the fan art that we get.
I'll be back.
For all the fan art that we get for each episode. During the episode, I do commit that to all of you who want to draw fan art about anyone on the panel in relation to UFR. You can post it in the fan art. No, draw Alan fan art. It would be fucking hilarious.
He won't show it if it's of me.
I will tell you. I will describe. I'll give a detailed text description of what Alan looks like for anyone who would like to do fan art of Alan.
Maybe don't do that.
Maybe don't.
Maybe do it, but like change key details.
You think we had a good episode here, Lucid? I hope I wasn't too talking over people.
Oh no, this was fucking great.
No,
we talked about mental health issues for like in 30 minutes. I got to yell at Zesty, so he joined the SMP. Which reminds me, SMP, Richter's not joining because he's a bitch. I said it. See, he's ignoring me because he doesn't want to.
I never said that I wasn't going to join your SMP.
No, you just ignored me when I asked you. Very obviously ignored me.
When did you ask me?
I asked you twice earlier. I asked you twice earlier, and you
didn't. You didn't ask me once.
Yes, I did.
Multiple times.
Would you like to join the SMP? Formally, would you like to join the SMP?
Maybe.
That's a good.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
We take them.
Maybe I'll be a little surprised. I'll hop on there and I'll fucking what's something funny. We
Yeah.
can do, we'll go blow somebody up with TNT or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta join. You gotta stream it though. That's part of the rules.
I'll give Weezy. I'm gonna build a house, and then Weezy's gonna copy it exactly.
Wait, no, Weezy should flatten it. I guess before we conclude, I'll just put this on screen. I will be posting this on Twitter and shit. Because this is I'm really excited about this. Also, I spent a really long time on this flyer because you can ask Alan. I was in call for like an hour working on this flyer, trying to figure out how to structure everything. But yeah, all these people committed at least doing one stream. A lot of them were very excited to do this project. Zesty especially was really excited when we kind of talked about this idea. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. Mark your calendars, August 16th. Very excited. Gonna try and get Weezy. Gonna try and convince Weezy to do it. Hopefully Richter will be there. Yeah. Zesty, how are you doing? We are closing out. We are closing out the stream.
Well, that was a fun stream.
Somebody just was making ship names of me and Weezy, and they said it was Rizzy/Wechter. Rizzy is really funny.
Rizzy is great.
Rizzy is really funny.
I like Rizzy. That's good.
They want to know if Alan will be on the Minecraft server.
Alan will be there. Yes, Alan's going to stream. He's gonna figure out OBS and also make
OBS again.
He's gonna make a YouTube account.
I have a YouTube. I have the breakout hit how to make dyes in Minecraft. I do not get enough credit.
You really don't. Yeah. No, Richter didn't start the Adderall meme. That was Weezy was on Adderall. Weezy started the.
To be fair, I was the first guy to like point it out. I was like, man, you need to stop doing Adderall.
It was pretty funny. It was a good bit. But yeah, no, it's yeah, I'm excited about this. Mark your calendars, all that jazz. On that note, I think we can close things out. Do you guys have anything?
I'll inform Casual that well, I don't know if he'll be able. His like schedule is really weird.
Well, just let him know that I'd really like to have him on.
He knows that.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, Zesty, what do you have coming down the pipeline? You have anything to shill?
I don't. I gotta get to work.
Nice. Alan, do you have anything you'd like to shill?
Yeah, go watch how to make dyes in Minecraft.
Okay, Richter.
It has Owl City in the background.
Richter, what about you?
I'd like to shill beauty and love, and that includes appreciating the original beautiful vision of Team Fortress 2 and not taking it for granted. Take the time to slow down and appreciate the media you love, and try to understand the elements that went into making it good. And also, I'm going to make a fucking stupid-ass video about a Half-Life 2 mod, and it probably releases tomorrow, so...
Hey, new Richter content tomorrow? Live? Announcement?
Hopefully. I have to get the sponsorship for it cleared, because I'm a greedy motherfucker, but...
Yeah, I know. How dare you want to eat? Pay your rent, fucking bitch.
Oh, actually, also, I shill your fucking, your Minecraft server. I shill that, too. There you go. You can watch that when it comes out.
Yes.
When they're doing that content.
Yay. I'm excited. Okay. And I have my sequel to the TF2 bubble video, Trapped in the TF2 bubble. That comes out on August 2nd. So be excited for that, because it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good sequel. It's called Fotre:TF2 the TF2 bubble.
Oh, and last thing, go subscribe to CasualTF2. Go
Subscribe to
this video. Fucking changed my life. It fucking gave me $1 million. This video's great.
Yeah. But yeah, and my video comes out on August 2nd. Really excited.
And also,
about
he has like an interesting little enclave community that tries to keep the old style. Like, his community is very much old TF2, and it's interesting. His old videos are really interesting. He does these like weird schizo edits. They're really neat. And I've talked to him, and he's also just a very nice guy. So.
Yeah,
go subscribe to CasualTF2.
Yeah, actually, fuck my video. Go subscribe to CasualTF2. Yeah. All right. I think that's a good note to close on. Everyone have a good day. Take care of yourselves.
Thanks for having me on, Lucid. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was great having everybody on. A shout out to PurpleColonel. I hope he's okay.
Sure. He's fine.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.